Dr. Virginia.
Good morning, everybody. Good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are around the world. We are so excited to be here with you on our second day. We want to extend a warm welcome to all of our esteemed and visionary speakers, our followers, dignitaries that are with us today, also scholars and students. Today, we celebrate World Environment Day. And for us here at IIU, it's our knowledge sharing session. It is a 2-day virtual event. We had a wonderful event yesterday, and this event was momentous. We had 39 speakers that spoke about everything, including 3 young people under the age of 15 that are already so involved with the environment. We are honored to have over 150 speakers representing more than 100 countries. Our project director is Dr. Nada Rakovic from Croatia, and she is leading this virtual endeavor. As I am also now a new team member, my name is Virginia Rivera, and I will also be co-hosting with her today. At IIU, we are dedicated to promoting environmental awareness and sustainability. Through our work and our initiatives, we aim to create a positive impact on the planet. We believe that individual actions can make a significant difference, but we also recognize that there's power in numbers, and that's why we do this amazing event. Our founder, Dr. Piyush Pandit, he is a social activist, an award-winning social worker, serial entrepreneur, and he's the president of SVP Global. Dr. Pandit is a hardworking social worker who is passionate and committed to the service of humanity. He is a political figure, a social activist, and like I said before, a serial entrepreneur. At IIU, which is his dream, where we believe in breaking barriers and providing opportunities for all, regardless of their background, educational institution, or their level of study. Whether you are looking to enhance your career or you really want to learn doing the practicum part first, IIU is for you. So join us in our commitment to safeguarding the environment for future generations. Together, let's make a meaningful contribution towards a greener and more able world. Welcome to this program today. Dr. Nada? We can't hear you.
Yes, it's okay. Today, after yesterday's great day one, we are continuing with the day 2 under the theme of the event is Nurture Nature for Sustainable Future. Today, we have an amazing guest speakers, eminent guest speakers, change makers, and yes, we have the special guest. So let me call first our special guest, Professor Dr. Parin Samani from United Kingdom. Professor Dr. Parin Samani, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nada, for a wonderful and a kind invitation and a good introduction. I want to say a very big thank you to all the eminent speakers and all my fellow members are here, but I cannot forget Dr. Piyush Pandit, the founder of IIU, the professor of the chaps of the General Charles, the IIU Vice Chancellor, Project Manager, Mr. Trivedi, ISDS President Maha Shahadev, and the Vice President of IIU is Zainab as well, and the IIU Kotam Committee. Also, I cannot forget my colleague, Dr. Signa Kadam, and Dr. Virginia Rivera, and Dr. Sabarwal. So all my colleagues and all my friends, I want to say namaste and a very warm welcome from United Kingdom, from London, from Dr. Parin Samani. First of all, I would like to say to celebrate this Environment Day, World Environment Day. It's amazing because you can see what things are going around. We want to celebrate the day. We know it is vital to nurture nature for sustainable future. But why? Why would you do that? Well, currently, we all are facing several environmental challenges pertaining to our ocean, rivers, animals, plants, rain, global warming, climate change, glacier melts, and coral reefs, etc. So there are many, many things, and we all have experienced. It's not just I'm talking to you, it's because things are going around and we are looking at it. Our environment is concerned with every element of the environment that is affected by human activities. Now, we must seek to realize the implication of our action on the environment through our activities and become more protective towards it. If we do not care for and nurture for our natural environment, then collectively we will suffer. You can see what things have happened few years ago for COVID-19. We were going through a disaster. Yes, we were glad to come back into the normal life, but it took us time. So if we protect and if we nurture, if we look after them, then it will be easy for us to be living in the happy environment, happy world. We will not have anyone else to blame but ourselves. We must take the initiative of it. We must realize that each day and every one of us is linked with the environment. We all breathe the same air. Would you agree with me? We breathe the same air. We live in the same world. Though we are in a different part of the world, that's fine. But still, we are living somewhere on the earth. The environment elements support our metabolic process. Therefore, any damage to the environment will have a direct impact upon our health and ourselves, and our society will be not able to do what we want to achieve. But how can we nurture nature this? Well, there are many ways, and equally the implementation of a combination of a number of initiatives like reducing the carbon footprints migration, green urban spaces, eco restoration, greening cityscapes, citizen impact action, and a youth pledge. So if we look at a grassroots level, eco-restoration at the water bodies, we can install wetlands for water body revival. We can collect plastic and dry waste. We can educate citizens on the benefits of a clean environment. Another way we can help the environment is by identifying open urban spaces and planting 1,000 trees in the water bodies and lakes. The youth can be mobilized by theater artistic performing street plays. They can make their pledges to save the environment on a rock.
The word is so simple, very simple.
Initiatives can be created for the youth like social media environmental warriors contest, and the winners commemorated through awards. So by reducing immenses, we can help save the environment. For example, markets usually attract excessive traffic, true, which they can contribute to the large amount of pollution. We can plant trees within cities that are specially designed, and that is also appealing to the public. So simultaneously, the youth and societies should be educated within educational institutions and conferences. What we are doing right now, we are on the track. We are doing fantastic what IIU is doing to bringing everybody together and giving the awareness. So this will facilitate sharing ideas, and a better plans of actions can be implemented towards a better health. To nurture nature the best we can, we all need to adopt a zero tolerance attitude towards environmental damage. In the words of the United Nations, this is our moment. We cannot turn back, but we can grow trees, green our cities, rewild our gardens, change our diets, and clean up rivers and coast. We are the generation that we can make peace with nature. Let's get active, not anxious. Let's be bold, not timid. I believe that it is only by working together we can achieve positive global change. Let's save the environment today, and let's make this world a beautiful and a happy place to live. Thank you so much, Dr. Nanda, Dr. Sabharwal, Dr. Rivera, and each and everybody, Dr. Kadam, everyone who have connected to me, my very, very warm welcome and very thank you to Dr. Piyush Pandit. Shukriya, namaste.
Thank you so much, Dr. Perrine. I love your words, especially we need to adopt a zero tolerance attitude for environmental damage. I think everybody has to, and we need to be bold about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, after a great speech of our Dr. Pareen Salmani, a beautiful, amazing, smart lady, we will start with our speakers. Yes, today we have the topic Nurture Nature for Sustainable Future. And this year, the theme of the World Environment Day is Solutions to Plastic Pollution. Today, let us beat the plastic pollution. Let us hear the solutions from our esteemed change makers from all around the globe. We have such a galaxy of knowledge, excellence today with us on our great IIU stage. So it is my honor first to call a wonderful educator, wonderful scientist. She's coming from New Zealand. She's known Professor Dr. Siham El Kafali. Welcome, Professor Dr. Siham. Enlighten us, please. Unmute yourself, please, Professor Dr. Siham. Unmute yourself.
Apologies. Thank you very, very much, Professor Nada. Thank you very much for IIU. It's always a pleasure to be here with you on different occasions. And today I thought, as my previous speaker, there are lots of issues that we can talk about in relation to the environment and how to nurture it. So as an educator, I chose to talk from the education part. And awareness and education is extremely important. So the title of my speech today is Education, the Catalyst for Sustainable Development and a Resilient Future. So I want to talk with you how education can foster a sense of environmental responsibility and sustainable living, and just how they can provide the knowledge and awareness, and then share with you a few cases from here in New Zealand and end. So my objective today is to highlight the role that education plays in order to foster this environmental responsibility and to promote sustainable living, practicing by providing knowledge, awareness, skills, by empowering individuals and societies and communities all over the world. So how can this happen? We all know that the contributions can be through knowledge awareness that provides deep understanding of the environmental issues like climate change, biodiversity, loss, pollution, resource depletion, and actually encourage individuals and all the collectives to play a role in this in environmental conservation. Also, education helps us to shape values and attitudes and ethical frameworks to prioritize environmental stewardship and sustainability. Also, it helps critical thinking and problem solving in order to be able to address environmental challenges, whether we meet them in our personal lives, in our communities, or professional careers. Also, it can be a good opportunity to influence individuals' behavior and to promote change within their practices, such as recycling energy, water conservation, sustainable transportation, and responsible consumption. The other issue also is that it can help for active citizenship and advocacy. Like for example, it enables people to understand the importance of collective action and participation in decision-making processes that are related to environmental policies and initiatives. we also need to know that when we talk about sustainability, environmental issues, it is actually a multidisciplinary. So we need to look at various subjects and combine them, like science, geography, social studies, economics, and to foster holisticness when we are trying to understand sustainability. So what's the role of education here, and how could it provide knowledge and awareness? First thing is integration in the curriculum, and that starts from primary schools until reaching high schools, to ensure that the students are exposed to the ideas and the challenges that we're meeting in relation to sustainability and understand it's important. It also can be a knowledge transfer for environmental conservation issues, renewable energy, waste management, climate change, and social equity, which is very important information that is required for decision making. Again, the critical thinking and problem solving is required in order to develop innovative solutions for these challenges, and also to have consciousness and awareness. So through education, people become more conscious of their consumption patterns, their waste generation, the energy usage, leading also to a shift towards a more sustainable lifestyles. That also can help with education, the empowerment of active citizenship, and to adopt environmentally friendly behaviors, and to contribute more for a more resilient future. Education through research and innovation also helps sustainable development. Students and researchers can explore new technologies, methodologies, and approaches to address sustainability changes. So let me share with you a few cases here in New Zealand. And we have Enviro Schools program. And this is a nationwide initiative that aims to empower the students to be active contributors to sustainability. This is a hands-on learning experience. The students are engaged in projects: waste reduction, biodiversity, conservation, water conservation, and sustainable living. Another case also is Otago Polytechnic. They are in Dunedin, which is a city in the South Island. They have a really strong commitment to sustainability. They are providing a bachelor's of applied science in sustainable development. They are practicing within their campus energy efficient buildings, waste reduction programs, and sustainable transportation. And the final case is actually the Ministry of Education here. So they are following and integrating the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and they are following in the teaching and learning, incorporating the SDGs. So finally, as we can see that education plays a pivotal role in fostering a sense of environmental responsibility and sustainability. So by investing in environmental education, societies can create a generation of environmentally conscious individuals who actively contribute to the well-being of the planet and a resilient future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. I think that what you said so much and so important, especially about education. One of the things that I think we need to highlight, and it's so good that you're doing it early in the morning, is we need to really integrate this into the curriculum of our younger students so they can start from the very beginning. Thank you so much. And also empowering those students to become the contributors, because we know that they're not the future, they're actually the present, right? They're the ones who are actually helping us move everything through. So thank you so much for everything that you just shared.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, beautiful Dr. Siham, and clever Dr. Siham. Wonderful. Let us move from New Zealand to Australia. You know, in IIU, our great strong lady, woman. Our trustee is from Australia, our amazing Dr. Roshni Lal. Let us invite Dr. Mirella Toleklime from Australia. Dr. Mirella, enlighten us, please, today. She's an amazing engineer and, yes, a woman leader, entrepreneurship. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Nada, for the invitation. And I always want to thank, IIU, the IIU team, always, on point and really, bringing people together to bring solutions to, social problems. And so I'm very happy to be here today. And I want to wish everyone a happy Environment Day. And I also want to say that Environment Day is every day for us. So we have to start thinking about it as our everyday, routine, and really have this mindset of being environmentally cautious. And I'm focused more on the energy. And as you all know, the companies and the people involved in that industry always have, the finger pointed at them because they are actually at the beginning of the chain. But what I always want to, remind people, and I like what Professor Dr. Sihab was mentioning before about the awareness and the education, is that we create the demand for those companies to actually generate whatever we need, for our need, for our consumption. And it is important that we understand that we are, at the beginning of the chain, and we can influence this chain and influence the end product. So because, whatever energy is produced is for us to have light in our house, is for us to have, to be able to drive our car, for us to be able to, even in the petrochemical industries, for us to be able to have shampoo to wash our hair. So we have to be conscious about, our consumption and what is the impact that is creating at the end of the supply chain of all of this. And I really want to reiterate that, the environment is a collective. We have to have this collective, approach to the environment, and also understand that, each one of us build something, bring a brick in this, in this house, in this, world that we are living. And it is important that we understand that we have a role. We can't just, wait for our neighbor, for, another person, another team, or another, another scientist to do the job. Every single one, we are in it together. Every single one is responsible. Every single person can make an impact. It can be, as just making sure we recycle the plastic correctly. It can be because we use less electricity, or we manage to to optimize how we use the electricity. It can be because we use less clothes, because we know that the fashion industry can also be polluting. So it's all about understanding where we can have an impact. It's all about understanding where our own needs and how it actually impacts the environment, and how it's going to impact the full supply chain at the end of at the end of the road. And I really wanted to read one of the poem here that I really like, and just to to close out on and emphasize this message. So each act of compassion for dear Mother Earth brings everlasting change. You can't measure its worth. And that's really what I was saying, is that we all have a role. We might not be able to measure it at the beginning of the chain, but there is, there is an impact that we create. And so pick up your garbage, don't leave it for me. I'll be doing my own part, like planting a tree, or managing my energy better. we have to do all of this, and for you to see each one of us, lives here, and what we will leave to the next generation. And we really want to know that to the one that will succeed us, will they cherish or grieve for our planet? It's up to us. So that's really the short message that I wanted to bring here, is that it's up to us. We can't leave it to our neighbor. We can't leave it to the next person. We all have a role to play, and we have to play this role every single day. So thank you again for having me and for putting together this amazing event.
Thank you so much, my dear sister, soul sister Morel. I am so happy to see you here today and to really be on the same virtual podium. Definitely, it's a collective approach. I agree with you 100%, and we can all do our part. And there's so many ways that we can do it. So thank you again for giving us insight on the simple things that we can do as humans, individuals. Thanks again. Thank you so much.
You are welcome. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Mirelle. Thank you for your great speech, for your great poem. We are moving from Australia now to the Philippines. I adore the Philippines. So let us call an amazing science educator with a long experience, Dr. Myla Mi Arcanas. Dr. Myla, you are welcome.
Oh, good morning. Okay, may I share my screen, Dr. Nada?
Okay, yes, I will give you. You can, Dr. Myla. Miss Elite Claudia, please be muted.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Myla Arcinas from the Philippines, okay, and my talk will zero in on human resource development for a sustainable future. The World Risk Index is a tool used to assess climate disaster risk of a country. As a Filipina, I am very saddened, okay, by the fact that we are actually ranked first in the world in risk among 193 countries. Second to this, okay, we have India, and then third, we have Indonesia. And 9 out of the 15 countries of highest disaster risk are among the most populous countries in the world. The Philippines, as shown in the screen, experience a lot of disasters, different types of disasters. We have earthquake, we have floods, we have tsunami, we have typhoons, drought, and epidemic. So what I'm sharing to you guys are actually experiences, okay, true to our country, and needing, okay, action so that we would be able to address the impact of consequences of this to our people. Key factors, okay, that led, okay, to putting the country into high risk is, of course, the conditions as follows. So we have the geographical location, of course, okay, at number 1, the Philippines is situated in the Pacific Ring of Fire and along the typhoon belt, making the country very prone to various types of natural hazards. Second, typhoon vulnerability. Okay, so in the country, we experience on average 20 typhoons annually. So while others may be lucky, okay, to not experience this, in the country, in our country, extreme intensity of typhoons, okay, is actually a reality. And then rising sea levels. The Philippines has a long coastline. And because of this, numerous low-lying coastal areas affect many of our communities. climate variability. The Philippines is exposed to this. We have El Nino, we have La Nina events, which can lead to extreme weather patterns, prolonged droughts, and increased vulnerability in agricultural sector. The Philippines remains to be an agricultural sector, and with this has limitation in terms of resources to be able to address consequences impact in our agricultural sector. And then urbanization and population density. The Philippines is actually the 12th country with the highest population. So imagine the impact of this with of course, a poor country like the Philippines. And obviously, okay, limited resources and capacity. So with this, okay, I would like to highlight the importance of empowering the human resource, okay, of our country so that we may be able to address this concern about disasters and of course climate change. The relationship between disasters and climate change is complex and multifaceted. While climate change does not directly cause specific disasters, it can increase the frequency, intensity, and impacts of various types and natural hazards, thereby increasing the risk of disaster occurring. We, of course, particularly the Philippines, we need to address issues related, okay, to climate change, which leads to more types, okay, of disasters, and that we need to empower our people to help address climate change. As said, okay, by Esther Duflo, climate change and human capital are deeply connected. They are interlinked. And Andrew Steele supported, okay, this when he said we need citizens that are going to demand action, okay, on climate change. So they need to understand climate change. So with this, okay, I would like you, okay, to help me, of course, make clear actions so that we in the Philippines, likewise the other countries that are highly at risk, would be able to make actions, okay, to build a more sustainable future. Let me use, okay, this acronym, climate change, so that we would be able to address more that disaster-related concerns. So collaboration, we would like to foster, okay, more collaboration among individuals, organizations, and different stakeholders, okay, to collectively address climate change challenges and promote human resource development initiatives. Leadership development, okay, it's very important that we develop leaders who can drive sustainable practices, advocate for climate action, and guide organizations toward climate resilient strategies. And then promote more innovative approaches, okay, to addressing technologies that will mitigate impact, okay, of climate change, monitoring and evaluation to integrate human resource development strategies into climate change adaptation, and of course, resilience building efforts. And adaptation and resilience building that will help people to cope given changing environmental conditions. In the country, a lot of people, in my country, a lot of people suffer, okay, because of the different types of disasters that we face every year. And then technology and innovation, embracing technological advancements and foster innovation to support human resource development efforts to climate change mitigation and adaptation to enable a more sustainable solutions, okay, to this disaster and climate change concerns. And then, as mentioned, okay, by the last presenter, empower, okay, people via education. So promoting climate change would need, okay, awareness, would need educating, okay, our people, invest to develop human capital by providing more training, skills building programs that will address, okay, these related issues. And then community engagement, okay, of course, we need the support of everyone. We need to create a local community that is resilient and willing to participate to make action. And then holistic approach, adopting a holistic approach that will consider social, economic, and environmental dimensions of global change. Piecemeal approach, okay, could not work, especially in a country like the Philippines. And then advocacy and policy support. Promoting the integration of national and corporate sustainability strategies, very important. So we need more policies and for support, okay, not only from internal but external, okay, to strengthen policies related to environment. And then nurturing talent, identify and nurture talent in the field of climate change through mentorship programs. So we need, okay, help of experts that will promote more awareness and of course, empowerment and leadership related to its concern. And then green workforce. The creation of green jobs, okay, would encourage more businesses to adopt to sustainable practices. So this is very important, especially in a poor country like the Philippines. And then lastly, expertise development. Okay, I am very happy, okay, to be with you. You are experts, okay, from different fields, and I believe, of course, what you will be sharing, okay, into tonight's event, okay, would be from your specific, okay, field expertise and highly specialized to help us learn more, address climate, okay, related concerns, and of course, environmental management. With this, okay, let us join hands, okay, work together to strengthen awareness and actions to address climate change. To everyone, to all of you, let us celebrate the World Environment Day 2023. So again, thank you very much. I am Dr. Myla Arcinas, and again, thank you very much to IIU.
Thank you so much, Dr. Myla. I love the acronyms.
Mhm.
I definitely enjoy them. And I think that they're so easy to understand, right? And I definitely agree with you. We are interconnected, and what happens in Philippines can affect Puerto Rico. I also come from a highly risk-prone area. So I totally understand. We all have to be part of it. And even if you're not in Philippines, what I do here really affects there. So thank you so much for making us aware
Thank you
of how
very
interconnected
much.
we are.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Dr. Myla. We are collaborating. Dr. Myla, great leadership, innovation promoting, giving solutions with technology, with the holistic approach, and we're doing it always green. It was wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Myla. Thank you for being
Thank you.
always with us and sharing your great knowledge. Now, after Dr. Myla, we are going to our special guest. We have an amazing woman, strong woman working for society, for humanitarian. She's a great educator. She's well-known Professor Dr. VGA Caroline, MD of the Vishwa Humanity United International Royal Council and Chairman of the Life Foundation, India. Welcome, respected Dr. VJE Caroline. Enlighten us with your speech.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for inviting me. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the eminent global leaders, excellencies, and viewers watching this amazing program and addressing the issues of environment. So we would like to congratulate ourselves celebrating World Environment Day, bringing about awareness in the minds of the youngsters, which is very important. As we know, we are living on the blue sapphire, that is our earth, which is completely blue. That is, if we observe, only 1/4 of the part of the globe is with land and the rest is with water. But unfortunately, the blue greenish globe is converting into brown. So awareness, especially the global leaders, humanitarians, philanthropists, has to take up many awareness programs and see that they will understand the importance of our Mother Earth. We know that we depend on Mother Earth for the natural resources. We are existing on this earth with the support of Mother Earth. We know that without oxygen, we cannot survive. But slowly, the percentage of oxygen is getting reduced. And I'm sure in near future, if we do not take up or care of our environment and the Mother Earth, the future generation will be always in the oxygen cafes with the oxygen cylinders as if they're traveling into the space. And if we notice that lot of the greenery, that is green cover, is getting reduced, the percentage of oxygen is so low. Along with that, we know because of the deforestation, the major impacts and hazardous impacts on the lives of the not only human being, but also entire living organisms. We declare on every birthday, on every occasion, we are supplying saplings, seeds, and we are encouraging the people to sow the seeds and nurture the plants. But when I inquired, I noticed thousands of saplings are supplied by the government of different nations, and where is the place to sow them or plant them? That is the condition. Because of the industrialization and civilization, we are clearing the forest, we are clearing our fields and transforming into buildings and industries and factories, bridges. With this, the tribal people who are existing in the thick forest and which was their habitat, now moving to the urban areas or rural areas, adopting the culture of those local areas, losing their culture. Culture and heritage of every nation is a rich source of that nation, and it has to be preserved. So unfortunately, they're losing their culture. And if we see, because of the deforestation, many of the animals, birds are getting endangered or extinct. And we know that biodiversity is very important. Food cycle, if we observe, one is depending on the other. So one family, that is the species of one organism, is getting extinct or endangered, the impact is on other organisms, other population. So directly or indirectly, it is affecting even the lives of the human beings. So it is very important. We have to take up so many awareness programs. We have to see that poaching will be curbed. And we have to encourage the people not to use leather bags or the ornaments, bags, garments, which are made up of animals, skins, horns. And you know, in some medicines, the animal's gallbladder and other organs are used. It can be substituted by other materials, but they're killing so many animals. The impact is so high on the environment. So it has to be addressed. We want to nurture the nature. How do we nurture the nature? So every area, every point is very important. Right from natural resources, that is from the soil, water, air, and the living organisms, all are important. If one natural resource is degraded or depleted, the impact is so high. We called ourselves as civilized, technical sound people, knowledgeable, wisdom. But are we observing? What are we doing? You know pretty well the climatic conditions of every nation. Because of the climate change, we find 3 seasons on a day. In India, we notice in the early morning, winter season. In the afternoon, we notice rainy season. And the evening, by mid-afternoon, will be summer season. Why? Why it is? And we are unable to bear the temperature now. The sun is so sourcing, it is so high, unable to bear the intensity. And we know that global warming is increasing day by day. Every year, the temperature is getting added to the environment. ultraviolet radiation because of the ozone depletion, because of the reinforced concrete buildings, not green buildings. It is increasing the temperature of the globe. What are we doing? So we all global leaders need to understand the importance of our Mother Earth and the environment which we are surrounded. We have to take care, otherwise we have to lose our life, and especially our younger generation. What sin they have committed, facing so much problem without proper oxygen, without proper rainfall, without proper environment, without proper natural resources. Why they have to starve and die? Why there is great drought? Even fields are transforming into industries and factories. How do you get the food? How can we survive? We know pretty well now in the market we are seeing the plastic rice, and we're so scared to eat egg, whether it is a plastic egg or natural egg. Why this adultery? Why this production? Because to meet the demands of the growing population, they're trying their best level to implement such nonsense in the lives of the people, deteriorating the health of the people. We have to address every area. Simply conducting these kind of programs, I'm sure it is going to enhance the knowledge. These kind of programs are very important, especially I would like to emphasize conducting physical programs in this way, especially bringing awareness in the minds of the students and the younger generation. We have to make children to visit the industries and notice what kind of climatic conditions around the industry. And you know, many of the industries are not with trees. If the trees, if they plant trees around the industries, and you know, these trees are great absorbents. They absorb pollutants. They absorb temperature. They help in good rainfall and sound absorbent. So they are doing many works, but we don't care. Just we establish industry. So children, if they visit, they understand no trees around the industries. So we have to educate, if we plant the trees, what will happen? What kind of benefits? So practical applications, practical knowledge is very important than theory. We have to emphasize on practical implementation. We have to make children understand that importance of oxygen, importance of natural resources, importance of forest, importance of biodiversity, importance of every microbe. We know microbe help in making our breakfast. Dosa, idli, especially we Indians depend on the fermentation of the food. Microbes helps in having good curds. Okay, that we always depend on the microbes. At the same time, microbes can destroy the nature. Example, the COVID, the corona we faced. So we have to make them realize that a simple microorganism also plays a vital role in our life. So everything, good or bad, we have to encourage children to understand and make them realize the importance of the environment. Celebrate not on this day, but every day, the Environment Day. If children, the younger generation understand, they try to implement the better steps for the betterment of their future. So definitely we can have a beautiful world, our Mother Earth, with full of greenery and good water resources without any pollutants. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I really, really enjoyed everything you said. And I think that call to action, it is urgent. We have to take action because all of our cultures are really suffering because of climate change. And I think that practical implementation is key, and talking to our children from the very beginning. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, respected Dr. V.G. Caroline, for being with us, for sharing with us this great message, your actions, solutions, what to do in the world. And yes, we are really proud on you, on your work every day, because we know that Environment Day is every day. Thank you. Moving from India, we are going to United Kingdom. Let us hear one great leader, one great humanitarian social worker. She is well known, Queen Dr. Elizabeth Lucas. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I hope you am audible and you can hear me.
Audible
Wow.
and visible and beautiful and beautiful.
Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate this moment. First of all, let me say happy Environmental Day. Wow, what a lovely, lovely faces of my great leaders all over the world, smiling at me, being serious, ready to share and to learn, and we all working together. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your willingness to make a change. And thank you for joining this platform for us to share together, learn together, and also make an impact and make a change in this world. Thank you. We really appreciate you all. But that's not my assignment for today. Let me first of all appreciate my queen sister, Professor Vijay Caroline, that has already, I don't know if I've shared my notes with her, but she's already spoken what I wanted to say, but I will still say something. But thank you so much, Professor Piyush Pandit, for this great, great opportunity that you've given to every one of us on this platform. Sir Piyush Pandit is our founder, chairman, my own boss, and I really appreciate him for giving us the wings to fly, giving us the platform to express, giving us the time to do what is right for the community. I also want to express my gratitude and acknowledge my mentor, Professor Charles. I'm sure she is somewhere and is joining. And all our great leaders, I salute you all. I humble myself before you because I'm just another lady that you all just watching right here. I humble myself because I've got a great leader, and all my great leaders on this platform, you are doing a great job, and I appreciate you all. We're talking about Environmental Day because today is a special day. We all live in this world. But let me remind you that environment starts from a great leader that we emulate, that we worship, that we serve, and that created us to be on this earth. God, the universe, the God of the Almighty, created heaven and earth, created a peaceful land, created an atmosphere for all of us to enjoy, for all of us to live peacefully, happily, and relax. But then, as the time goes on, we face challenges towards environment, towards everything that God has created. And we are glad because the same God Almighty gave us the opportunity to make a change, to amend, to correct, and to improve, and to get better, so that we, as a leader, can enjoy the atmosphere, and also our youth, our children, and even the generations to come can enjoy the environment. And that is why we keep gathering together to share how we can improve our environment. No one has all the answers. And that is why we are here, to bring awareness of how we can do better. Before I move forward, I would like to express my gratitude as well to Professor Nada from Croatia, the president of Research Center of IIU. Thank you so much for inviting me. And also all our great administrators behind the scene for this great event to take place. We all sit down here enjoying ourselves, but there's been a lot going on behind the scene to make it comfortable for us to sit down, relax, and to share together. Okay, so we just want to share. What do we celebrate? Why are we celebrating Environmental Day yearly? To spread awareness about the issues, including the rampant increase in pollution, global warming, deforestation, which harm the environment and result in the destruction of the planet. But we can make that change. We have the change. We can correct it. We can amend it. And we can make it a better place for every one of us to live. When there is good environment, when we live in a good atmosphere, then we feel the presence, we feel the happiness, we feel the relaxation, and peace can be within us and even in the atmosphere. But sometimes we want to depend on others to do the job, most especially the government. Who are the government? They are the people of the people. We are the government. We only chosen them to just as to administer what we are learning and we are implementing. So the job is not based or it's not dependent on the government alone. Every of our leaders on this platform, we have a job to do. We have the responsibility to take off. We cannot push the job to somebody else or some other group. We can do it right where we are in our own locality because we believe we can make a change. So one of it is to start taking action. I know we've taken so many actions, but we can still do more. We can get better and we can do more to make sure we have a better environment. It also has to start from individual. And let me also say this, that our mindset is the most important thing that we need to take care of if we really want to work together as a leader. Mindset is everything. And what we are doing here, we are feeding our mindset for the information we needed for us to make our environment a better place. Apart from the mindset, our lifestyle also contributes to this. What are we doing in our closet? How are we contributing to this environment of ours? Our lifestyle, how are we working towards that? Because what you do contributes to what we want to see or how it will improve our environment in this world. So our lifestyle is also very important. So we need to be looking at that. I'm not here to give you all the information. I'm only here to prepare us that we are the one to make that change and make an environment better place. Then we have to be mindful of what we say, because what we say also matters. When we are talking about this, it's what we believe. If we believe we can do it, then let's do it together. Let us be positive about the environment. Yes, there will be a lot of things going around us, but when we are positive ourselves, then we will see solutions and we will take actions. There are so many campaigns going on regarding environment. Are you ready to join them voluntarily to make it work? Because it's not only for one organization or one personality or even the government. Are we ready to work together? Because togetherness, we can make the change. And we also need to support ourselves by bringing more information. Because what you don't know, you can't act on it. But when you know it and you understand it, then we can work together. I appreciate Professor Vijay Caroline that has already said it, that we need to teach our children as well. We need to let them know. We need to let them understand. For example, the little things of littering the place with their plastic of sweets and biscuits, it's still part of life. It's still part of the training. So when we train them right from home, then they go to school and learn more. Then they will take practice. Because like I said, it's not only for leaders, it's for every one of us, either the older or the younger, and even the children. So let's bring that awareness and keep training them, keep showing example for them to follow. Then we support the global plastic. Plastic is most dangerous things in everything we do now, because when you go close to the sea, you see everybody dumping their plastic bags, plastic bottles, and other things. Let us be mindful how we use them. Then wastage. There's so many things that we waste. We wasted even going to do our shopping, buying more than what we necessary, buying what we need. Buying what we want instead of buying what we need. And then we end up wasting. Let's be mindful of that. I don't want to say much because I also want to learn from all my great leaders that are standing or sitting, relaxing in front of me. I want to learn because I'm a great leader, just as all of you. So thank you so much for inviting me to share my little wisdom with you. God bless you all. Have a wonderful day.
Wow, wow. Thank you so much. Your words really reached all of us. I have to say that I am truly inspired. And I think one of the first things that you said, let's share knowledge. And I think that is the most important thing, that we need to share what we've learned. And it's not only knowledge in schools, it's what we learn and how we really share that with other people. Also really including our mindset, our mindfulness, right? Lifestyle, everything really impacts. So thank you again for being here with us. It was amazing. Thank you so much.
Our great Dr. Queen. Yes, great, like always. Thank you. God bless you. And keep learning. You see how our great Dr. Queen likes to share the knowledge and also wants to learn. Great. And thank you so much. Moving from United Kingdom to India, it is my honor to invite our core member, our great Dr. Syam Sundar Pathak, the Assistant Commissioner, GST, UP Government. Welcome.
Good evening to all, and it's a great day. It's a World Environment Day. So, first I want to give the very big thank to IIU that they give me chance to say something, some words. First, I want to tell about the history and what are the possibility of that day. The UN Assembly designated June 5 as World Environment Day in 1972. It was done to create an awareness of the kind of environment we are living in and the need to conserve and preserve it for the present and the future. Only one earth was the slogan for the first celebration of the World Environment Day in 1974. And from then on, the commemoration of the World Environment Day has become a platform to create consciousness on the environment issues we are facing on a global scale. It also turned a chance to very much rethink the ways which as human beings, the environment we play
Respected Sir Pathak, you can continue. I muted all. Respected Sir Pathak, please unmute yourself.
oh sorry.
No, I muted all because somebody, please take your mic on the muted mode, please.
Okay, thank you. Only One Earth was the slogan for the first celebration of the World Environment Day 1974. And from then on, the commemoration of the World Environment Day has become a platform to create consciousness on the environmental issues we are facing on a global scale. It also turned out to be a chance for everyone to rethink the ways in which they are exploiting the environment we are part of. As human beings, the environment we exist in plays a very important role in the well-being of every life possible on this earth, and it is our duty to preserve and keep everything in check. Throughout the years, there has been many movements and awareness campaigns around the world that has been put forth to make people environmentally conscious. In India, Chipko movement dated back in 1970s, carried out by rural villagers, particularly women, were directed towards stopping the government from cutting down trees and demolishing forests for various reasons. One Mahotsav is yet another initiative, an annual tree planting festival that goes on for a week in the month of July, which was initiated in 1950 by K.M. Munshi and the then Union Minister for Agriculture and Food. There was also many others like the Save Silent Valley movement, the Jangal Bachao Andolan, Tehri Dam movement, and so on. Their own to make life better for everyone by creating awareness about preserving nature. Margaret Mead said, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is only thing that ever has. And that is exactly what all of us are here to do today. Let us join together and do our part in making our environment and our life on this planet as wondrous as it should be." So I am thankful to IIU that IIU gave the platform to change this world, to make this world beautiful. So I hope so. We all will change this world and will make this world beautiful as it was. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I totally agree. And I think what you said at the end is so key. A small group of people can definitely create change. So thank you so much. And we're all here for that. Thank you.
Thank you, respected Sir Patak. Thank you for a great speech. Moving from India, coming back to the Philippines. Let us invite our great respected educator Raymond H. Venezuela. Dear Raymond, you are welcome. Raymond, please unmute yourself. Okay, maybe
Hello.
some. Dr. Raymond,
Yeah.
please.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are welcome. And
Thank
congratulations for your
you.
great success.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good day, everyone. Thank you, Professor Nada and IIU. It's a pleasure to be here. And thank you for giving me this opportunity in these highly significant sessions on the celebrations of World's Environment Day. And yes, it is celebrated every year on the 5th of June, and it's aimed to raise global awareness about our environment. So this celebration provides people with an opportunity to come forward and know the reasons behind the deterioration of our environment and discuss various means and methods to save and preserve it. So the nature of environmental issues here in the Philippines is something I'd like to discuss with you, such as typhoons, floods, landslides, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions, the most common natural disasters here. And major environmental degradation brought on by human activity is also present in here in our country, which is made worse by the country's rapid population growth. So this degradation includes loss of agricultural lands, deforestation, soil erosion, pollution of the air and water, improper waste disposal, destruction of coral reefs, misuse of coastal resources, and overfishing of
I think we lost him.
Yes, we lost Raymond. Yes. We will call him back if he come. So let us continue. Let us invite little Philippines are still working, so we will come back to the Philippines. We have an amazing coach, an amazing trainer. When I see her, I always think about my health. And yes, a great Professor Herdiana Devi Nurfika from Indonesia. Welcome.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, audible, visible, and beautiful.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. First of all, my deepest gratitude and congratulations to IIU for organizing this wonderful event from yesterday. So thank you, Peace Pandit Sir, my dear Professor Nada, Virginia Mom, Dr. Christina, and all IIU College. So today, as we gather to celebrate World Environment Day 2023, I'm here with you with a sense of urgency and hope. Urgency because our planet is in crisis, and hope because together we hold the power to make a lasting impact. Because, yeah, we are the steward of this earth, and it's our collective responsibility to safeguard its future. We have seen amazing presentation by Dr. Myla from Philippines, where she mentioned about highly risk of climate change, which is include my country as well, Indonesia. And with the theme for this year is solutions to plastic pollution. We know exactly that plastic pollution has become an insidious monster infiltrating every corner of our planet. And I think it's like a stark reminder of the consequences of our unsustainable practices and our throwaway culture. We know that, yeah, I think plastic pollution knows no boundaries because it transcends nations, continents, and socioeconomic backgrounds. So it affects not just the environment, but also human health and livelihoods. But today we have an opportunity to rise above this challenge. Actually, we have to take care of our earth every day, but today is such a special day to unite under the banner of beat plastic pollution, because yeah, we know exactly how damaged it will be if we don't take action right now. So we need to create a future where plastic pollution is nothing but a distant memory, because I think we cannot deny that the task before us is immense, but let us draw strength from knowledge that throughout history, humanity has faced seemingly insurmountable challenges and emerged victorious. So it is with our capacity to find solutions, to innovate, and to change the course of our planet's destiny. And I think the first step on this journey is awareness. We have heard amazing speech and presentation from the previous speakers, probably even the first day when we celebrate World Environment Day. So many speakers already mentioned about how important about this awareness, because yeah, it's true that we must open our eyes to the magnitude of the problem and the consequences of our action. Like, we need to look around you and see the plastic debris on our beaches or maybe in our forests and even in our rivers. Like, picture the marine life entangled in plastic waste, like the bird mistaking it for food, and yeah, even the toxic leaching into our ecosystem. So this is the stark reality we face, but it's also the catalyst for change. And I think once we have awakened to the problem, we must act swiftly. So we cannot afford to delay, because yeah, probably it's going to be too late. And it's not enough to merely acknowledge the issue. Like, we must embrace sustainable practices in every aspect of our lives. Like many speakers already mentioned about the use of plastic every day, even if you go to shopping and etc. So we must reduce our consumption of single-use plastics and embrace reusable alternatives, because I think it's not cool if we keep using really plastic only once, and then next day or tomorrow we go shopping again and then we take another plastic. I think too much plastic is not really good, but we must demand change from business and support those that prioritize sustainability. That's why I think so many businesses and organizations try to make a control or even try to produce a sustainable products, because it's not only about eco-friendly, but yes, it really helps to awaken people to be more aware why we have to do it. Because imagine, like, if there is no one organization or business starts doing it, maybe we just too comfort with our situation, or we too comfort with using every single plastic in our daily consumption. So by making conscious choices, we can drive demand for eco-friendly solution and force a paradigm shift in our society. But I think it's such a battle against plastic pollution. It extends beyond our individual actions. So it requires collaboration and partnership on a global scale, because we have a big art. So governments, businesses, and civil society must come together, setting aside differences and working towards a common goal. We are here for the common goal. We are here for the one goal, right? So we need policies that incentivize the use of sustainable materials, infrastructure that support recycling and waste management, because it's such a big amount of money if you want to start it. So we need government help as well to invest it, right? Even startup, they can't start it. So we need support from all aspects, and educational programs that empower individuals to make informed choices is really important as well, because we must harness the power of innovation, like the human capacity for creativity. We know that it's boundless, and we must tap into this potential to find alternative materials, like to develop efficient recycling technologies and create solutions that address the root cause of plastic pollution. So I think by supporting research, investment, and entrepreneurship in the field of sustainability, we can unlock a world of possibility and pave the way for plastic-free future. I know it sounds like it's going to be a long way, but at least we have to try to take the first step, right? So let me be clear that change starts with each and every one of us. It starts with you, with me, with our family, with friends, and even with our community. So it starts with the choice we make, the conversation we have, and the examples we set, because it starts today, right? We have to start it today. Why I said like it start even the conversation. Imagine you have a friend, you have a college which is really conscious enough about their daily consumption. Let's say like you use plastic every single day different, and then the other friend noticed that it's not really good. So the one try to educate that we have to make a conscious choice in our daily life. So even in the conversation, we need to remind each other, and it's really important. So to my fellow Earth warriors, let us raise to the challenge. Let us be the change makers, the trailblazer, and the custodians of a sustainable future, because together we can stand against plastic pollution and work tirelessly to beat plastic pollution, like the theme for this year, because our planet is calling out for help, and it's our duty to answer that call. And the time for action is now. Let us be bold, let us be courageous, and let us leave a positive impact in this world. I think that's all for my side. Thank you so much for listening, and I'm giving back to Professor Nada.
Hey, Deanna, that was wonderful. Such a powerful message. I love how you started. This is a call for urgency and hope, and that is so true. And the magnitude of our decisions, you know, what we do, and definitely what we do has consequences. So thank you again for really reminding us the power of being a friend. If you're a friend and you see that your friend is not doing something right, it is your choice and your decision to say something on it. So thank you so much for sharing all this. It was very powerful. Thank you so much.
Yes, yes, dear Herdiana, and we are really honored. And yes, I like that I have you here beside me because it is more easier to me to breathe and think on my health when I think about this. Thank you so much. Moving from Indonesia, we are going a little to Argentina. We have a great educator, respected Professor Maria Alicia Maldonado. Welcome, dear Professor Maria.
Good
I will
morning
not,
from
I will not
Argentina.
sing today Argentina, but last time I did.
And it was wonderful. Thank you, Nada. That showed me how much you care for me, yes, and for my country. Thank you very much. I'm really feel honored to be here, being able to speak about this important issue. And I value very much the invitation, and I thank IIU for having done so, and Dr. Nada, who has thought of me. In fact, my idea about helping to raise awareness is always through education. I believe we should work with the different governments to include in the issue in the curriculums. And not only that, but to train teachers everywhere to work from a cross-curricular perspective from very early stages in education. Because in that way, when we teach children to start becoming aware of the importance of looking after our environment, whatever we teach in classrooms goes beyond the classroom into the institution, and from the institution to families. Getting families involved in education, mainly at very early stages, helps to spread the idea of the importance of this issue. At the beginning, I suggest that we should include project works, which are more guided, because for low-level students, we are teaching them to observe under our guidance. And later on, when they are in the secondary school and higher education, this could change into problem-solving perspective that demands that students move about and observe their contexts in order to perceive where it is important to do something that they can organize. And moreover, they can get the people in their contexts involved, not only their families, but also their neighbors and all the area. So for me, education is paramount, because what we do in the classroom ripples and gets to places we cannot think about, because education is really the way in which we can change the world. And this is everything I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maria Alicia. I am so happy that you said that education is the key to everything, and it is paramount to really resolve a lot of the issues, because people do not know, and when they don't know, they don't act. So the more we talk about it, and I love the fact that you said to train our leaders and to train our children, cross-curricular is very important to have these perspectives. Thank you so much, Maria Alicia.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And don't try Argentina.
Thank you.
So, moving from Argentina to Malaysia, we have an amazing educator. We have a great personality. We have our great professor, Kerudin Sukmarin, FCILT. Welcome, dear professor. Today, next time, you will moderate this and be with us.
Thank you, Prof. Nada. I cannot imagine it, after yesterday or day before, 6 hours with Queen, Dr. Elizabeth, Professor Elizabeth Queen, and tonight with 150 speakers yesterday and today. Okay, I will not take too much time. What I will be sharing in my slides, I have 200 slides. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, will be basically to reinforce and revisit and reinforce all the things that we have already said. Hopefully by, when we look at it, we may want to look at it from a different perspective. Please allow me to share my slides, yeah? Okay. Is my slides visible now, Prof. Nada?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Is my
It
voice
is a full.
also
Don't worry, Professor. All great. All great.
Okay, thank you. Let me move on, yeah. Okay, nature for sustainable future. The concept of nature for sustainable future is gaining momentum as people start to realize the magnitude and severity of climate change. Many have said that. Now, this saying is more relevant than ever, and it reminds us of the need to embrace a more sustainable lifestyle that will ensure that the planet can support life for future generations. Let me move on. Okay. Where was I? Okay. Now, nature for sustainable future is a call to action. A few have already said that seeks to encourage people to take responsibility for their action and make changes to promote long-term survival of our planet. Now, the idea behind nature is simple. Okay, quickly. If we take care of our nature will take care of us. It is a symbiotic relationship that needs to be recognized and embraced if we are to have a sustainable future. I wish, during the first industrial revolution, when they invented the steam engine and they moved from the carts that was being hauled by horses into cars with engines, they would have already thought about environmental, taking care of the environment. I don't think they were worried or they even thought about it. Okay, let me move on. Now, the world is changing and climate change is one of the most pressing issues we face today. You and I know it. It is a global problem that requires global solutions. While governments and NGOs play a vital role in addressing climate change, individuals also have a crucial role to play. We need to rethink the way we live, the way we consume, and the way we engage with the world around us. That already said by a few. It is time to take responsibility for our actions and make the changes necessary to ensure a sustainable future. That also has been said. Let me move on. Now, one of the ways we can nurture nature is by reducing our carbon footprint, which means reducing our energy consumption, choosing renewable energy sources like solar, wind, and water, adopting energy efficient practices, and reducing our reliance on fossil fuels. Now, we can also use public transportation, carpooling, and cycling to reduce our carbon footprint. Another way to nurture nature is by reducing waste and promoting recycling, or to put it simply, from linear to circular economy. Now, we need to be mindful of our consumption patterns and choose products that are sustainable and environmentally friendly. We can adopt practices that minimize waste, such as reusing containers, composting organic waste, and avoiding single-use plastics. Someone just before me spoke a lot about plastics. I'm very passionate about plastic because I'm worried at the amount of plastics that we throw into the oceans annually. My God, scary, right? We must also protect and preserve natural habitats. This means protecting forests, wetlands, oceans, and other ecosystems that provide crucial services to our planet. It is essential to protect endangered species and reduce the human impact on these ecosystems. Now, education. Okay, again, many have mentioned it. I will again say it. Education is also a crucial aspect of nurturing nature for sustainable future. Now, by teaching people about the importance of sustainability, we can raise awareness and create a culture that values the environment. We need to teach our children. We need to teach our children the value of protecting the environment and the role they can play in creating a sustainable future. And finally, in conclusion, the concept of nurturing nature for sustainable future is essential for ensuring the survival of our planet, and it definitely and urgently calls for action, education, and responsibility, and requires individuals to take the necessary steps to reduce their impact on the environment. Now, by adopting sustainable practices, reducing waste, protecting natural habitats, and educating others, we can create a sustainable future for ourselves and future generations. And finally, by adopting sustainable practices, reducing waste protection, natural habitats, and educating others, we can create a sustainable future ourselves and future generations. Let's embrace this concept, nurture nature for sustainable future, and work towards a greener and healthier planet. I'm done. Back to you, Prof. Nada. Thank you very much.
That is
Okay.
wonderful. Thank you so much. I think everything that you said, we really believe we need to continue to, and this is a call to action. I said that yesterday. This is a
Yes.
call to urgent action. We need to adopt
Absolutely.
sustainable practices, right? And really be efficient with our waste management. And I think the most important, continue educating and creating awareness. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Great, Professor Karudin, always ready for action. We know that for every action, environment, education, earth, everything. Thank you. Thank you, great professor. Let us move a little back to the Philippines. From the Philippines, we had an amazing educator, a principal, a great math professor, Dr. Leoncio M. Calderon. Welcome, Dr. Nolly. Well-known Dr. Nolly.
Hello,
Welcome.
Doc. Hi, Doc Nada. It's quite really a welcome if you're going to say that over and over. I've been driving for around 3 hours coming from one place to another since we're preparing for our recognition and graduation this coming Thursday. So it actually lifts my spirit, no? Coming from hours of traffic and coming home and you seeing all of you are
So sorry. Our
speakers.
Dr. Nolly just come home from work. Dr. Nolly, I
Yes.
also come before the event, drop in the event. So
I'm quite unaware of that of your anyway, so back to our since we're giving limited time to expose our beliefs, our convictions. So when we talk about saving nature, so since I'm fond of acronyms, so S is for actually the word save. When you save, you're going to share something for the future. We're saving something for future generations. So what separates us from those who believe that anyway the future president, the next government will take care of our problems. So we're just being selfish. So we're trying to rationalize everything that anyway everybody is doing it. Everybody is pillaging, raping the environment. So why would I be different? So our commitment and our duty to our students, to our stakeholders is to remind them that we have to look for the next letter, which happens to be A. We have to advocate environmentalism and even activism to the point of going toe to toe. If they're going to use violence, so in a sense, nature also fought back with this violence since climate change. Even South America has experienced their first cyclones or tropical storms. No? So in a way, nature is fighting back. But in our way, in our fight as educators, we have to fight against ignorance. We have to fight against incompetence of our leadership. We have to remind those who can hear us. No, nothing is so small that we can actually plant something. So even our own backyards, among our students, we have to remind and we have to tell them how to save water, conserve energy, plant trees, recycle, reuse things that we can actually benefit not only our generation today, but our future generations. So when we talk about it's not making nature a victim of our own wrongdoings. So E is also for extinction. We are already in our ongoing sixth mass extinction. So it happened 440 million years ago. Then it's on our sixth mass extinction, the Holocene, period, which we are now 11,700 years ongoing. And in a sense, we're doing statistic-wise 1,000% faster than we normally have when we try to extinct species. So imagine 11,700 years, then we just multiplied it to 1,000 years. So in the amount of time, in the span of years of our being Homo sapiens, we already extinct most of the species here on Earth. When we talk about mass extinction, they've done 50% to 96% extinction in the last 5 mass extinction periods. Now, is there a extinction that is actually being progressive because of our human desire to get rich, to be ahead of others? So what now? So what can we do as educators? We have to save. So we have to support our local industry, our climate change activists. We have to call on our heroes, big and small. So we have all the personalities we have, famous or not famous. We have to bring it to bear not only our national heroes, but our heroes in environmentalism, in activism, to come forward to show the world that we can protect our environment, not only with our fervor for love for our own country, but as well of our planet. So when we talk about extinction, it's no longer about extinction. It's about extension, extending and saving our planet for the future generations. Thank you and good night, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. I totally agree with you. It's not about extension, it's not about extinction, it's about extension. We really need to keep that in the thought and thinking about how we can continue to do these practices. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, Dr. Nolly. Great, Dr. Nolly. Great speech, great actions. You are doing really amazing work in your school, in your own school, and every day. We are really honored and proud to have you with us here today. Thank you so much. And don't be angry on me that you didn't lunch, please. Let us move a little to Vietnam. We have a beautiful lady. She's coming from Vietnam. She is Lee T. My An, an amazing educator. Welcome, welcome, dear Lee T. Enlighten us.
Thank you very much for very beautiful word for me. Greeting from Vietnam and best wishes to all speakers today. First of all, I would like to say thank you, and I want to say that I'm very happy to be here with all of you to share my point of view about the very beautiful topic, nurture nature for sustainable future. Let me show my screen. I think that it is a responsibility of everyone to protect the environment, preserve nature for the future of ourselves and our children and grandchildren. And as an English teacher and the president of English Club Adult School, Vietnam, I always educate the students to raise their awareness of environmental protection by practical action. For example, at my school, in some year ago and now, my student, I am very happy to teach English in a big school in Vietnam with more than 1,000 students from grade 10 to grade 12. It's a good trend for me and all the teacher at our school to educate the student to raise awareness of the importance of protecting the environment. Here's a picture of my school. And I will show you, all of you, the product from the project of my school. Let me show you a video, a real video from the student taking part in the project.
Let us solve this, please. Mute. I will mute all. Okay. Dr. Lee, please continue. Unmute yourself. Dear Lee, unmute yourself, please.
She can't hear you, Prof. Nada.
Yes. Dear Lee, please unmute yourself. Lee.
Microphone, please.
Microphone. Maybe some issues.
Microphone.
Yes, please. We don't hear you, Lee.
She doesn't hear you. I think she
Yes,
doesn't
you
have
don't hear me. Yes, please.
yeah, some technical problem that side.
Yes, I think. Okay. Yes, yes.
She doesn't realize it. She's muted.
Hear me, Lee, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. Great. You hear
Yes,
us.
I'm-
Please
okay.
continue.
Yeah. Okay. Then, here's my project of student. Yeah, organized by the Worldwide Green Project. That my student has participated in. Yeah, and in that project, hundreds of my students taking part in planting trees, making video, and educating friends, local people, and sending messages to friends all over the world about the importance of planting green trees, contributing to environmental protection. And here I show you the video from the student to educating the student, other student, and local people, and other students from all over the world. Here.
Because the environment have a very important role in our life. Plants are one of them. Plants help us to release the oxygen and absorb the carbon dioxide. So that our environment will become greener and fresh. We only to now let them die, because if them die, we not have the environment. Like me, I have talked to my friend about the changing of the environment. That can be caused like fire pollution.
Hello, my name is Chalibu and I'm from class 10A3 in Laogai High School number 1. Tree planting is one of the most effective and simplest way to protect our environment. Some of you may ask why. I will show you how. Let's check it out. There were no trees. We are aware of the importance of trees in our life. So, what can we do? I will show you this one. Carbon dioxide contributes to climate change, the biggest current problem the world has to deal with. Trees, however, have fighting. They absorb carbon dioxide, removing it from the air, storing it while release oxygen. Trees help fight climate change as trees grow. They help stop climate change by removing carbon dioxide from the air, storing carbon in the trees and soil, and releasing oxygen into the atmosphere. Many species of wildlife depend on trees for habitat. A single tree can be home to hundreds of species of insects, fungi, moths, mammals, and plants. Trees provide food, protection, and homes. Without trees, forest creatures would have nowhere to go. Trees improve our air quality by filtering harmful dust and pollutants such as ozone, carbon monoxide, and sulfur dioxide from the air we breathe. In urban environment, ozone and carbon monoxide, silver particles are useful tool that we can use to help mitigate the effects of climate change and
Okay, so you can watch on the screen and know very clear that it's very practical action of my student at my school did and have done and now doing and will do in the future. And I think that not only you, me, and all, but also all of the students, the teacher, and all the people all over the world have to raise the awareness of the importance of protecting the environment. And the message I want to give here is take action now before it's too late. And do you see the Mother Nature screaming? And have you seen how many forests has been cut down? And have you seen that the earth is warming and the sea level is rising and people suffering from the many natural disaster? And let's speak up and let's work together from practical action to protect the environment and protect the earth, protect our life also. And it's all my sharing about the beautiful topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed the videos. I enjoyed the students, and I think this is where we should be starting with our kids. The replantation, and I think just planting. Yesterday, we had a young woman that told us, a young lady, she was 13. She said, when you plant a tree, you plant a home. So I think that this is exactly what you're doing. You're reinforcing that and showing everybody that we can be part of it. So thank you so much for sharing this with us. We love senior students.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lee. Thank you for being today with us and sharing your work with your students. You're an amazing English teacher. Keep doing a great work. Now, let us see. We have Ambassador Safal Dungana from Nepal. I see he come and join. Ambassador Safal, are you here, please? Because
am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are. Welcome. I see you connect 100 times today.
So thank you so much, entire team of IIU, for giving me this opportunity. Earth Day is Environment Day. Save your day by saving your environment. Happy Environment Day. We all should be nurturing our planet every day. Earth Day is a prime opportunity to demonstrate our support for the environment. Recycle, compost, reduce your carbon footprint, use natural energy sources, and help keep our land, air, and waterways clean. We can invest by planting trees around the house. Our planet is an astonishing place. However, it needs our support to thrive. World Environment Day 2023 is the biggest international day for the environment, led by the United Nations Environmental Program and held annually since 1974. It has grown to be the largest global platform for environmental outreach. It is celebrated by millions of people across the world. The main theme of World Environment Day 2023 is the beat the plastic pollution. The theme for World Environment Day on 5 June 2023 will focus on solution to plastic pollution under the campaign hashtag beat plastic pollution. The world is being inundated by plastic. More than 400 million tons of plastic is produced every year, half of which is designed to be used only once. Nepal in environmental protection. Nepal has implemented several policies and initiatives to promote environmental protection and sustainable development. Some of the key policies and measures are National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. The NBSAP aims to conserve Nepal biodiversity and ensure its sustainable use. It focuses on the conservation of ecosystem, endangered species, and genetic resources. The plan emphasizes community participation, sustainable livelihood, and the integration of biodiversity conservation into sectoral policies and programs. Climate change policy. Nepal has formulated the climate change policy, which addresses climate change adaptation and mitigation measures. The policy focuses on promoting climate resilient development, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and enhancing adaptive capacity through mainstreaming climate change consideration into various sectors. Forest policy and community forestry program. The forest policy emphasizes sustainable forest management, conservation, and community participation. The community forestry program involves the transfer of forest management right to local communities, empowering them to protect and manage forests sustainably. The program has been successfully in reducing deforestation and improving forest cover. Environmental Impact Assessment, EIA Act. The EIA Act requires environmental impact assessment to be conducted for development projects that may have significant environmental consequences. It ensured that political environmental impacts are identified, assessed, and mitigated during project planning and implementation. Solid Waste Management Act. The Solid Waste Management Act focuses on improving waste management practices and reducing waste generation. It mandates the segregation, recycling, and proper disposal of waste. The Act also encourages public awareness and participation in waste management activities. Renewable Energy Promotion Policy. Nepal has a renewable energy promotion policy that aims to increase the share of renewable energy in the country energy mix. The policy provides incentives and support for the development of renewable energy projects such as hydropower, solar, wind, and biomass. National Water Plan. The National Water Plan focuses on integrated water resources management, water conservation, and equitable water allocation. It aims to address water-related challenges. Excuse me. Water-related challenges such as water scarcity, pollution, and climate change impacts. Plastic bag regulation. Nepal has implemented a ban on the production, import, sale, and use of plastic bags. This regulation aims to reduce plastic pollution and promote the use of eco-friendly alternatives. These policies and initiative demonstrate Nepal's commitment to environmental protection and sustainable development. However, effective implementation, monitoring, and enforcement remain crucial to ensure that success and achieve long-term environmental sustainability. Now, I would also like to talk about the causes and solution of global warming. So, causes of global warming are harmful greenhouse gases released from industries and automobiles, deforestation, use of scientific weapons, unmanaged waste, use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides in agricultural activities, maximum use of chlorofluorocarbon in the manufacturing industry. Its ozone layer is accountable for protecting the surface of the earth from the sun harmful radiation, UV rays. The deflection of ozone layer is happening due to greenhouse gases. And the solution of global warming are planting more trees can be a good step toward removing the problem of global warming. Reduction of greenhouse gases, reduce the carbon dioxide emission, avoid burning fossil fuels, support public transportation and carpooling, use of clean alternative energy such as solar energy, reduce, reuse, and recycle, turn off electronic devices, avoid products with a lot of packaging. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Well, thank you so much, Asafal. I have to say that Nepal is really doing so much. And it's a great example of what a country can do to really impact other people. So thank you for sharing these acts and these laws that are happening and really sharing that with us. Thank you.
Yes,
Amazing.
great, Ambassador Safal. Congratulations. We are really honored to have a youth like you. Thank you. Moving from Nepal to Bangladesh, we have our eminent Professor MC Parvez. Welcome, Professor Parvez. Enlighten us.
Thank you so much.
Your throat
Professor Nada.
better, Professor Parvez? Your throat
Yes,
okay?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, basically I'm also sick now, but yes, I'm still now here because just running out from my research work and now just join in
And
this
you just
platform. So
joined on time. You joined just correctly on the time. A big clap
thank
to
you.
you.
Thank you so much because this is a platform because it's a global issue now. And yes, IIU actually making this platform for all around the world, the global world actually now here. We are very much concerned about this issue, the World Environmental Day. It is not a day that we just say that, yes, today, this year, the theme is best plastic pollution or just removing the plastic pollution or just ecological restoration. That is not the main fact. Main fact is here that why we are here. So before I just start this concept within a very brief, I just give my glad and gratitude to IIU and brother Piyush because he is the man of creativity doing these kinds of wonderful platform for us. And also I give my gratitude to Professor Nada and also Dr. Inga Hartselava and all other dignitaries here. So now come to the point that why we are here. We are here not just talk about that today is World Environmental Day. And after this webinar, we just go our home and oh, it's okay, fine. We are finish it. No, this is a platform that yes, from this platform, we just create something that it is an awareness issue because who will actually suffer? Who will actually the sufferer? Our child, your child, because we already spend almost our 40, 50, 60 years of time of our life. But yes, our children who actually don't know about this world, they will actually suffer. So yes, it is a day, this World Environmental Day. And yes, I am just working with environmental project in Bangladesh. And one of the project, one of the expert come from the Rotterdam from the Holland. They just said that yes, this world will goes underwater day by day because of this environmental degradation. And yes, in now in this in Bangladesh, it is too much hot is here. It is almost feel like 44 degrees Celsius. So I am just, it is too much hot. I'm just sit in a air cooler room. So I feel, oh, it's so much good. Actually, no. Actually, environmental doesn't support us this air condition, this air cooler. So what will happen? We will day by day actually keep us killing, not us, also our child. So this is the day that we aware, at first we aware that don't use plastic, don't use any harmful thing, even the carbon emission. It is one of the point that when the carbon emission is here, all the ozone layer of the earth is day by day. What will happen in future? The global warming now is a very concerning issue that the global warming is already increasing. Like in Bangladesh, last 55, like 70 years of time, it is already increasing average 1.5%. And our total environmental issue, the the environmental, the issue actually increasing 51%. But yes, our government always try to minimizing this thing, but it's not possible only for the government. It's also awareness for us that how can we use our plastic bag, like this year the theme is plastic or many things. But the main point is here that we actually build a strategic vision for combating the pollution. Otherwise, it's not possible. Like each of the time, what will happen? I'm just asking that uh, I have more time because I'm just saying I know there is time constant. So I just say, Professor Nada, I have 5 to 10 minutes time more. Then
No,
I
you
just
are
stop.
finished already. You are
Okay,
finished
okay.
already. No,
Okay,
5
fine.
minutes.
Okay, okay. So just I just concluding this thing that one of the point is here, that in these types of platform, we just made a strategic vision. I think IIU and Professor Nada actually doing this kinds of wonderful day observation. But yes, you have to create a strategic vision and submit it to the government. If there are any government policy maker are here, you just submitted it. Yes, whole world wants that with the environmental world environmental day is very much important for our child, for our future generation. So we must aware about the use of plastic and anything. But I think if we are not aware now in this time, it's not possible for doing this kinds of webinar thousands of times, because we are not aware about this. How can we minimizing this thing? So thank you so much, and I give my another gratitude to Professor Khairuddin, brother. Assalamu alaikum. You are actually a person doing a very fantastic job yesterday also. And
Walaikum salam. Thank you, Prof. Parvez.
yes, and I give my gratitude to again brother Piyush, the founder and CEO of IIU, and Professor Nada and Dr. Inga Harsalava. Thank you so much.
And we give you the big gratitude to you, our great Professor Dr. M.S. Parvez. You are always welcome. So moving very fast to Pakistan, we are breaking the time. We have an amazing humanitarian and social worker. She is living very fast, dear Dr. Dia Chowdhury from the Pakistan. Dr. Dia, please enlighten us.
You're muted.
Dr. Dia, unmute yourself.
Yes.
Thank you so much, respected Dr. Nada Ratkovich, for having me. And thank you, Dr. Inga, respected Piyush Pandit, and all of you, and IIU. Good morning and good evening to all of you, most respected and inspirational personalities from all over the globe. Happy World Environmental Day. Let's take care of our planet together. Our planet Earth needs attention for being sustainable. Save Earth, save water, and save natural resources to support happiness and peaceful life on Earth. Today I will discuss about bad health effects of climate change. Climate change is the single biggest health threat facing humanity, and health professionals worldwide are already responding to the health harms caused by this unfolding crisis. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, has concluded that to avoid catastrophic health impacts and prevent millions of climate change related deaths, the world must limit temperature rise to 1.5 degrees centigrade. Past emissions have already made a certain level of global temperature rise and other changes to the climate environment. Global heating of even 1.5 is not considered safe. However, every additional tenth of a degree of warming will take a serious toll on people's lives and health. While no one is safe from these risks, the people whose health is being harmed first and worst by the climate crisis are the people who contribute least to its causes and who are least able to protect themselves and their families against it. People in low income and disadvantaged countries and communities. The climate crisis threatens to undo the last 50 years of progress in development, global health, and poverty reduction, and to further widen health between and within population, it severely jeopardize the realization of universal health coverage. UHC is in different ways, including by compounding the existing burden of disease and to accessing health services often at the times when they are most needed. Over 930 million people, around 20% of the world's population, spend at least 10% of their household budget to pay for health care. Keep our earth green and clean. Raise your voice against every act of harming the earth. Launch climate action projects in your community. The world must come together to confront climate change. When the well is dry, we know the worth of water. Climate crisis is the greatest ever threat to human rights, the economics of all nations, the institutional, political, social, and cultural fabric of every state, and the rights of all your people and future generations will be impacted. Being a good person does not depend on your religion, status in life, skin color, political views, or culture. It depends on how you treat others. So happy World Environmental Day to all of you most respected personalities. And we must spread awareness about precautions to fight against climate change. Congratulations to all of you peace builders of Earth. Let's cure our whole humanity together. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you,
so
Dr.
much,
Nag.
Dr. Dia. Thank you so much. It's great to see you in person. I've seen you here. I've talked to you before. Thank you for your great speech. Definitely the world has to come together on this. You're absolutely right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Great, Dr. Dia. Thank you for being here with us, and thank you for doing such a great work for all around the globe. Thank you. Moving to India, please. I want to say we are really broken the time. Please take care about the 5 minutes limit. So now we are moving to India. Dr. Shalia Vasudeva, an amazing educator and amazing science. Welcome, Dr. Shalia Vasudeva. Enlighten us, please, with your speech.
Thank you so much, Nada ma'am. Thank you very much for inviting me. Today, I'm sharing my views on environmental issues and its solutions. My screen is visible?
Yes, if you can put up full screen.
Okay. Just a second.
Okay. Click from beginning. Do you see from beginning?
Yes. It's full now?
No, but it is visible. You can continue, Dr. Shailya.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm Dr. Shailja Vasudeva, Associate Professor from Himachal Pradesh, India. And my topic is environmental issues and its solution. Why we choose this topic today? Because we are together here to celebrate the World Environmental Day, June 2023. Yes, first of all, we have to know about what is environment. Environment is everything that is around us, which includes both living and non-living things. It's very common. We all know about environment. Now, we have to know what is environmental issues. Environmental issues are harmful effect of human activities on the environment. Now, I will discuss some environmental issues. These are pollution, biodiversity, climate change, global warming, human overpopulation, food waste, plastic pollution, water pollution, etc. You can see these environmental issues through these flow charts also. Now, I will show some pics related to environmental issues. You can see global warming, plastic pollution, you can see air pollution, you can see water pollution, overpopulation. These are the examples. Now, I will share some solution for environmental issues. These are very common solutions, but if we implement it, we can protect our environment. We can stop using plastic, we can go paperless, we can drive less and walk more. If we can drive less, then we can protect our environment, we can protect our pocket also, and we can also maintain good health if we drive less. Save water, save electricity, and of course, implement 4R formula, refuse, reduce, reuse, and recycle. Moreover, we can create a kitchen garden in our homes. It will beneficial to all of us to maintain our good health, and also it will protect our environment. I have prepared very small PPT according to 5 minutes limit, and it's over for me. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you. It was great timing, good message, very clear.
Great.
We really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Great, Dr.
Thank you, ma'am.
Shakya. Please, once again, we are breaking the time. People are writing to us 5 minutes, and it is really enough for a message, and I want to give us solutions. So moving very fast, still in India, we have respected Vismay George. Welcome, respected George. Respected George. Okay. Now we are going to our great Dr. Sania Achantani from India. Welcome. Dr. Sonia, welcome. Please unmute yourself.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much for the warm welcome.
My deepest apologize, but we are breaking time. So please let us respect the time. Please, thank you.
Happens with all of us. It's okay. A little here and there happens with all of us. Can understand. But I would really appreciate the type of initiatives IIU has been taken, you know, with all the important messages that have to be passed and awareness that has to be created in the society. It's wonderful. Well, everybody has spoken so much, and the topic that I had chosen was say no to plastic, because I think plastic is one of the hazardous thing that is happening today. From our kitchen till the water bottles our kids carry to school, or we use it for our daily, you know, while traveling, the bottles we use are also plastic. So there is plastic in everything. The garbage bags we use are plastic, without even realizing how much of harm it causes to the environment and to the society we are living into. So it is very important for us to create an awareness and say no to maximum use of plastic. We need to reduce it. We need to find an alternate of it. Plastic can be harmful even for breathing. You know, sometimes when we have waste plastic thrown away, it causes breathing problems when you're burning the garbage. That carbon dioxide which is there in the air, that harmful gases which are left in the air, cause a lot of breathing issues to people. So it is not good for health. Secondly, animals who are exploring for food in that garbage bins, they also consume plastic along with the food particles that they are taking. And in India, we still believe in having cow milk. So imagine a cow who's taking that dirty food from the garbage and also consuming the plastic. It is very bad for it, you know, because that milk our children are consuming. The cow gives us milk. So that milk is going to our children also. So we are spoiling the future generations also. So I would like to request everyone to create an awareness in the society and also try to find solutions to it. We should go to the vendors, shopkeepers, tell them to use cloth and jute bags instead of plastic, try to reduce it. And I think if we all together can do this, we can really do wonders for the society. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow, great. Also great timing, and you're absolutely right. I love your urgent call to watch everything we do. And yes, the milk that we drink is affected also. So we need to take care of everything. Thank you so much again.
Our Dr. Sonia is great that she's a timing. That is an educator, knows when to make an outcome, when to stop, when to start, and when to finish. Thank you. Thank you. Great,
you so
Dr.
much.
Sonia. You're welcome. Now, still in India, we are going to our great respected Madam Smriti Agarwal. Welcome, dear Smriti, another great educator, another great personality. Welcome.
Okay, thank you so much, IIU, Dr. Nada, Dr. Virginia, for having me here. And without wasting any more time, because we're short of time, let me just straight go into my presentation.
Thank you.
And here it
Dr.
goes.
Smriti, we are really happy to have you with us today.
Thank you so much, my honor. I'm happy to be here. So let me just put this aside. Okay, here. Why is it not happening? Yeah. All right. So what I want to talk about is that we humans are the worst animals or the species on this earth. Why is that so? Because we create the maximum garbage. And we are the ones who are responsible that we are sitting here today and talking about a sustainable environment, whereas we are the ones who are actually benefiting from it the most. This is, okay, is it not going? This is what our cities look like. Because of the overly populated human population, we need more and more and more and more houses. And this is what our cities look like. This is what our roads look like. So we must be doing something wrong. Let's actually reflect on that. This is what the garbage dumps look like. So everyone spoke about plastic, the polythene. The early 20th century saw an accident. Polythene was discovered accidentally. What an accident. It was a disastrous product that we got from that accident, and we're using it till date, not understanding the harmfulness of this particular product. This is the harmful effect. When you see the ocean size, when you see the water, when you see other species, when we see ourselves, what water are we consuming, what the kind of water bodies are left on the earth right now, we do not feel ashamed. It's a curse. We should feel ashamed of the fact. This is what our animals are going through. Where are the forests? Where are the trees? I don't know. We all know it. Yes, I think we all know it. But are we ready to do something about it? That's the main question. That's a burning question. Like yesterday also, I heard so many speakers talk about it. Today also, we are talking about it. This collaboration, this global collaboration has to actually come to a realization that we must do something about this, because we are the ones who are not doing things right. So the animals are not creating the plastics and the polythenes. The other species are not doing that. The birds are not doing it. It's actually we. And we forget that it's a shared planet. It should be like this. But it is like this. Which one do we prefer? Yeah, we have to think, which one do we prefer? This or this one or this one? So this is what I have come with a thought that I'm an early childhood educator, and I've been an early childhood educator since past 30 years in India. And namaste from India to all of you. What I want to say is that when we talk about the early childhood, we talk about the foundational stage. We talk about the brain development. We talk about that we are instilling life skills in them early on so that it stays for life. So are we doing something about it? So there's so many speakers before me, so many esteemed speakers before me who spoke about education. Education should not start at the higher university. We should not be researching what went wrong and where did the plastic come from. What we should be doing is that we should be starting at the young age. And here I have some solutions, and which are just very simple ones. And you can just look at the pictures. We should have more outdoor activities for the children. We should have these small forest areas outside our schools, outside our homes. We should stop using food particles for art and craft work, because we do that a lot. So we make pasta garlands. We use lentils and all to decorate. Let's stop doing that, because we have to have children respect nature, respect food. Otherwise, I don't know. I was reading an article that sometime, after some time, it would be lab produced artificial food that the children would be having. because we would not have agricultural lands. We will not have the climate to support agriculture or the natural food. So the organic vegetables, fruits, and whatever we're getting now, maybe it's something of a time of a passé, like the dinosaurs. And they would be saying that was the age when there were grains grown on earth, and now it doesn't. So let's not reach that stage. Let's not reach the stage where children will have to buy oxygen to breathe in. There would be oxygen cylinders being sold to them in the schools. Let's not do that. Yes, let's stop using natural things for art and craft and other activities like leaves, fresh flowers, fresh leaves. Let's use the dried ones which are fallen. Let's make it an activity for them to collect those and use them in their activities. Let's do investigation. Let's create a bond of the children with the nature. Let's take them out. Let them investigate. Let them see what they're observing. Let them come up with their observations. Have a nature curriculum in school is what I say, not only in the early years, but throughout. Let's have nature walks. The field trips should be more related to water bodies, to forest areas, to jungle safaris. Why not? Let them see the natural habitat. That is how they will realize that this is a shared planet. That is how they will realize that it's not only us, the humans, who have a right on Earth. It is like there's so many species who are there. But you know what it starts with? The tiny creatures also have a right to live. But the moment the children are growing up, we instill a fear in them about for reptiles, for tiny creatures, we kill them. So if you're teaching them that at a early age, at a young age, can you just imagine that they feel that it is our right to kill them and be and live? So please, let's not do that. So let's have, instead of the 3 or the 4 hours, let's have the 6 or the 7 hours now. It's time that we get into the 7 hours. First is refuse anything that you don't want. Then it's reduce the things that you want, because I think we want too much. Then reuse, rethink, do you really want it? Repair instead of throwing away. So, there's so much of electronic garbage these days. Even after the plastic, the second garbage is the electronic garbage. We buy new phones, new televisions, every new model that comes into the market, we want to take it. Why? The older phone is just working as fine, but we don't want it. We want to change it. And then what happens to the older ones? It goes into the garbage dump. So let's reduce, recycle, reuse, rethink, repair, refuse, and then reduce completely. So minimalistic living is the way of life that we should be adopting if we want to give a greener future to our children. And let's just not go by the apps of the e-commerce who says buy, 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 and buy more. Let's have our children investigate, explore, discover nature, the joy and the beauty of being in nature, the play in nature, which is stopped because of the gadgets. Please encourage that. Form a bond with the peer group, a bond with socialization, a socialization with nature. Let's have a socialization with nature. Let's go and hug that tree. Yes, let's clean our environment. Let the children be a part of it. Let your students be a part of it. Let's plant more trees. One last thing, that in India, we have, we really hold a lot of financial things and by a lot of policies, put away our income for our children's future and future education. And every birthday or something, we do a fixed deposit of that. Let us pledge to have our child plant a tree on every birthday and then nurture it, see it grow, relate his or her own growth to that tree's growth. See how wonderful that would be. Let's plant more trees. Let's educate our young ones, and let's have a happy earth, a happy planet to live in, with all us being happy too, all the species being happy too. So say no to plastic, and please have this education go to places. I wish you would share it, and I will share it to everyone that I know of. These are simple solutions and often overlooked, but we can do this together. That's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sumiju. I mean,
Thank you,
my
Miss
own is that I will
Agarwal.
share that. I will share.
Sorry. May I just say something, Virginia? In 20 years, if everybody follows what Miss
Sir, you got muted, Professor. You got
I
muted.
can't hear
you.
He muted himself.
Yeah, he muted himself.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. I was saying that what you said about every plant a tree to the child. So in other words, in 20 years time, we would have 8 million trees on planet Earth.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Let's make use of the
Absolutely.
population that we have. Let's plant a tree
Yes.
on each birthday that we have. Good luck.
Excellent.
Thank you so
Okay.
much. Love it. Socialization with nature. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, great, Doctor. Great, Dr. Smithy. Wonderful, like always, doing so many actions. We really respect that. Now, let us move to respected Daljit Rana from India. Welcome, respected Daljit Rana.
Good morning,
Daljit,
good evening.
morning.
My name is Daljit Rana, personal leadership coach, mind trainer and complete transformation coach, principal Mother Teacher School, Barnala, Punjab, India. I'm grateful to IIU for providing me this wonderful opportunity to speak on World Environment Day. You know, nature supports people in countless ways, yet we continue to destroy the nature instead of cherishing the beauty of nature. Some people call it nature and some call it Mother Nature, yet we brutally kill it. The beauty of nature, the mesmerizing colors of flowers, every shade of blue from the oceans, rivers, and sky, green shades, trees, big bold mountains, and all are in danger. Soon this earth with the beautiful scenery will be destroyed. So now it is we, humans, the generations of future bearers, we need to do something to save our Mother Nature. This is high time. Now we must understand the importance of saving our earth and implementing the things that we are going to conserve our nature and all the natural resources. Otherwise, all the money earned past years and all the hard work done to become something, all the work done to fulfill the dreams is all in vain. We should not be sorry for the future that we do not accept. We should do something to make a future we wish. We should redirect, as it's like if a farmer sees a tree which is unhealthy. The farmer looks at its roots and not its branches. And this is how we can work while looking at roots, which is us, the humans, and not to the branches of government and politicians. And we must realize that we are apart from nature. We are a part of nature. To betray nature, it is betray us. To save nature is to save us. We should do each and everything to have a beautiful future on this beautiful earth. We must plant more and more trees. You know what we do in our country? In my school, I motivated my students to plant one sapling on their birthday. We should use the 7R principle, that is rethink, refuse, reduce, reuse, repair, regift, and recycle. We should be aware of the carbon footprints that we are creating on daily basis. We should look into this matter seriously because there would be a time when we would have nothing to do and would only be left with a sorry message for our future generations. We had apologized for whatever we are doing for a future and did nothing to save our Mother Earth, which our future realize. Now I'm going to discuss the message of our worthy Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi. We will be able to give a safe environment to our coming generations only when every citizen of this country makes a united effort to maintain a balance of water, air, and land. If humanity has to live for a long time, you have to think like the earth, act as the earth, and be the earth because that is what you are. Now, my question to everyone today, whatever we are discussing on this international forum to save our environment, are we implementing all those things in our real life? That is my question to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that is a great question, Daljit. Thank you for bringing this back and talking again about the 7 R's. I think we have this now. So thank you again. Thank you.
Yes, great, respected educator Daljit Rana. Now, still in India, let us move to Vasundhara Panchal. Welcome, respected Vasundhara Panchal. Enlighten us, please, with your speech and message.
So happy evening and happy morning to all across the wonderful platform that is IIU. I am equally elated to share the dais, the platform, the virtual platform provided by Dr. Nada, as well as Mr. Pandey, and my dear friend Masuda and the entire team of ECCER. So today I've been hearing, even yesterday, I've heard quite a lot of all our delegates, our speakers speaking, highlighting, and it is a revolution. It is something that in 2 days' time, we are all together speaking about only one concern as well as the delight of our life, and that is the environment. So not on the contrary, on the same lines, I have nothing to present, but yes, a heartfelt letter to all of you that you are the emerging educators, advocators, and highlighters of safe, secured, beautiful, prosperous, harmonious environment. So my letter goes as, Dear Emergence 2023, I am in a city, I'm sitting outside, but I've brought the inside with me so that I can write to you. I'm reflecting, I'm rejoicing, and I am prepared. I like how I look today. I feel allowed. I breathe fresh air, drink pure water, and see beautiful birds all around. I'm so grateful to you for the habit formed through 21-day magic rule that you were introduced to by the Indian government. The concept of lifestyle for the environment, LIFE, was introduced by Prime Minister Shri Narendra Bhai Modi at COP26 in Glasgow on 1st November 2021, urging the global community of individuals and institutions to make life a global movement of mindful and deliberate consumption rather than mindless and destructive consumption in order to protect the environment. Simple tasks like initiate and or join green clubs in your vicinity, discard gadgets in nearest e-cycling units, India's healing touch. We are very well known for our medicinal outcomes as well as the old nannies, medicinal inputs. So yes, to inculcate, to promote India's healing touch, set printer default to double printing, reuse water drained out from ACs, ROs for cleaning, for washing, etc. Create kitchen garden, defrost fridge, cut the package bags, use for milk, buttermilk, etc. Use steel lunch boxes, pre-soak heavy pots before washing, feed unused and uncooked vegetables, leftovers to cattle's pets, use public transport, switch off appliances, practice segregation of dry waste produce, use stairs, donate clothes, and many such in the 21-day challenge. Through these small but very effective daily habit changes, this year after year, 2024, 25, 26 onwards, we will save, and we saved a lot of energy, resources, and restored environment. The greater use of natural gas as power in power generation, promotion, energy efficiency through switching on to LED lights, the new initiative of the indigenous manufacture of solar panels were also a path-breaking initiative. To add on to our 21-day routine, there was also the 17 set goals to transform our world taken up by Sustainable Development Organization, SDO, that had brought all the nations under one umbrella that drove towards set principles on basic lifestyle changes, welfare, equality, communities, and institutions on land, on water, high skies. To reset and refocus environment ecosystem through decent work and economic and environmental growth. I am happy, I am healthy, and I am harmonious within myself. And I and many like me, you, Dr. Nada, Mr. Pandey, Ms. Smriti, Mr. Daljit, Ms. Masuda, and everyone like all of us, we all are here in the synergy towards environmental reserves and safeguarding. Today, it is because of your effort that I am flourishing, lush and green. I'm adding 9 more checklists to continue with the 21 days routine. This will further add rigor to your efforts towards environmental sustainability. First, recycle the phone cause 2,000 metric tons will be lesser. Help compost as it will reduce the use of chemical fertilizers. Go organic, as my dear friends have already mentioned, as it consumes up to 50% less energy. Fourth, improve electricity use. Choose a 5-star, this is very basic. 5-star AC saves 28% more energy than a 3-star AC. Plant trees, 1 life, 1 tree at least. My previous friends have shared a birthday. It's a beautiful initiative. In fact, I am only gifting plants in all occasions, whether it is webinar, whether it is seminars, whether it is meetings, birthdays, only plants. The 6th one, give up plastics. You, me, us. When we begin with a small initiative, it makes a difference. So my letter has this 6-point give up plastics. We are already into microplastics in our body. Save the near future. Adopt local, as food transport is picked up before ripening of the food and vegetable. So you have to adopt local markets, local vegetables, fruits, rich and nutritious. Consume them as they are within the expiry date and within their perishable time. 8th is stop and harvest rainwater. And the 9th utmost is adopt green energy as we reduce 3,000 pounds of carbon emissions. I write this letter to Emergence 2023 environmentalists like you all. I am Vasundhara, and my name says it all. I am the earth, the flourishing, lush, green, happy earth, and that is, this letter reflects my 5-year onwards. So I sign off as Vasundhara 2027 with a last quote by our Honorable in a book called A Convenient Action by our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Modi. He writes, the bounties of nature in circulating waters of streams, seas, and ocean, hills, snowy mountains, and forests, all have to be guarded and replenished if used. So, as to yield us a sustainable amount of food, milk, and other agricultural produce, and ultimately bestow us with splendor, strength, and brilliance. Sustainability is ultimately a moral issue, since it involves the protection of the interest of our future generation. So this is Vasundhara, which is reflecting your endeavor in conserving, saving our earth and becoming a luscious, green, healthy, and happy earth. Now, just to let you know, very, very important, I represent even a university, and just 2 days prior, my university received a very prestigious award by the name Indian Green Building Council, a gold certification by Indian Green Building Council. We are heading towards infrastructure, water management, sustainability, green environment, less paper. This is all in print. It took us 7 years to get this certification, and it is a wonderful, proud, and a pride presentation in front of all of you. Thank you so much for the time and hearing me out as Earth Vasundhara.
Vasundhara, thank you so much, and congratulations on the award for your university and definitely the hard work that you've put through. I find it so provocative, and I think it's something that we can all do. The 21-day challenge. Thank you again for sharing that with us. Wonderful.
Great, Dr. Vasundrava, welcome, and we are really honored to have you. And please come back very soon to us. We want to listen more from you. Moving to Georgia. Moving to United Arabian Emirates. We have great educator, trainer, coaching trainer, Dr. Srividya Sukumar. Welcome. Dr.
Hi, good
Srividya.
afternoon. Yeah, how are you, Ms. Nada? All good? Well, I should really congratulate IIU and Dr. Nada and the team and Dr. Virginia for having such a wonderful platform and helping others, helping everyone to share whatever their insights and inferences on this great platform. That's really commendable, and I think the team of IIU need to be congratulated on it to have a leadership to spearhead the session so well, and such that it has an impact of about 150, if I'm right, 151 speakers on board, if I'm right. Moving ahead, congratulations to you and the team of IIU. I'm going to enunciate the words of Dr. Piyush Pandit over here as a mark. Today, we mark the significant occasion as we come together to celebrate the World Environment Day, a global initiative aimed at raising awareness of the urgent need to protect our planet from the perils of the climate change. Yes, many people have spoken about it, and it's with a great enthusiasm that we embark on this campaign driven by the sense of personal social responsibility that we are planning over to plant 100,000 trees across the globe, and not only in India. Congratulations, IIU, for the greatest effort. And very soon, I think we're going to achieve this. Well, it's a collective duty as a responsible of the global citizens to unite under the unison towards the preservation of the precious planet. Well, we are all with you, putting our hands together, hands, heart, and minds together in this great initiative. Well, moving ahead, I always believe in one thing, very simple thing, because as we are running up to time, I'm not going to take longer. I hear, I forget, I see, I remember, and when I do, I understand. So this happiness of green revolution should be felt by each and every one of us. And it's not that we're going to share only on this platform, that we should start doing things. As an initiative of the 5th June, commemorating the World Environment Day, let's look into ourselves to make our environment a better place to live in. What we are doing in the forest of the world is just a mere reflection of what we are doing to ourselves, to one another. It's only our mindset matters. It affects everything from business and investment decisions to raise our children, to raise from the stress levels, overall well-being and the wellness around. We cannot force the development of the mindfulness. It comes from within, from us. So we are like a stained glass. We sparkle and shine through the gleaming beauty of our own spectrum. We mirror and we create ourselves. We are responsible for whatever we come across in our life. And if we want to conserve nature, it should start from within. And what we take the pride in our life and celebrate every single moment to evolve as self, community, and terrain. As we all know, the human life encounters a lot of titrations, combinations, reactions to derive an exponential solution. And the process is ensured by the generations with the endowment of the holistic way of life, and it's the process of intelligences involved. So what we carry forward that we are going to see in the society. So it starts from self. That's what I wanted emphasis here. So in that case, let's take it forward, putting our hearts and mind together, like we shall start working, start doing things such that we don't see nature outside. The nature is very much within ourselves. As according to the Hindu mythology, the 5 sense organs, or the organs of the body, of the parts of the body, that itself an embodiment of the nature. Now, what do I really mean by that is Prithvi, or the Bhumi, which represents the solidity and stability and the grounding nature. It is within the human body. People tend to feel fatigue when they feel eliminate the earth element out of the balance. They feel insecure, they feel weakness, they feel fear, they feel greedy, they feel materialistic. So to just get the control of this earth nature within ourselves, let's think about how to bring ourselves into control, our mind into control. Let's focus on feeling our feet pressing into the earth by providing a stable, safe, and centered foundation. Likewise, water. We know that 70% of human body is the water in its many forms. We see nature, we see water element as rivers, oceans, and lakes outside, but the water is very much within ourselves, with our own parts of the body, within inside our human. So to have the water content within ourselves, practice more of breathing techniques like diaphragmatic breath, part abdominal breath, or the equal breath. That helps you to keep the water moving around, and so that you are agile with a sweet smile on your face, always with a welcoming disposition. And the fire element is definitely not in our outside. It has the aura of digestion. It takes the combustion. It makes the complex organic substances that we eat, that we digest, and that is the work of the fire element. And it brings out of when the fire element goes out of balance, we lack in motivation, we lack in concentration, we lack in decision making, such that to bring this fire element within ourselves, we have to get a control of our eating habits and also about the breathing habits. Like moving ahead, last but not the least, the ether element. The ether element, the space element, is the audible, the aura, the audible sound that we hear. As we have when we have a balanced ether element within us, we feel safe, secure, protected, loud, accepted, understood, with more of inclusiveness which are involved in it. So let's start doing from us. So it starts from the human, from the very self of us, to inflict to the society. That's what I want to know. I just wanted to say, because we really don't have time. I don't want to take long, such that instead of expecting others to do, let's start doing things within ourselves, so that we are able to inflict or give to or influence our society so far. So moving ahead, I've got if Miss Nada, the big boss of the day.
If Nada, Miss Boss, say we love you so much, Dr. Srividya, but you crossed the time. You are great. You will come very soon.
I've got
Thank
A to Z.
you. No, nothing to share more. Stop. We are moving to Georgia. Great, Dr.
Thank you so much.
Srividya,
Thanks for the
moving
opportunity.
to
Thank
Georgia.
you so much. Thank you.
Big clap, our amazing educator. Thank you so much. Let's go to Georgia. Let's go to a beautiful country of our great IIU head Europe. Let's call our amazing educator, Maya Yaposhvili Gvinishvili. Welcome, dear Maya. Enlighten us, please.
Greetings from Georgia. It's great honor for me to be here with you, with so many amazing speakers and listeners. I respect you greatly. Thank you. Today, I am before you to emphasize the urgent need to save nature for the sake of future generations. Our planet is facing unprecedented challenges, from climate change and deforestation to pollution and the loss of biodiversity. If we do not take immediate action, we risk leaving behind a depleted and degraded world for our children and grandchildren. Nature is not a limitless resource, we must know this. It provides us with clean air, fresh water, and fertile soil to grow our food. It is a source of countless medicines, materials, and inspiration for human progress. However, our actions have put immense pressure on these natural systems, pushing them to their limits. We are witnessing the devastating consequences of human actions on the environment. Now I remember one Cree proverb: when the last tree has been cut, the last fish caught, and the last river poisoned, we will realize that we can't eat money. So to my mind, these words are more relevant in today's reality. So each and every one of us has a role to play in this crucial endeavor. What can we do to save nature for future generations? It starts with acknowledging our individual and collective responsibility. Each one of us must make conscious choices to reduce our ecological footprint. We can conserve energy, water, and resources in our daily lives, support sustainable practices and businesses. Education is crucial in this endeavor. We must raise awareness about the importance of nature and its preservation. By educating our children about the wonders of the natural world, we instill in them a sense of stewardship and empower them to become agents of positive change. We must foster a deep connection with nature. It's so important to spending time outdoors, appreciating the beauty and intricacy of our natural surroundings helps to foster a sense of wonder and reverence for the planet. Through this connection, we find a motivation and inspiration to protect and preserve the world around us. Now I want to say a few words about my country. In Georgia, several actions are being taken to nurture nature for future generations. These actions include the government is working to expand the network of protected areas, creating new natural parks and nature reserves. These ensure the preservation of diverse ecosystems and habitats for future generations. Efforts are underway to restore and expand forest cover through reforestation projects. This involves planting trees in deforested or degraded areas to restore ecosystem services and enhance biodiversity. I also want to say a few words about the capital city because this is a place where I live and I see with my own eyes what has been done and what is going to be done here. Various initiatives are undertaken for nurturing nature. The city focuses on creating and maintaining green spaces such as parks, gardens, and tree-lined streets to enhance their overall environmental quality and provide areas for recreation and relaxation. In conclusion, the preservation of nature is not merely an option, it is our moral duty. We are responsible for protecting the wonders of the natural world for future generations. Let us come together, transcend borders and differences, and work hand in hand to restore and conserve nature. By doing so, we secure a sustainable and prosperous future for ourselves and all living beings on this beautiful planet we call home. Thank you for your attention to all the speakers and listeners.
Thank you so much, Maya. That was wonderful and it was right on point and great timing. Thank you for really helping us preserve our nature. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, great Maya, working a lot for the SDGs, for everything, and amazing Georgia educator. Now we are still in Georgia. Let us call another great Georgian educator, Miss Risudan Surmanidze. You are welcome. Risudan Surmanidze, please.
Professor Nada, Risudan is not here.
I see her, but okay. Eliko Akobia, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me for this wonderful conference. And thank you, Nada, and thank you, our country leader, Inga Kharchalava. And now I screen my presentation. Is it visible?
It's coming, not yet.
Okay. The Environment Day on December 15, 1972, the United Nations General Assembly announced June 5 as the Day of Environmental Protection. On this day, the United Conference was opened in Stockholm, which was dedicated to the discussion of the problems of human living environment. The purpose of celebrating the Environmental Day is to make people aware of their responsibility towards nature, to promote the sustainable development of the environment, and to actively involve society in the struggle for the preservation and improvement of the environment. Why should we care about the environment? Housing, clothing, technology, and recreation all depend on natural resources. While nature strives to maintain balance, human daily activities have some impact on its ecological biodiversity, which in turn affect our well-being and health. How can I become a better environmentalist? A citizen, you have the right, potential, duty to act to protect the environment. Your everyday life choices as a voter and consumer can lead to changing government policy and influence compliance decisions and innovation. Consider the impact of your every purchase on the environment and reduce the impact. Choose local products, avoid pollutants and single-use plastics, reuse, recycle, separate waste, properly compact and dispose of it. Implement simple energy-saving methods such as turning off lights and appliances and opening and closing windows and doors to maintain the desired temperature and zero. To save water, take a shower instead of a bath and reduce the time of you take it. Do not leave the taps running and check if they are leaking. 200 liters of water per day can be lost due to the low leakage in the required room. Water your plants in the late evening or early morning when less water is lost to evaporation. Share any wishes, unused items or food with members of your community and benefit from more sustainable transportation and energy services derived from renewable sources. If you can have your own orchard and vegetable garden, you can also use pots on the balcony. Eat less meat and prefer plant-based foods, buy more variety and less processed products, and use your own bags or containers when shopping. Next, reducing the impact of global warming. Every organization contributes to global warming through its activities, which is related to the greenhouse gases generated as a result of its activities. Any organization is responsible to reduce its own activities, production processes, transportation, energy consumption, causing direct or indirect emission of greenhouse gases, which is possible by reducing renewable fuel consumption and replacing it with renewable energy resources, reducing transportation, carbon dioxide emission, compensation in inactivity, and so protecting biodiversity and restoring ecosystems. The increasing rate of consumption of natural resources leads to the destruction of ecosystem and the loss of biodiversity. It is the responsibility of every organization to identify and assess the impact of its activities on ecosystems and biodiversity and to implement initiatives to reduce this impact and restore ecosystems. The main issues in this direction are careful attitude towards ecosystems, state protection and restoration, conservation and restoration of biodiversity, responsible use of land, soil, and natural resources, promotion and environmentally friendly urban and rural development. And lastly, development in the field of an industry causes more pollution of nature and environment by human hands than before. Man realizes that he has cutting the branch of which he was sitting and disturbing the balance of nature, which can renew itself. They began to make national decisions for the recycling of industrial bases, automobiles, and all kinds of human waste without harming the nature. In order for people to live in a clean environment in the future, we are obliged to do everything we can. We congratulate you on the International Day of Nature Protection and wish that the whole of humanity makes it a rule to protect the environment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you for helping us be better environmentalists. That was very clear. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, dear Eriko, for your presentation and speech. We are still in Georgia. Let us invite great educator, Bolkvadze Gulvardi. You are welcome. Bolkvadze Gulvardi, you are with two devices, please. Can you join?
Yeah, hello everyone.
Please,
Nice
can you,
to meet you.
please, can you open your camera, please? Please open your camera.
Please. I am sorry. Internet problems.
Yes, but yeah, I understand, but we need to, we are live streaming. We need to be visible. Please try.
I am
You are with two devices. Please try.
I am Gulvardi Bolkvadze, the head teacher of the public school of Kortoki village of Pulo municipality. I talk about World Environment Day. June 5 is World Environment Day. You did not inhabit the earth from your ancestors. You borrow it from your children. Let's save our planet. On December 15, 1972, the UN General Assembly announced June 5 as the Day of Environment Protection. On this day, the UN conference was opened in Stockholm, which was dedicated to the decision of human livelihood problems. The celebration of the Environmental Day was aimed at raising the awareness of people's responsibility towards nature, arranging trees for the sustainable development of the environment, and active involvement of society in the struggle for the preservation and improvement of the environment. The problem of environmental protection does not lose its relevance. It is very important for us teachers to show our students learn how human activity affects nature. What change does it cause in the environment? The student should understand that our ground forests uncontrollably dumped household waste and polluted rivers pose a serious threat to the earth, people, the entire flora and fauna. It is necessary to impart the population in this direction. Civil society activism and increasing the capacity of responsibility to deal with these serious problems. For centuries, man considered himself the center of the universe and believed that all living beings and natural resources exist for the benefit of mankind, such as attitude greatly harmed the environment, which became especially notable from the one of the country's priorities should be the formation of nature-loving teenagers. Students need to develop the right attitude towards the environment, to feel responsible for themselves, society, and environment, to learn about the world. It is necessary to promote the formation of students as active citizens so that they can make a significant contribution to the development of society. They can use the acquired knowledge and experience in their daily life. Therefore, I always try to follow the news, modern challenges, just to prepare my students for new challenges. Today, world is facing huge global problems as a result of humans' irrational and thoughtless behavior. Therefore, each person is obliged to participate in the preservation and improvement of the environment. For this reason, it is important to raise students' motivation from the primary great. That is why the content of sustainable development. Let's live in such a way as to take care of the future, has acquired social importance. Promotion of both formal and informal education is important in forming a future active and useful citizen for the society. It is necessary to place the right methods and strategies. Sustainable development include 17 goals. So it is important to work with students are understanding and implementing each one step by step. Everyone has a right to live in a healthy environment and enjoy the natural environment and public space, taking into account the interest of the present and future generation, the protection of the environment and the rational use of nature resources are ensured by the Constitution of Georgia. I am active teacher with my students and we always try to protect our environment. I always protect my environment with my talented students. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, respected Bokwadze Gulwardi from Georgia. Keep doing great work with your students. Thank you. Moving to Iran, we have an educator, great educator, Professor Azra Tahiji. Dear Azra, you are welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. Thanks for having me here, Dr. Nada and IIU here. And the environment is the foundation of all life on Earth. It provides us with the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the food we eat. However, with increasing population and industrialization, our environment is facing a lot of challenges, and the depletion of natural resources, population, climate change are some of the major issues that need to be addressed urgently to ensure sustainable development. It is essential to nurture nature. Nurturing nature means taking care of our environment by adopting sustainable practices, projects that promote conservation and preservation of natural resources. It involves reducing our carbon footprint by using renewable energy sources such as solar and wind power. It also means reducing waste by recycling and reusing materials instead of disposing of them in landfills. One way to nurture nature is through afforestation. Trees play a crucial role in maintaining ecological balance by absorbing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and releasing oxygen. Planting more trees can help reduce greenhouse gas emission and combat climate change. Another way to nurture nature is through sustainable agriculture practices. Farmers can adopt organic farming methods and strategies to not use harmful chemicals or pesticides that flood the soil and water bodies. They can also practice crop rotation to maintain soil fertility and reduce erosion. Conservation of water resources is also crucial for nurturing nature. We can conserve water by fixing leaky taps, using low flow shower heat, and harvesting rainwater for irrigation purposes. Nurturing nature is essential for sustainable environmental development. By adopting sustainable practices such as deforestation, sustainable agriculture, and conservation of water resources, we can preserve our environment for future generation. It is our responsibility to take care of our planet so that it can contribute to continue and provide us with all resources we need to survive. And if we see and view Earth from Earth's eyes, if the Earth could speak like human and me as a judge, it always remain an object to that wrong behavior of humans that after resting they would throw away their trash, which could never be retrieved and wouldn't allow them to enter its territory because and throw the trashes into themselves. And I think we should change our behavior with the earth, our planet, to survive it. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you so much, Azra. Thank you for your contribution. Definitely reinforcing that we all need to take action. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, dear Azra. Thank you for being with us. Moving from Iran to Saudi Arabia with our great Dr. Huma Shah. Welcome, Dr. Huma. Enlighten us with your speech and message for this important day.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. First of all, our sincere gratitude and heartiest congratulations to the moderators of IIU, especially who are sitting last from yesterday and is still working with a very fresh mind and a good soul and a very positive energy. So congratulations, Nada, for doing an amazing job always, and Virginia always for moderating beautifully. So without wasting a time, let's talk about the day, what we are celebrating today, why we are conducting today. I always talk in front of everyone, especially we all are one family. We all are meeting day by day on the daily basis virtually with each other. That we are conducting different conferences. We are working on the different level, global level. But the question is, that today I'm going to discuss and highlight some sort of basic points on the environmental sustainability, to understand, to grow the new empowerment to the new generation, to the young youth especially. And why it is so, I will definitely share with my perspective in the later on as well. But we need to understand that this is actually the ability to maintain an ecological balance in our planet's natural environment and to conserve the natural resources to support the well-being of current and our future generations. Why we use the term sustainability? It's actually broadly used to indicate the programs, to indicate the initiative, to indicate the action which is actually aimed to preservation of a particular resources. We need to understand that this actually refers to the 4 distinct areas in the global planet, or you can say in the global field. Like when we're talking about human, when we're talking about socially, when we're talking about economically, and when we are talking about environmentally. These are actually the 4 pillars of sustainability. When I talk about related as an educator, so it's mean that I have to educate my students as well to understand, first of all, the sustainability, to talk about and to start about and to think about the environment. Environmental protection, when we come towards the environmental protection, then when first we understand that how can we preserve regarding socially, economically, human, and to give the wide prosperity to the world regarding the planet with the good peace and partnerships as well. We need to understand on the occasion of World Environmental Day that how can we protect our environment. It's not the way to protect, to settle down all the garbage and to go towards to the wastage and just put it out into the fire. No, it's actually the practice of protecting the natural environment by our individuals. like you, like me, like by our groups, like our students, our colleagues, our circles, and obviously our governments. It's actually, in my perspective, by the way, it's objective. It's actually an objective to conserve the natural resources and the existing natural environment. Whereas possible, you can get to repair the damage and reverse the trends that all the global voices have already discussed regarding how to reuse, how to refuse, and how to repair and all that thing. But protecting our environment is actually, we should make as a foundation for sustaining our planet, for sustaining our community, for sustaining our economy. And our environment supports our houses as our ecosystems, which actually allowing us to grow and to thrive. And please remember one thing I always say on this occasion, that if we fail to protect our environment now, we will put all the lives of humans, all the lives of animals, all the lives of plants more at risk. And I really wanted to address my message from the platform of IIU, that please remember that a little effort towards saving the environment is better than no effort. You don't need to have the hundreds of dollars to start planting. You don't need to have the millions of environments and instruments to start doing an effort. There are so much pollution in the air now, and if it were not for our lungs, that there will be no place to put it on. So the greatest message through the platform of this platform, I would like to say that talking, conducting, addressing is a good thing, but be in a faith in yourself that now from today, you are going to start implementation as well. Because without implementing on anything, you won't be able to achieve any sort of goal, regarding it will be environment, regarding it will be human prosperity, peace, world war, and whatever. So thank you so very much for listening me, and let's hope for the best and start implementing right from today. Just do whatever you have to do in your circle. Thank you so very much. And I would really like to convey the mic towards the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. And I love what you just said. A little effort is better than no effort. And many times we don't do anything thinking that we don't have resources. We all have the resources. Thank you so much.
Yes, our great professor, Dr. Huma, always great, a psychotherapist, neuropsychotherapist, and now watching us with her big eyes. Welcome, Professor Dr. Huma Shah. Thank you. Moving from Saudi Arabia to two countries again, Egypt and Saudi Arabia. And let us call an amazing educator, scientist, very clever and beautiful lady, Dr. Nayara Radwan. You are welcome.
Hello, Professor Nada. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you all. Thank you so much. It's my turn?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Listen, you have problems with connecting, but just in the time.
Yeah.
Managing the time, great.
I'm trying to connect 30 minutes ago. Thank you so much. First of all, I'm so happy to be with you today, all respected guest, and I'm so happy to be guest for my beautiful friend, Professor Nada. Actually, it is a very special day. This is because this is about environment. I'm interested in environment. My research work focus about sustainability and circular economy. So this is a special day for me. So thank you so much to be with you today. Thank you so much. Can I share my screen, please, Dr. Nada?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Thank you. I know I don't have a lot of time, so I will give a short speech about circular economy. It's now in the full mode, right? My screen in the full mode, right?
Yes, it is great.
Yes, it is great. Okay. First of all, let's speak about what is the meaning of circle economy. The circle economy is a new way of creating value and ultimately prosperity. It works by extending product lifespan through improved design and servicing and relocating waste. From the end of the supply chain to the beginning, in effect, using resources more efficiently by using them over and over, not only once. By and large, today's manufacturing takes raw materials from the environment and turns them into new products, which are then disposed into the environment after use. It's a linear process with a beginning and an end. In this system, limited raw materials eventually run out. Waste accumulates, either incurring expenses related to disposal or else pollution. Indeed, a 2021 World Bank report estimates that municipal waste generation will double over the next 20 years in low-income countries. On top of that, manufacturing processes are often themselves inefficient, leading to further waste of natural resources. So, in a circular economy, however, products are designed for durability, reuse, and recyclability, and materials for new products come from old products. As much as possible, everything is reused, remanufacturing, recycled back into a raw material, used as a source of energy or as last resort disposal. Governments are encouraging and in some cases requiring the adoption of circular economy principles and practices that would lead to more resource efficiency and less waste. At the global level, the Sustainable Development Goals adopted by the United Nations member states in 2015 include many related ambitions. Now, let us now know what are the three principles of circular economy. The three principles of circular economy are: number one, designing out waste and pollution. Number two, keeping products and materials in use. And number three, regenerating natural system. Let me give a simple example about circular economy. For electrical devices, it is designed in such a way that they are easier to repair. Products and raw materials are also reused as much as possible. For example, by recycling plastic into pellets for making new plastic products. This is a simple example about circular economy. Okay, what are the benefits? What are the huge benefits of a circular economy? Actually, there are really huge benefits of circular economy. Let us now choose the most effective benefits and focus about them. A circular economy is feasible and actions are in place to actually make it happen. But when such a huge systematic effort is needed, it makes sense that there must be major benefits to adopting a circular economy in order to make it worth the work. Here are the most massive benefits of a circular economy. Number one, circular economy reduces the use of non-renewable resources. For decades, scientists have been warning us about the dangers of overuse of limited resources. Today, more than ever, we continue to consume non-renewable resources like oil, so we have an endless supply. This practice is not sustainable Through a circular economy, practices like reusing resources and reusing resources for all products rather than throwing them away are the norm. This ensures that we use fewer non-renewable resources. This is one of the important benefits. Number two, or benefit number two, a circular economy lowers carbon emissions. According to the European Environment Agency, materials management, such as the production and disposal of materials, contributes up to 2/3 of greenhouse gas emissions. A circular economy will help minimize that, since its entire model revolves around sustainable management of materials. Through a circular economy, materials are managed more efficiently through reuse of products and materials, encourage use of renewable resources, maintaining sustainable practices, and more. Benefit number three, circular economy aims for zero waste. A successful circular economy is to reuse resources and products, leading to a zero waste model. This is very important for all countries. Zero waste means fewer ocean-bound plastics, less trash in our oceans, and fewer landfills. It also means that there is less of a need to mine finite resources. We reuse them instead. While many environmental models require reduction in order to achieve zero waste, the circular economy model actually encourages growth. This makes it an ideal goal for industry, individuals, and governments alike, all while achieving much needed environmental goals. Benefit number four provides benefits for the consumer. Besides the environmental benefits, a circular economy provides plenty of benefits for the consumer. Reusing materials discourages practices like planned obsolescence, which means that your product will last longer. It also promises an increased disposable income, since it encourages practices like buying used items, leasing or renting instead of owning, and other more economic practices. Another huge benefit to the consumer is job creation. In order to achieve a circular economy, many new industry types will need to emerge. This means that there will be plenty of new jobs available. A huge worldwide concern is that many environmental practices may take away certain job opportunities, like coal mining or other jobs that revolve around non-renewable resources. With a move toward a circular economy, these jobs will not only be replaced with other opportunities, but even more jobs may emerge. We can speak about another important benefit, which is opens new opportunities for companies. Companies can also see many benefits to the circular economy model. Along with more job availability comes more business opportunities. Existing companies can also enjoy a more secure supply of resources as we reuse the resources that we already have rather than depending upon finite resources. This may decrease the cost of materials, allowing companies to run more efficiently. The practice may also improve customer loyalty. Today's consumers want to support companies whose philosophies align with their own, and green initiatives are among the most important ideas for customers. By adopting a more environmental business model, you may widen your consumer base and create more loyal customers. Achieving a circular economy is no small undertaking. It will require a worldwide effort of individuals, businesses, and governments to achieve. But with all of its benefits, there is really no reason why we shouldn't start moving toward this model today. Join the many businesses who are moving toward the circular economy model by naturalizing your plastic waste through purchasing plastic credits. Now I'll speak about the final step in my session about there are 7 pillars of the circular economy. The 7 pillars of the circular economy are, as seen in the figure, they are: number 1, materials are recycled at a continuous high value. Number 2, all energy is based on renewable sources. Number 3, biodiversity is supported and enhanced through human activity. Number 4, human society and culture are preserved. Number 5, the health and well-being of humans and other species are structurally supported. Number 6, human activities maximize the generation of societal value. And finally, number 7, water resources are extracted and recycled sustainably. It was introduction about the circular economy, which have a great effect about sustainability for our planet. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nayara. I am really happy that you brought this. I really wanted to see somebody talking about circular economy, and I think you did that beautifully. Thank you for explaining what it was and the benefits. I think it's going to help us a lot, and definitely this is the way to sustainability. Thank you again.
So much. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
thank you. Thank you so much, my dear Nayara. It was really amazing and really wonderful today. And yesterday, you are the first who was talking about the circular economy. And we know that it is our digital and green future. And without circular economy, there will not be a future. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Moving forward, let us call our Dr. Maritas Dimano Olea from the Philippines. It is really very late in the Philippines. Dr. Maritas, please encourage us with your message before your
Hello.
flight.
Hello, thank you, Dr. Nada, and thank you also to Professor Virginia. Thank you also to the organizing committee, the IIU, and good day to all guest speaker today across the globe. So I would like to share my insight about the Environment Day. So by investing in environmental repairs effort, such as ecological restoration, our world must aim to secure a net gain in the breadth and performance of the native ecosystem. So this will assure that sustainable flow of ecosystem services and products. And of course, whether the objectives are improving the livelihood, ecological services, biodiversity, or carbon sequestration, this must be done at the scale that will matter. And to make up for past harm and gradually enhance the scope and threaten ecosystem, ecological restoration therefore aims for the greatest and best recovery outcomes possible. And of course, human activities are placing a great deal of pressures on Earth's resources. And as a human demands increase and the rate at which these demands need to be met also increases. So our Earth's ability to replenish its resources diminishes. So to the present level of human consumption are unsustainable. And to ensure that the environment is not destroyed forever, human beings need to start living in a way that reduces their pressures on the environment and helps preserve the Earth's resources for the future. And of course, this means that humans not only need to avoid destroying the environment and any further, but also to attempt to repair the resources which have already been damaged. So environmental sustainability is the ability of the biosphere to meet the demands of the present generation without compromising the ability of the future generation to do the same. So this entails that making sensible short-term use of natural resources to ensure the long-term availability. So the idea of sustainable development which advocates meeting the requirements of the current population without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. So it's derived from the principles of ecological sustainability and implies that the future generation will have the same access to Earth's resources as we do. So sustainable development also includes the ideas of the conservation and preservation. Conservation is about sustainability using the Earth's resources, and this means reducing the spread of human impact on physical environment by not touching things that are still in their natural state. So thank you, everyone, and happy World Environment Day. Thank you, Dr. Neda.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marites. I think that ecological restoration is key again, and I'm so glad that you brought this up because I think that we definitely need to reduce the pressure that we have on the environment if we want to have a world to live in the next generations. Thank you so much.
Yes, our great Dr. Marites. Have a safe trip, have a safe journey. We know that you are very busy with the conferences and with your great organization. We still have, I'm really sorry, but we need to move to Philippines. We still have here respected Dr. Frolian Mobo, Frolian de Mobo. Dr. Mobo, you are welcome. Dr. Mobo.
Yes, hello. Am I
Hello,
audible?
I know it's so late. My apologize, but we
That's
know
okay.
that we welcome.
Yes. So, good evening, dear friends from around the global community. So, I'll just speak So, regarding the part of the environmental day, what we are doing right now in for example, in PMMA, since we are doing the community extension program, most universities right now, they are prioritizing, they call the environmental needs assessment. So part of the program that we are doing is based on the environmental needs assessment is that most of the problems that I have encountered is, for example, regarding assessment on how to of course, part of it is on the part of the tree planting, part of another is the flood control on how do they fix on that. So majority of the program is since we have conducted surveys on that, so we are now thinking of a possible plans and solution to help them in terms of giving maybe some support from our institution as part of our corporate social responsibility as part of the community extension program. So I think that would be a big help in terms of environmental needs assessment, since that is part of the community extension program of our institution, the Philippine Merchant Marine Academy, and which is also part of the sustainable development goals, of course, of my institution. So I think on my part, that would be also. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you so much. That was great timing, great information. Thank you for participating. We're very excited. Thank you.
Yes, our great Dr. Mobo.
That was great.
Yes, he is already sleeping. Thank you so much, Dr. Mobo, for joining us. Let me little move. I need to move because we need to respect. Let me call amazing lady from USA, Madame Janie Rapstadt. She's a president of the Janie Rapstadt Enterprises, LLC, an award-winning speaker and writer, speaker and pitch coach, working actress and comedian, as well as a seminar presenter in humor for business. We are really honored to have you, Madame Jeanette, with us today on the IIU stage. You are most welcome.
Thank you so much for such a gracious welcome. I appreciate that. I'm going to share my screen quickly. I'm going to move through this. Can you see me at all?
We see you.
Can you see my slides?
Not yet. Not yet.
We see you, not yet your slides, Jeannie.
But it is for us, Professor Karudin, enough to see this beautiful lady.
Okay, I'm going to skip the slides then, since we are running short of time. But I just wanted to thank you for the invitation, first of all. I'm honored to be here. And I know that you are very learned on these topics. What I decided to do was talk about my experience, what I'm responsible for in my life. And that is recycling in my city of Hammond, Indiana. It's in the Lake Michigan area. We have all kinds of industry here in terms of steel mills. We have oil refineries. We have universities. We have a mix of an ecosystem here. But we have one thing that is really great, and is our mayor is very committed to in the environment. So we have a pretty successful recycling program, and we recycle metal and aluminum cans, bottles, all kinds of plastics, cardboard, all kinds of papers. And I feel it's my responsibility to educate myself and others on how to recycle properly, because some of my friends, they just dump anything in the recycle bins, and I'm trying to tell them there's a process here. And if you follow the process, it makes it easier to recycle. I also try to encourage people to be careful about what they put on their lawns. Too many chemicals go into the groundwater. That groundwater goes into birds, wildlife. It affects us. I encourage my friends not to consider that the world is their ashtray. I see people putting cigarettes all over the place. It takes 10 years to break down one cigarette butt. All those chemicals go into the groundwater. I want people to understand that using a leaf blower causes pollution with gasoline. Get a rake out, build up your arm muscles, your back muscles. I try to do that myself. I encourage people to dispose of their electronics responsibly, because we can actually recycle some of the metals that are in those. But a friend of mine said, oh, they won't let me put my TV in the dumpster. So I fooled them. I took my TV apart and made it little pieces and put it in the dumpster. What is that? That's not recycling. That's just being kind of, an idiot. One can is takes the energy of 1/2 gallon of gasoline. Recycle those cans. Also, recycle your athletic shoes. Donate them to countries that need them. Try to find a place that reprocesses all of the materials in your sneakers. I also want you to pay attention, which many people said today, that so many plastics end up in our oceans. We don't want that. None of us wants that. And so that means that we have to take care. Our American cities are being held hostage to the homeless. We have homeless camps in all of our major cities. The waste that is created is sad. We do not have policymakers that address this problem at the root cause, of which there are many: mental illness, homelessness due to many factors, including drug addiction. So we just allow these homeless camps to develop, and nobody is the benefit for them. So in conclusion, I just want to say that as a responsible citizen, in my little sphere of influence, I have to recycle and I have to educate myself on who is doing important work for the economy. Make our policymakers do their jobs, hold their feet to the fire, educate ourselves so we can shout down the proud and the special interests so that they can serve the people. They serve the people in my community, in my state, in my region, in my country, and hopefully the world. Thank you for letting me be a part of this fantastic presentation.
Thank you so much. Jenny.
Yeah.
I am from Chicago, so I know what you're talking about. Thank you so much. I am very happy to see you here and to talk about the recycling process. Sometimes we just think it's about putting it in certain canister and that's it. That's green or blue. There's so much more to it. Thank you so much for explaining and for telling us that we can take action. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, our great
I miss
Jenny.
Chicago, Ginny and Virginia. Ginny and
I'm from
Virginia, I
Chicago.
miss
Yeah, she's
Chicago.
close.
Professor Kerudin, what would I say? I live in Chicago 10 years. I miss it more than you. I miss it more than you. So,
Wow.
yes, wow. And
Wow.
we see
Wow.
where I live now in Croatia. A nostalgia
surrender.
to Croatia. Yes. Let
I
us
surrender.
move. So, yes, I see few comments. I see few comments. Let us respect some things. We little move from the shadow. Professor, Dr. Academician Jelena Bošković from Serbia, you're most welcome. Then I'm coming back. Please respect some things that we need to respect. Thank you. Please unmute, molim, mikrofon uključi. Mikrofon nije uključen, Jelena.
Okay.
Great.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A kako Nada da uključim sada u moju sliku veliku da bude?
Vidimo te cijelu.
Vidimo se, okay. Hello, dear Professor Nada Ratković, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I today present with special piety World Environmental Day, interaction of genetically modified organisms with environment. I love special thanks for the invitation to be a speaker, and I send in my warm regards to my professor, dear Nada Ratković, Project Director World Environmental Day, which team nature for sustainable future. Science for the well-being all of us on planet Earth. Powerful scientific techniques have caused dramatic expansion of genetically modified organisms, special crops leading to other agriculture practice, positive direct and indirect environmental implication, despite the enhanced yield potential, risk and biosafety, concern associated with such GMO crops are a fundamental issue to be addressed. An increasing interest can be noted among two researchers and policy makers in exploring unethical effects or transgenic associated with gene flow of naked DNA, witness and chemical toxicity. The current state of knowledge revealed the GM crops' important damaging impact on the environment, such as modification in crop preservatives or enhances the emergence of herbicides, the insecticide tolerance, transgene. Scientific resource provides similar conclusion, and currently there is an insufficient amount of data available impact of GM crops and their product and target or non-target species, and attempt to shed light and emerging challenge and trait associated with. A depending research also realizes the influence of GM crops on and distributed in biodiversity, development of resistance and evolution slightly resemble with the effects of non-GMO cultivation. In response to the commercialization of GM crops, animal across the globe, big questions are being raised whether long-lasting effects are good or bad. The most important research I focus on the intensive of the GMO, vertical and horizontal gene transfer, the impact of biological biodiversity, and another product. These tests are very complex, multi, inter, and transdisciplinary. This might discussion some of the most important problems related to the application, the technology of genetic engineering in agriculture and CRISPR technology, plant and two environments such plant protection, ecological effects, horizontal gene transfer, stress, the effects of land, etc. There is clear need to future investigate the size and scope, the risk spreading of genetic modified plants and animals. In assessing the interaction of GM plants and existing varieties, more reliable and precise activity in plant science, GM plants did not undergo evolutionary process, and these new combine three-step: the natural biology, the of organism, the natural occurring interaction with the environment, biotic and biotic, the inductive biological characteristic of GMO organism. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my dear Professor Dr. Nada Ratkovic, Croatia. Thank you. Thank you very much, all present. Greeting all world. Thank you.
Thank you. Hvala. Hvala, Dr. Academician Jelena Bošković from Serbia. Thank you. Thank you so much for your great research, and we are really honored to have you with us today. Now, we are moving to our shuttle. We are going to Turkey. We are calling an amazing Dr. Guli from Turkey, a wonderful science and educator, and also a humanitarian social worker and working a lot for the environment. Welcome, Dr. Guli. Big clap for her.
Thank you so much, dear Professor Nada. Today, I would like to mention about the relation with tourism and environment. Maybe you know that tourism is among the largest and fastest growing sectors in the world, and it contributes to up to 10% of the global GDP in a global report. However, this growth is not without this impact. United Nations Environment Research indicates that the tourism sector consumption of key resources, energy, water, and materials, all we can say. And we need some precautions about within the context of sustainability. And also, I would like to give some data about this. 45 arrivals in every second around worldwide. This means that there are over 1% for billion tourists arriving at the destination every year. And also in 1 second, 45 arrivals is possible also. And in 50 years, there were 25 million international resources is possible to see. And this comes mostly negative impacts of tourism. The negative problems, impacts of tourism is also quite major. They include the depletion of local natural resources as well as pollution and waste problems. Tourism often puts pressure on natural sources through overconsumption, often in some places where resources are already scarce. And an average golf course in a tropical country, for example, uses as much water as 60,000 rural village. And another negative impact is climate change. Tourism contributes to more than 5% of global greenhouse gas emissions, with transportation accounting for 1% of this. And if we don't see many negative results of tourism, we can deal with some issues also. We are happy to mainstream sustainability in tourism developments by economically, environmental, and social cultural benefits. We develop public and private partnership also, and we can connect with different dimensions of related environmental organizations. Thank you so much for listening to me. That's all. I hope I can contribute to this very important event.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gul. I really loved how you brought in tourism and all the other options that we can look into in order to sustain what we're looking for. So I was really glad that you brought in some other ideas, that we can actually look into. Thank you again. Thank you so much.
Yes, our great Dr. Guli working a lot for the university, with tourism, and she's here in this field very much involved. Thank you, Dr. Guli, for being with us. Moving to Tanzania, we have our great Dr. Elibahati Zablon Kimaro. Dr. Kimaro, you are welcome. Dr. Kimaro? Maybe some issues. Dr. Kimaro shared with me some videos, but if he's not here, we can do it at the end. So without wasting so much time, I'm moving forward. Respected Yacinta Amal from Mayavi, welcome.
Thank you. Can you see me?
You are in the dark, but we see you little.
Let
I
let
can
me
see a few.
Dark black lady in the black.
Okay, let me move a bit. Let me move a bit.
No,
we prefer the other one.
come
Yeah,
back,
the other.
come back with come back.
Okay, better.
Okay, we can see you. We can see you.
Right. Please be like that.
Okay, we can see you.
Right. Okay, thank you. So when I was writing what I was going to say today, quite a few things came to mind. And I remembered myself back at primary school. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Yes, great.
Yes, so I remember myself back at primary school and watching TV, and Greenpeace, to me, they seemed like quite a nuisance. Those days, they would be painted in different colors, making a lot of trouble, which I mean, because at that age, I didn't understand what was happening. And then we also had Sky News. Sky News used to come on a certain TV channel. And I remember seeing a certain oil spill, and these animals covered in black. And that would come on every day for about 3 months. It was news at that time. And I remember looking at the animals, looking at the dolphins, all covered in this oil, and feeling pretty bad. And then now, I remember now when I was at secondary school, we had in, in geography, a lesson which was talking about the Amazon forest. And the lesson was on how the cutting down of trees would affect us in the next 25 years. And I was thinking to myself, in the next 25 years, maybe I wouldn't even be alive. I'll probably be really old by then or even dead. But now 25 years has passed and I'm here. And there was also a lot of talk about there being a hole in the ozone layer and the weather becoming really, really hot, global warming. And to me at that point, and to a lot of people, it just seemed a little ridiculous. But now we're feeling the effects of consequences. Things that we do today can always affect us tomorrow. So since I'm in Africa, I'm going to talk about some solutions to deforestation in Africa, because we have quite a problem. And just to go back to the Amazon lesson from school, which is still in my mind, I remember the lesson talked about how that would affect all of us. And, I was thinking, okay, the Amazon forest is so far away. How is that going to affect us in any way? And we're seeing these effects today. So whatever you do in your country does have an effect in another country. So in Africa, we have got a problem of serious deforestation, and we have so many researchers, we have a lot of universities, we have a lot of organizations that do go about trying to advocate concerning the environment, what people should do, but then there's certain things that they don't look at. And I'm going to point out some of these. So I'm going back to charcoal burning. People in my country and Mozambique, and I'm sure Tanzania as well, burn charcoal. Charcoal is made from trees. So they cut down trees and then they burn the charcoal. Now, if you look at how much money they make from a bag of charcoal, which is a 50 kg bag, they make about a profit of $2, $2 to $3, which is ridiculous. So you're cutting down a lot of trees and then you're making that amount of money, which is completely ridiculous. But then we need to look at, why are these people cutting down the trees? They're doing it because they need to sustain themselves. They're doing it because of poverty. So there's no point in the advocacy of don't cut down trees without giving a solution. There's a lot of advocacy that goes about, don't throw away plastics, but then what are you doing about it? So this issue of people cutting down trees, the solution would be to give them jobs. So African governments can come up with ways of giving these people jobs. Because let's say somebody who makes $20, if you went up to them and said, look, each month I'll give you $100, that person will certainly drop the business where they get $20. So this is one of the solutions that we can look at to solve deforestation. And then another one is, because there's so much growth within our cities, the cities are expanding into the rural areas. And our governments just look. There needs to be some serious evaluation of how our cities are managed. And what the government can do is that they can have certain designated areas for expansion. Certain areas need to be left. And now something which a lot of people have talked about, which is actually quite true, is starting with kids. Let's start embracing the love of nature in our children. I have a friend and I feel quite disappointed. I'm in the travel and tourism industry, and the travel and tourism industry would totally collapse if the environment collapsed. If there were no animals in Africa, you wouldn't have people coming here. So I have a friend who loves to throw things outside the window. And I look at her and, I always say, why do you have to throw things outside the window? She's driving and she's throwing things. Why can you not get a bin? And to her, she's not bothered. It shows that this kind of, I can say this kind of lifestyle is something which she had been doing ever since she was a child. Because if she was taught as a child to say, look, we don't throw things away, it affects the environment, then I think more people would actually have a different outlook on the environment. And then there's also something else. We have a lot of meetings, like right now we're having this online meeting, and there's no farmer involved in this meeting. It's just people who are educated, who are here discussing solutions, discussing about the environment. But if we had people like from the grassroots involved in these meetings, that's where the solution will start. Yeah, you'd ask a farmer, what is your problem? Oh, he may say, I can no longer grow crops. Do you know the reason? These are the people who should be made to understand what they are doing to the environment, if they are one destroying the environment and the solution. But what we normally do is that we have all these meetings where, we have a lot of people dressed in the beautiful suits. And what is ironic is that when they go to these meetings, maybe in Geneva, wherever, they're using planes, and you know, it's ironic because if you're using a plane, you're causing pollution. So we need to actually look at solutions and not just talk. We shouldn't just talk and involve the grassroots, because those people can have the solution. They have the solution, and they're the ones who are actually, if we look at Africa, we have more people who stay in the rural areas than those who stay in town. Thank you so much for giving the opportunity to be able to speak, and I wish everyone a wonderful environmental day. Before I go, we all have a part to play, whether you are somebody who believes in the Bible like myself, where we are taught that God created the world and he created this beautiful garden for us to take care of, or whether you're an atheist, we're all in this earth. We know that the earth is dying and we should do something about it. We shouldn't leave it to the big corporations. No. We should, it starts with you and it starts with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacinta. That was wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yes, great, Jacinta. Thank you. Thank you so much. We are still in Africa, moving to our great Dr. Patricia Zambe. You are welcome, Dr. Patricia. Enlighten us from Zimbabwe.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nada.
And please don't be angry on me, please.
No, it's not a problem. You know, I had reserved my time that I'll drive home later after I've delivered my speech.
But you
so
didn't
I was
use a plane. No plane, because we make pollution. No car. Please use a
It's not a
bike
problem.
to your work. Bike, make biking.
It's all right, Nada. Okay, thank you so much. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge IIU for giving me this opportunity today to be sharing with erudite speakers from all over the world, especially on World Environment Day. And I learned quite a lot from all the speakers. Thank you so much. As you all know that I'm coming from an educationist perspective, there's so much that we can do. We catch them young when they're still growing up. I'm quite happy that Jacinta was talking about manners, and charity begins at home. If you want our children to have manners, we start right from home. And we should also know that teaching children about environment is very important, especially for creating awareness, maybe developing responsible behavior, like what she said, that someone was throwing plastic or waste through the window. And also, it's we want to foster environmental stewardship to our children as well. So from here in Zimbabwe, just next to Malawi, Malawi is my neighbor, there's so much that we are doing, especially in terms of Environment Day. Let me tell you that today, our children from here, Lusitania Primary School, they went to celebrate World Environment Day, of which there was hashtag plugging, hashtag beat the plastic pollution. What are we trying to do? We are trying to instill responsible behavior with our children, because they went out there, they had their own stand, and they were showing their products that they made last year, because last year we entered a competition on recycling plastic. Maybe let me just share. I know that I have to keep up to my time, Nada. What we do here at Lusitania is that we want to develop good behavior so that we have environmental stewards in our. So what we do community cleanup each and every year, each and every month, the first week of every month, we do what we call community cleanup. You can see our children go out there, outside there, to pick litter, plastic, and everything, so that we keep our environment clean as well. They are also teaching the community that they shouldn't throw about litter, because litter is choking us, it's choking think of the land animals, think of the water animals. So this is what we do. And lastly, last year we entered a competition. Yes, it was about the Suchana project, whereby we used reused plastic. When we reused the plastic, our children brought a lot of plastic bottles and were able to make weather instruments. We don't have a weather station at our school. Right now, we've got a weather station there made out of, they have taken all the pictures just to show you. But you can see that those are weather instruments. And they also made some the planters, reusing plastic, making pencil cases. And the pencil cases were donated to a children's home. Besides teaching our children about environmental awareness, we are also teaching them about social responsibility as well. As you can see there in the next picture, yes, we are teaching children about social responsibility. They are plants, taking care of plants in their environment, taking care of not only in their school, but right around the school. Even when we pick up litter, we go to different centers, not only in my suburb, Grindel, but outside there, we bus them there so that they can also go and teach the other people. It's all about education, and education not only for the children, but also our parents, our adults. And then each and every year, we plant trees. Right now, tomorrow, our SDG club, we've got an SDG club, which is going to EMA, Environmental Management Action. Every child is going to bring a tree, and that tree they are going to plant at their homes. Some of them are being planted here at school. So before each and every child leaves our school, they have to plant a tree. So we have got a tree plantation. And also we teach our children about community orchards, so that in their areas, they also do not, sometimes people do not have ideas, plant trees, so that fruit trees as well, community orchards, and we are teaching them about nutrition. Yes, it's environment, but we are also teaching them about nutrition. And then we encourage our children to research about the environment. You can see collaboration, there's problem solving, there's creativity, they are drawing art. That art also leads them into creative writing, telling stories. Why have you drawn Mother Earth? Why are you drawing this? What are we talking about? Plastics. So we want to incorporate plastic pollution into our curriculum so that our children know that it is bad to throw around any litter. And then you see there, we also encourage plastic bottle collection at our school. Last year, we had a major drive of collecting plastic bottle. And what we did, this is the one that we used to make some objects, so many objects out of plastic. And what we had left, we took it to another company that deals with plastic packaging so that they can also, we sold them. And the money that we got, fundraising, this is the money that we used to paint our pot plants that we donated to a children's home. There are pencil cases that we donated to a children's home. And then here in Zimbabwe, it's a landlord country, but we also raise awareness. We entered an SDG conference where our children were talking about save the turtle. Yes, they see it from the TV, but they were able to go and preach the word there about saving the green turtle, saving the ocean. We are trying to instill responsible behavior, because at the end of the day, with globalization, we don't know where our children are going to end. One time they're going to be in Costa Rica, one time they're going to be in America. They have learned about it and they've spread the news. And then we also work together, fundraising through Zimbabwe Sunshine City. This is the one that invited us today so that our children can go and learn about. So there are so many things that we can do. Make educational provisions out of plastic, make toys, donate them. We have got so many children out there who do not have toys, but we have got plastic that we are throwing away. We are also making bags for the elderly. Unfortunately, I left it at home. We're using the plastic bottle from the milk, and they were using crochet to patch the pieces together, and then they donated. And then we also teach them, avoid single use of plastic. Straws, use metal straws. There are so many things that we can do. And then sustainable projects. Right behind my office that I am in, there is a garden that our SDG club, they are growing carrots, they are growing lettuce. We are teaching them so many things. And then lastly, I just wanted to say that there's so much that we can do. Last year also, we got into a project about e-waste management. We don't know what to do with the cell phones, with the laptops that we throw about, but those were used, the CDs, they were used for artwork. So there are so many things that we can do using reuse, reduce, reuse, and recycle plastic. I know I can go on and go on. There are so many things, but we want
Dr.
to
Patricia, thank you.
Yes,
You can
Stuart.
talk till tomorrow. We can listen you, but you know we have so many participants waiting. You are amazing, awesome, beautiful, smart,
you.
fighter, humanitarian, and social worker. We are proud on you. Really proud on you whole time what you are doing. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, it's okay. Thank you, Nada.
Thank you, Patricia.
Let us
Thank you.
try to yes, let us try to go to Botswana. Dr. Paula Omi Otukile, please enlighten us with your speech. She's in village. She has problems. Dr. Paula, please. I think again problems. So the respected student Mikhail Alejandru Stanescu from Romania. Dear Mikhail, please. Mikhail, I think we have so many issues today with the internet, so we will call our Mikhail again. But now we are still in Romania. We have an amazing educator. She is great. Carmen Mirela Buteciu. Welcome. Welcome, dear Carmen.
Thank you.
Enlighten us.
I belong to,
Felicitări, felicitări.
Voila. I belong to the IIU community, and I want to share with you our Erasmus project that took place this year from the 8th. Can you see my?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So, as an Erasmus ambassador and a twinning ambassador for Romania, our school hosted this year an Erasmus project in which our school was only a host school. And it is on the topic of educating environmental young leaders and advocates. This project is in cooperation with a school from Kainartash secondary school from Turkey, with whose students and teachers, especially Ashley Chilik. We have been collaborating for 5 years in a twinning projects, and finally our students met in an Erasmus project in Romania today. So I want to share just some photos showing especially our eco-fashion designing and eco-fashion parade. Besides, that was a music lesson. Besides this, sorry, the music lesson was also interesting, but the eco-fashion parade was more interesting than that. So together our children worked to make, as Patricia said before, different objects from recyclable plastic to create fashion and design fashion together with natural elements from nature, and it was a great fun, a successful event. And besides that, our students learned more than before. Let me check the other. I don't want to stop sharing, but I have. Okay. In the previous day, we planted, as you said, a photo is worth a thousand words. So we planted a oak tree, a red oak tree, as a friendship, a tree between our schools and our students, which we will take great care of. And we also drew, the children together with us drew, make drawings on, in collaboration, on sustainability topics and ideas, as you can see. So I can stop my presentation here because there are many things that could be said. So through education, grassroots education, we can develop the self-awareness and many other skills and abilities in our students also on this topic. Through e-twinning projects, Erasmus projects. In Romania, from this year, we also introduced a Green Week, in which for a week we have to deal only with such topics. And Romanian teachers have been on strike for 2 weeks, but we are still working. We are still working for education, I mean. So we will continue our strike to make aware our government of the importance of education for the future of our country and of the world. Thank you.
Carmen. Thank you so much. Thank you for empowering those students and for the incredible work that you do every day, and all the students and all the teachers around the world. Thank you so much.
Yes, our Carmen is a great educator and great Erasmus ambassador, and she needs to disseminate her project. She has a great work, and keep doing a great work there, Carmen. We are really proud on you. Felicitari. Now we are moving to once again big clap for our great Claudia, because it is not easy to do this project and to write them and to apply them and to work in school and to do this after school. So this is a hard work, and a big clap for you. Let us move from Romania to a beautiful country. We are coming to Croatia, a beautiful country with a beautiful Adriatic Sea and most islands. So I have an honor to call a great educator from Croatia, my great friend, Biljana Ilkovski. Dear Biljana, you are welcome.
Thank you, Nada.
Thank you.
Hello to everyone. Good afternoon, good morning. We are in different kinds of countries, so I'm honored to be here. My name is Biljana Ilkovski. As Nada mentioned, I'm from Bjelovar, a small town in Croatia. I work in economy and administration school in Bjelovar. I'm a teacher of economic subjects, and I have an interest in circular economy. Well, this year we marked as the anniversary of the World Environment Day. 40 years ago, the United Nations adopted the Environmental Protection Program. Although results have been achieved in these 40 years in environmental protection, mostly in raising people's awareness, in those 70s, little was known how big a problem plastic would become for our planet. My aim is, because the over here team is plastic and how to achieve a circular economy with no plastic, I would like to share something about that. we all know that plastic has many valuable uses, but we have become too dependent on single-use plastic, which has serious consequences on our environment. Millions of plastic drinks bottles are bought around the world every minute, and we use up to 5 trillion single-use plastic bags every day. In addition, almost a third of the plastic packaging we use does not enter the collection system and ends up clogging city streets and polluting nature. Every year, about 13 million of tons of plastic materials reaches the oceans, the beaches, which endangers the life in the sea. It can take hundreds of years for plastic to break down in the ocean. We have the same problem here in Adriatic Sea, and our scientists are trying to take studies about a bad influence on microplastics in Adriatic Sea, because Adriatic Sea, as you know, is how can I say it, is closed sea, just one part of Mediterranean Sea. So the problems with microplastics are great. Scientists are still now not sure what harm plastics from water does to our body, but it contains a number of chemicals which are toxic and disturbing hormone functions. I would like to give a point to that. It is particularly worrying that the food that we eat is packed in plastic packaging. Food and packaging materials are or objects are always in interaction. The result is usually the transition of compounds into food, or immigration and release from materials of objects into food, or vice versa. In some cases, this may pose a health risk to consumer. From the different shores of our Earth to the remote Arctic, plastic is silently choking every corner of the planet. Most plastics became trash after just one use and contaminated the soil, rivers, and oceans. It has even entered in our food chain through fish from the sea, through food, through water from bottles, and even air. We have to change the way we produce and use and dispose of plastic. I want to say that plastic is not inherently bad. It is an invention that has provided significant benefits to our societies, and in some cases even to environment. Unfortunately, the way industry and governments have managed plastics and how society has turned it to disposable and wasteful commodity, that is a problem that innovation into planetary disaster. Our attitude towards the use and disposal of plastic must change, not only for the sake of the environment, but also for the sake of our economy. We all should ask ourselves, what can I do? Well, we all here, I suppose, we are all the same, thinking that plastic products are usable. Don't use them once and throw them away. Replace plastic bags with cloth ones. Replace plastic straws with metal ones. Stop using them altogether, and to learn to dispose of plastic waste. Reuse, of course, recycle, and very important, are very important. But I have to say something about companies. What can companies do? Plastic is cost-effective, useful, and flexible material. Then when it's used correctly, can have a positive overall impact on the environment. But our current production system do not use plastic appropriately because they do not use recycled plastic. We think of plastic as a cheap disposable product, which is, I think, crazy. because plastic by its very nature is not easy degradable and often not degradable at all. It lasts for hundreds of years. Currently, it is often cheaper for companies to buy brand new virgin plastic made from oil rather than buy recycled plastic. Isn't that crazy? This system is not efficient, of course. Companies should ensure that their production models reward the reuse of plastic rather than the contains use of immediate disposal of virgin plastic. They need to stop endlessly denying their fault and claiming it's just a waste management problem or government problems, and instead take the responsibility for the materials they use. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I agree with you 100%. If a company decides to use plastic, they need to have a program that will recycle it or reuse it. So that's definitely true. Thank you for bringing again the topic of economic circular economy, because it is the future and we definitely all have to adhere to it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Biljana. It was really amazing, really so many solutions. And yes, our great Biljana is a wonderful educator. So really proud to be with us here today, and you are always welcome. We're still in Croatia. Let us call respected professor, educator, Maria Gaurina. So, dear Maria, welcome and enlighten us with your speech today. Dear Maria, we don't hear you. Please, something with the voice. Maria? We don't hear you, Maria. No? No, there's a problem with the mic. Please, can you do something? Please, can you unmute yourself? Nothing.
Maybe she has to go out and come back in.
Yes, listen, please disconnect and connect again. I will call Professor Oliveira and then you again. Please try to disconnect and connect again. Thank you. Let us move to still being Croatia. We have another great educator, professor of chemistry, one of the most awarded professors in Croatia, with so many awards with the students and working a lot in the environment with a big global project. Professor Oliveira, you are welcome. Professor Oliveira, please, Professor Oliveira, she needs to hear probably some network issues. Maria, is it okay now? Try now.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Welcome, Professor Oliveira. Welcome.
Thank you, Nada. I'm not so well, but I'll try.
You are so well. Don't be shy. She has so many awards with her students in chemistry in STEM. You are great, please.
Thank you. Can I share my presentation?
Yes, you can.
Ajme.
Imaš 5 minuta.
Ja. Zašto? Ne mogu miša da ulovim.
Oh.
So. No.
Can you try without presentation? If you can, share. Please. Pričaj bez ičega, molim te.
Neće biti to bez...
Bez prezentacije.
Da, evo.
Okay, yeah.
Do you see now?
Great. Yes, can you, you cannot, ne može cijeli ekran, ne može.
I will try, but
Okay.
yes.
Okay, please continue, please.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Nado, for the invitation, and it's my great pleasure to be here now. Today, I will present a project that was recently awarded at the state level, and it is a project called Protection Karstic Ponds in Labin area. Ponds were created naturally or anthropogenically with the basic purpose of watering livestock and irrigating fields. Ponds are small but important habitats for numerous plant and animal species. Ponds are part of rich cultural and architectural heritage of Istria. Unfortunately, ponds lost their original purpose many decades ago. 57 students responded to the invitation of Nature Historica 2021 and reported 32 puddles in the area.
Olivera, ne miču ti se slajdovi.
Pričam, to je taj slajd.
Na prvome.
A ne miču se.
Ne miču se slajdovi, no.
Meni se, okay, I'm sorry. Uh, 57 students responded to the invitation of Nature Historica 2021 and reported the 32 puddles in the area of Labinština. This prompted us to re-examine the ponds that our eco group listed back in 2007 in order to determine their current condition. As ponds are highly dependent on climatic and anthropogenic conditions, we believe that it is possible that some ponds have disappeared or been devastated, so we hope that the research will encourage the population and local administration to protect ponds. This is worksheet that the students had to fill in on the field. Name of the ponds, location, coordinates, condition, vegetation, etc. You can see a comparison of the results on the displayed maps. The left map shows the number of ponds from 2007 and the right one from 2022. Locations are circled in red. Here you can see pictures of all the ponds, and the ponds that are no longer there today are marked in red. From this graph, we can see that the number of living ponds dropped from 38 to 22, a reduction of 42%. 2007, water was analyzed from 7 ponds that were then used for watering livestock and irrigation. Unfortunately, 3 of the 7 puddles are no longer alive, so the analysis was made for the remaining 4 puddles that are still in use today. The physical and chemical properties of the water from the tested ponds have not changed, are within the prescribed standards, and the water from the existing puddles can be used for watering animals and irrigation. Here it is shown pond structure based upon location and water sources for all the ponds since rain, and the spring was found in one of them. Here we see the appearance of the bottom and how many walls they have. Numerous plant and animal world, 8 ponds are inhabited by fish, and we can see endangerment diagram. Diagrams of purpose 2007 and also today. There is reasons for the disappearance of ponds are to lesser extent climatic conditions, lack of rain, and the largest number disappeared due to lack of use and maintenance, 12 ponds, drying out to mosquitoes, constructions of roads, houses, campsites, and olive groves, 5 ponds. The plant cover in the environment changes, and most often in the places of dried up ponds, there are lawns, bushes, and forests, deciduous mixed with evergreen trees. We submitted the results of this research to the local administration in the hope that through joint actions we will raise awareness of the importance of preserving ponds. City of Labin joins the initiative Ponds in Istria and will include pond on Marcilnica, which is located in the center of the city and is completely devastated. The mayor contacted us and we will be collaborators. In addition to humans, ponds are important habitats for numerous plant and animal species. In order to preserve the pond, it is necessary to come up with ways to restore them, but it is also important to make the public aware of the importance of these habitats. Finally, environmental song in the Labin dialect. You can see also in English, but I will say in our local dialect. Kol je stori človek, da bi mogla napojiti blogo, da bi ime kadeo prat budonti canotieri, kohi me. A dugo vremena je to vodo anche pi. Kada je človek već skoro kol, natura je zajedno storila beštije i pjante. Voda s kola nikamor ne gre, pa sokoli jedine vodi poli nas kesto je. Thank you very much.
Wow. Such a great presentation,
Thank
such
you
a
so
great
much. Yes.
research.
Thank you, Nada. Thank
We
you.
learned so much. Thank you so much for sharing this. Definitely.
Thank you.
A lot of work.
Professor Oliveira, wonderful. Please, can you stop sharing?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. So we will come back to our Professor Maria Gaurina now when Oliveira stops sharing.
Yeah, I will try. Yes.
So Nada, I'm testing. Do you hear me?
Great.
Yes, we do.
Wonderful. Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you, dear Nada. So thank you all for this opportunity. And I will not be like Oliver, she presented you one great project. And I think that it is very important to start with education. You know, you like whole circular economy, you like something, but I think that we need to start from education. And my name is Maria Gaurina, and I am secondary school teacher from SIN in Croatia, and I am also working on University of Split with students, and I'm also PhD student. And I have worked on curriculum development for vocational schools in Croatia, pointing STEM, physics. So I will speak about SDG goal 13. I will be short. I don't have presentation. I will speak about this goal, and I will speak about what I think and what the most people that are working in education think that we need to do to raise awareness about climate action and climate change. So you know that SDG Goal 13 is climate action, which addresses the urgent need to combat climate change and protect our environment. High school education, I think, plays a vital role in shaping the future generation and their understanding and commitment to environmental preservation. And by equipping high school students with the knowledge, skills, and values necessary for sustainable living, we can foster a generation that actively contributes to achieving SDG Goal 13. And, you know, we have SDG goals also like in education. So we can connect SDG goals for education and SDG goal for climate action. So if we introduce these topics in high school education, we can hope that these new people that we are educating will serve to nature. So the first topic is raising environmental awareness. Second topic that we need to introduce to these students is fostering sustainable practices. Third point is encouraging active citizenship. Fourth point, promoting sustainable career paths. I think that this is very, very important. And to building global perspectives. So the education of high school students or high school children holds immense potential for advancing SDG Goal 13 and ensuring the preservation of our environment. By raising environmental awareness, fostering sustainable practices, encouraging active citizenship, promoting sustainable career paths, and building global perspectives, high school education can equip students with the knowledge and values necessary to become agents of change. And can you hear these words? Agents of change. And I heard all these great presenters here that you had on this great conference. And I think that every single of this presenter was speaking about the children that are coming, and we are leaving this planet to them. But we need to educate them what they need to do. So it is through their collective efforts that we can move closer to sustainable future, and where the environment is protected and the goals of SDGs are achieved. And when I spoke about fostering sustainable practices, education empowers high school students to adopt sustainable practices both in and outside the classroom. That is very important. Through lessons on energy conservation, waste management, and responsible consumption, students learn to minimize their ecological footprint. You know, we have ecological footprint, we have carbon dioxide footprint, and by cultivating habits such as recycling, reducing food waste, and using renewable energy sources, they contribute to mitigating environmental degradation and climate change. This is very important. And I will putting big one, promoting sustainable career paths. High school education can expose students to a wide range of environmentally focused career options. By providing information about green jobs and sustainable industries, students can explore further career paths aligned with environmental preservation. And that is very important. This knowledge equips them with the skills and motivation to contribute to the work phase that drives sustainable development. So I think that it is very, very important that we introduced all these 5 points in high school education, that we have new and green generations. So I think I had my time almost as good as you said in 5 minutes.
Thank
So
you. You did great.
I don't have any presentation. I said it before, but we do a lot of projects and we introduce these topics in new curricula that it is presented in Croatia. So I hope this will make an impact for future generations. Thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Nada and IIU. Thank you.
Great,
Thank you,
Maria.
Maria.
Great.
Yeah, go ahead. Wonderful.
Great. Maria is coming from my city, so I'm really proud on her. She's my citizen. She's living behind me. Great educator, doing an amazing work with students at the high school, with students at the university. And what to say, keep Maria doing a great work.
Wonderful.
From now, we are moving from Croatia. We are going to Kosovo. Kosovo is also nearby us. We have a great educator from Kosovo, Leutrim Braha. Welcome, respected Leutrim. Enlighten us.
Hi everyone, greetings from Kosovo.
Greetings.
Before I start, I want to thank Madam Nada Radkovic from Croatia and Madam Virginia Rivera from Puerto Rico for invitation to being part of these eminent speakers. It is honor, pleasure and privilege to be here with you in this conference. I will start my speech with the slogan, keep it clean and keep it green. Every one of us on the planet can take steps to reduce our negative impacts on the natural environment. We offer some tips to keep our world green and clean by making eco-friendly, sustainable choices for our lives. In simple terms, to go green means finding a balance between the life you lead, the impact that life and our choices have on planet, and being mindful enough to help maintain ecological balance to preserve the planet, its ecosystems, and its natural resources. Now I will focus in benefits of living in a healthy community. Do you hear me or not?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay. The first one is to have a better physical health. Secondly, to make cleaner environment. And third, to create more holistic educational opportunities. The main resources of life in this planet are oxygen and water. So if we look back a few years ago, back in time, we will see the difference that before there was no risk of temperature or pollution. But if we look and focus at the present time, the temperature is also rising and the pollution is also increasing. We urgently need to take concrete steps to save the planet. For this, we have to pay attention to the environment first. Environmental advocacy is presenting information on ecological issues as a way to encourage adults to adopt more sensitive practices and geocentric world views. Global and regional environmental issues are the subject of international law. There are the norms and rules that countries must follow as a matter of custom, and they are so prevalent that they include all the world. The purpose of environmental law works to protect land, air, water, and soil. Environmental law is an up and coming area of law in an age of concern over the footprint humans are leaving on our planet. It covers diverse areas such as climate control, sources of energy, pollution, and corporate social responsibility. That's it. So what I'm prepared for this speech, and I will repeat again the slogan, keep it clean, keep it green. Thank you very much.
I love it. Keep it clean, keep it green. We love that. And great timing and great information. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, dear respected Leutrim, for a great speech. Let us move from Kosovo in Albania. We are still in Europe. We are still on the Balkan. We have an amazing educator, professor of English, respected Shpresa Delia from Albania. You are welcome.
Thank you. And it's really a great honor to be in this great conference organized by International Internship University. And especially, I'm privileged to be invited by you, Professor Dr. Nata Ratkovich, and also Virginia Rivera from Puerto Rico. Actually, this is a very interesting and intrigued topic to talk about environment and how to make it, to make it useful for the sustainable future. And I would like, as an educator that I am, I'm going to talk about how to nurture the educational system with a healthy and useful teaching and learning environment in our schools, because protecting environment starts from the education. Starts from the family and then from our schools as well. And also we were taught by COVID-19 that COVID-19 and the pandemic brought a lot of changes in all spheres of life, including education, including teaching, learning, the psychology of teaching and learning, and the social interaction. But how does the environment influence learning now? Because for 2 years or almost 2.5 years, we've been locked down everywhere in the world, all the corners of the world. So we missed our environment, we missed our students, we missed our beloved people. And research has shown that an engaged learning environment increases students' attention and focus, promotes meaningful learning experiences, it encourages higher levels of student performance and motivates students to practice higher level critical thinking skills. So what are now the environmental factors that affect learning and teaching in our schools? They start, as I mentioned before, they start in the family. They also influence motivation. They influence socio-cultural diversities in our classes, in our cities, in our world, in this global village that we live nowadays. So learning environment dramatically affects the learning outcomes of our students as well. Students, open space and noise, inappropriate temperature, insufficient light in the classes, overcrowded classes, misplaced boards, for example, inappropriate classroom layout, all make up this big gamma of factors which in a little way they confuse and distract students in our classes. So why environment is important for student learning? It is because the main reason is that through creating a very welcoming learning environment and teaching environment to our students, the students increase their performance. They also affect, so this environment affects students' personality. Physical space of school also impacts learning and education, even in social perspective. So all aspects of education and educational psychology of teaching and learning agree that effective education depends on having a goal, the appropriateness of the physical and social environment of class, motivation of teachers and students for teaching and learning, the students' cognitive and emotional and motor preparation, sound management of class by teachers, their mastery over the subject, any kind of subject, may be language, may be physics or science or whatever. Also, it increases their passion for their work. So this makes students, all these factors, if we arrange them in a proper way, they affect our students' progress in the schools. The teachers try to create a perfect environment for learning to learn and to behave well. Like all the previous presenters, I highly, and also I I'm humbled to what they said, and also to what they reflected here through different kinds of projects, brilliant projects they brought about here, either through Erasmus Plus or their own projects organized in their own countries or schools as well. So they showed us that putting students in all these projects makes students like create the social role responsibility, but also build up work and social relationships between the students with one another, but also beyond their own countries, because some of the projects came, especially those that were built through Erasmus Plus, I mean, they are in collaboration with different schools in different countries as well. So one of the influential factors in the new education is the architecture of the educational space. And here I'm not going to go deep because of lack of time, but we, or the architectures or the builders, should take into account how to build a school, to have the proper light, to have the proper space, to have the proper number of the students, to make it as dynamic as a living factor, because students pass almost most of the time in the school. And this raises another big question on the part of the policymakers, of the people working in the ministries of education everywhere in the world, to redesign the curriculum. So as one of the speakers, I cannot remember the name now, but she mentioned that the curriculum should include in itself the high impact environment has in the educational system of our students, but also in creating the new men in our new world. Then it is, so if we can consider, for example, noise undermines reading, writing, comprehension skills, but also academic performance in our schools. Though in some cases, music is used, as one of the Romanian presenters mentioned there, but it depends. I mean, for what purposes you use music in your teaching purposes. So what I would say that we should use Nicole's cyclical model of the curriculum, which means that starting from the environmental challenges, which will serve as a stimulus, which brings a response, and this response brings up changes in our educational system. And this also makes a kind of a rotation of this movement of the use of the curriculum to make it as powerful, as responsible as possible in order to identify the needs of our students. So I'm going to highlight, I mean, the premises which are very important. Curriculum change must be a planned change, and not we have one curriculum for so many years, but it should change according to what, I mean, the changes in the world just sets us as a task to change. School as an organization is the brain for the change as well. Environmental needs and challenges are stimulus for curricular change. School stakeholders are the curriculum respondents, and evaluation is vital for continuity of the educational system. So to cut it now short is that following all this cycle of building up or redesigning the curriculum, where the initially identified issues are processed, what areas of the curriculum do these issues target? How is it affected? What are the implications? Is the organization ready to take on such challenges like COVID, for example, imposed on us. Is the school ready for a planned curriculum change? Are teachers trained enough to face all these changes affected by what the environment calls us to bring to change? So this phase is the reading change of the organization and is the springboard for the future change. Hope so I brought some good points on the educational system, and perhaps, I mean, here we do have policymakers and listening to what we say in order for them to reflect on the educational system. Thank you, Madam, and I highly appreciate your work. You've been really, both of you and the whole committee, you've been great organizing this huge, tremendous conference. Thank you so much.
Wow,
Thank you,
so much.
respected Presa. And yes, I want to say we are really honored to have you here today with us on the IIU stage. You are most welcome, and we invite you to come again to join us in our training sessions. Please come again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Moving from Albania to Italy, you see, we are just walking a little. Now we are crossing the Adriatic Sea in Croatia and going to Italy. We have an amazing educator. I really choose her because she's so great from Italy. She's working a lot on the projects for e-twinning, Erasmus, and etc. She's a great educator, Ms. Romina Marchesani from Italy. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for inviting me. As Nada said, my name is Romina Marchesani, and I've been working for about 10 years in an upper secondary school. And I'm also an Erasmus Plus and a twinning ambassador in Italy. I wrote and coordinated many Erasmus Plus projects, and especially one last year. Its title was Together Now for the Future of Our Planet, and carried out several e-twinning projects on the topics of environment, climate change, and pollution, especially with the awareness that my small city, Ortona, is located on the Adriatic coast, and its beaches are really polluted. As a teacher and an educator, I strongly believe it is necessary to awaken the consciences of future citizens, starting from the young people, who will be the heirs of the world. The environment around us needs to be preserved. If we take care of nature, then it can provide us with everything that we need. But the price of neglecting nature is also substantially high. Lately, we have encountered many situations where we have to face nature's fury, such as drought, especially in Italy last week, excessive rainfall, forest fires, and so on. The excessive exploitation of natural resources and the unrestrained pollution has been causing uncontrolled environmental damage. Hence, it is utmost importance that we include environmental awareness as a topic of subject in the curriculum. Right from the preschool years, children should know about how to preserve nature. If we are successfully able to make children understand the importance of the preservation of the environment from a very young age, then they will be carefully re-evaluating every decision they are going to make. These young people will also be able to correct elders if they see something harmful being done to the environment. With this in mind, I wrote this project entitled The Ocean Rescuers to inspire my students to take action in caring for the environment. This project has met with considerable success, has been awarded by the European Union as quality educational and didactic material, and it is published on the European Academy website. Through my e-twinning project, the Ocean Rescuers, in collaboration with different countries, my students worked on this topic with different activities, sharing interests, opinions, and points of view, and using several tools. As teacher, I try to make my students aware that polluted beaches pose a serious health risk for people who come in contact with dirty water or sand. The beaches of our coast are polluted, and we must develop awareness of the danger of waste for humans and marine flora and fauna. The first step of my project was to develop awareness of the needs for your ocean's pollution through storytelling. Storytelling activities represent today a tool available to teachers to structure a teaching learning environment more engaging. In particular, working on education for sustainable development, I usually use this technique to combine with the necessary information component emotional experiences suited to better arouse motivation for change in students. The second step was entitled Let's Narrate. Students have been invited to tell an experience about the ocean's pollution and beach pollution through the collection of images and through the creation of albums or message boards of images accompanied by short descriptions, short captions. Finally, they proposed an interactive path and link images to resources on the web. The third step was entitled Sharing Our Visual Storytelling.
Just my apologize. Let me mute. Please be muted.
Can I continue?
Yes, you
okay.
can.
So sharing our visual storytelling, and the students engaged in the work have built a material that can be defined as a visual storytelling, building a static product, and subsequently exhibited as a thematic exhibition in an area open to the public of the school. The voluntary association Plastic Free met our students in the conference hall to inform and sensitize students with the aim of raising awareness that there is no planet B. The interventions in school convey to the students all the necessary notions to make the right choices in respect of the environment. The meeting with this NGO aroused awareness among students to prevent further environmental disasters and transform educational institutions into plastic-free places. During the interventions customized by age group, obviously, have been explained the importance of loving the planet without polluting, recycling, and alternative choices to plastic. The last step of this project has been Let's Clean Up the Beach. At the end of the path, my students have been involved in an action through the cleaning up of a town beach, the municipality, Ecolan, the waste collection company, and the National Plastic Free Volunteering Association has also been involved. I'm deeply honored to take part in such an important and globally relevant event. I thank the organizers and all the speakers for their contributions, which I can say aloud have taught me a lot and have provided me with new ideas and stimuli to continue my commitment with more strength. And my last sentence is, we can make it. Happy Environmental Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Definitely. Every day is Environment Day. Definitely. Thank you for sharing your project and what you're doing with your students, that they're going to teach us all. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, respected Romina, for great work you are doing in your country and being an ambassador, as well as like our Claudia. So in Europe, it is very important to share that and to do that on this project, and it insists a lot of time great work, and thank you, and keep doing a great work. And I hope we will see you again and you can present us here, because we know that you need a dissemination of projects. So you are feel free to be here and come and give us your project and disseminate all around the globe. Thank you. Thank you so much. From Italy, let us move to Nigeria. We are moving to Nigeria. We have our great entrepreneur, great educator, what to say, the owner of Mommy, great Dr. Ijeoma Esther Nemamdi. You are welcome there, Ijeoma. Enlighten us. Dr. Ijeoma, please. I think, unmute yourself. Yes.
Okay, you hear me now?
Yes, great.
Okay, thank you so much, dearest Professor Nada. Thank you, IIU, for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. So today we are looking at the topic. Today is World Environmental Day, and we are looking at the topic, nurture nature for sustainable future. That is what we are talking about. And let me quickly, please. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. We hear you. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So we are discussing nurture nature for sustainable future. And this is a phrase that emphasizes the importance of protecting and preserving the environment for the benefit of future generations. It recognizes that the health of the planet is intimately connected to the well-being of humanity, and that we have a responsibility to ensure that the natural resources are used in a sustainable way. The concept of sustainable development is rooted in the idea that the economic growth and social progress must be balanced with environmental protection and conservation. This means that we must take a long-term view of our actions and consider the impact of our decisions on future generations. There are many ways to nurture nature for a sustainable future, including reducing our carbon footprint, protecting biodiversity, conserving natural resources, and promoting sustainable agriculture and forestry practices. It also involves promoting environmental education and awareness and encouraging individuals and businesses to adopt more sustainable lifestyle practices. Nurturing nature for a sustainable future requires a collective effort from individuals. Just as we are having this event and we are rubbing minds together, sharing our insights, we need businesses, the government, the international organization to collaborate to achieve this. And by working together to protect and preserve our planet, we can ensure that the future generations inherit a healthy and sustainable world. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I really appreciate the opportunity given to me to do this presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gioma. It was wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that.
Dr. Gioma, great. Like always, thank you. Thank you for being with us and joining us. Today, we have with us from Nigeria, a great personality, also first time at the IIU stage. So we want to welcome you, great Professor Caleb Timelechin Samuel. Welcome. We are really honored to have you with us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Nada. Thank you very much for the invitation. Distinguished guests and highly intellectual persons, I must say it's a privilege to be here. We are in the evening here in Nigeria, this to be in the midst of high-profile individuals. And we have been talking about something that has to do with the environment, that has to do with nurturing nature for sustainable future. I must make us understand a lot of things, and particularly, I've been listening since morning to our intellectual speakers, and they've been making a very, very great point. We must also understand that regardless of our color and differences, we are caught up in an inseparable network of mutuality tied up in a single garment of destiny. So whatever happens to any one of us happens to everybody. So this means that every one of us, as a part of nature that we are, whatever we do to that nature, it gives it back to us in return. It is a system theory. And I must say, there are a lot that have been going on, particularly when it comes to the rate of our consumption and our production practices, and particularly when it comes to our consumption lifestyles. A lot has been going on. And I must say, my area of specialization, which is the climate change, it is a war that the human race have been battling with. And well, there have been some mitigation approaches, there have been some adaptation approaches. But then I would like to stress on particularly the corporate and private organizations. I have discovered that a lot of private organizations, they particularly, when it comes to their production aspects, they tend to release this carbon dioxide and other harmful substances into this environment. And this environment is what we depend upon. What affects the environment affects the health impact of every living organism that is dependent on that environment. So, to cut it short and to not waste so much time because there are still other speakers to talk, and we also talk about some mitigation approaches that I believe that progressive policymakers should actually put in place when it comes to environmental sustainability. We must also talk about zero greenwashing. Unfortunately, most companies today, they are saying they care about the environment, but in action, they are not doing that. In action, they are doing otherwise, they are polluting the environment. And I believe there should be a policy that will encourage or persuade companies to communicate accurately about their climate financing activities. That is part of the mitigation approaches that we are talking about. Before any project can be done by companies and private individuals, they should communicate it. Is it environmentally sustainable? Is it environmentally friendly? And particularly when we talk about projects, how many climate-related projects have they really financed? For us to believe that there are companies that really care about this environment. So I believe when we talk about targets are different from policies. Policy is one thing, target is one thing. Every sustainable development goal has its own target and progress. And as a matter of fact, there must be policies designed that will facilitate the realization of those targets. Are those policies in place? Are they there for companies to go with? Now, when we talk about policies again, in the area of social justice, in everything we do, every policy that we put in place, is it in line with the social justice principles? If it is not in line with the social justice principles, then it is not a policy at all. So this is a time that we need to actually look inwards within ourselves, that when it comes to environmental sustainability, are we sincere and being transparent about it? When it comes to company, are they being transparent about it? Is there integrity? Do they really show concern about this environment? Because as far as I am concerned, this environment gives us every environmental good when we talk about water, when we talk about this clean air and green spaces. So it will become a disaster for us when all these environmental goods are being polluted. Of course, every living organism depends on this, and if most of all these things are polluted, then every living organism will die, of which it shouldn't supposed to be. So when we talk about insetting in the climate-related area, we can say insetting refers to the financing of climate protection projects along a company's own value chain that demonstrably reduce or sequester emissions and thereby achieve a positive impact on the community, landscape, and ecosystem associated with the value chain. Before companies can craft out their action plan, does it meet up with the environmental standard? If it does not meet up with the environmental standard, this is a part we need to look, and government of every nation should look into. Does it meet up with the environmental output? Is it environmentally friendly? If it is not environmentally friendly, then I must say that such projects should not be allowed to be embarked upon. So, and also I would like to dive a little into the issue of deforestation, which is also in relation to climate change, deforestation and afforestation. So when we talk about deforestation, we can talk about it means the purposeful clearing and thinning of trees and forests. But we have come to realize that deforestation causes a lot of damages to this environment. When we talk about deforestation, we can talk about falling of trees. And do you know that at the falling of trees, when trees are being cut down, trees captures carbon. At the point of falling down all these trees we have to release back that carbon dioxide that is being stored into the earth atmosphere, contributing to this global warming we are talking about, which in its sense, health-wise, it is not good for every living organism. So progressive policy makers have been able to do a great job. At least they introduced the REDD plus policy that has to do with the reducing emission for deforestation and degradation. So, and the main purpose of that is to reduce carbon, planting more trees to suck in carbon. These trees, it is what we breathe out that the plants breathe in. So plants and nature in itself, it purifies air that we breathe in. So it goes in a recycling manner. So for our own benefit. Now, in the issue of this REDD, there must be a provision for financial incentives to government, agribusiness, and communities to maintain and possibly increase rather than reduce forest cover. When we talk about communities that put afforestation into consideration, they should put in policies to give them incentives. All these things will reduce drastically the issue of deforestation, and we will all live a clean and sustainable life. And also, I would like to stress on the issue of education. No matter how much we talk about education, it is not too much. When we trace back education, when we talk about education for sustainable development, it evolved from environmental education that we know, and added to it an integrated sustainable development perspective with stronger focus on social and economic dimensions. So when we talk about environmental education, it came to international prominence in the Stockholm Declaration in 1972, and it was further elaborated in Belgrade Charter in 1975, and also in the Tbilisi Declaration in 1977. So, however, since the Rio Declaration on Environmental and Development in 1992 recognized the importance of education as a primary mechanism for achieving sustainable development, there has been a gradual blending of environmental education and education for sustainable development. So this is to see that education is a means of implementation for every SDG. If we are to attain that goal, education is very, very important.
My dear friend Caleb, you will talk till tomorrow. What Nada said to you a few times, please listen. We are still not till the end. We have so many speakers. Please, Caleb, come to us, speak how much you want. Thank you. It was amazing. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Professor Nada, for the invitation.
Thank you.
I'm so
Thank
happy.
you so much.
All right, thank you.
We need to move forward. You see how much is the time already in all countries. I know Nigeria is same like me, but other countries are waiting. So let us see. did he has electricity? Respected Ambassador Joel, are you here with us?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening,
Thank
everyone.
you. Thank you. And listen, my apologize. My apologize. I cannot go. You know, if I took you and don't took somebody else, Nada is not respecting the shadow. So
That's
thank
fine.
you. Thank you for
That's
the
fine.
patience. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you so much, Prof. Dr. Nada and our dear Dr. Virginia for hosting this event. I've been following an interesting topic for that matter. I want to thank IIU and His Reverend Sir Pandit for organizing this event. It's quite a good event for us all to learn from. I am so much interested in this topic because our living depends on it. We are talking about nature, nurture nature for sustainable future. And I put a little caption under there, if you can see from my screen. I see everything is connected to everything else. Everything.
Dr. Joel, can I ask you something?
Yes.
On which topic you are not interested?
Pardon?
On which topic you are not interested? You are interested on so many topics. That is, I'm asking. Which topic do you don't like? All you like.
I like everything because we learn
Yes,
from everything.
so yes.
We learn from everything. Everything is connected to everything else. Even the rubbish. Some people will say, okay, you are saying rubbish, you are saying nonsense. Even in the nonsense, there is substance of it because it's still coming from the brain. And that's why we need to consider this topic a very crucial one. The state of our environment. I would like to say that the first acknowledgement actually will go to God. I would like to acknowledge God for what he has done. Let us think about it as human beings. Since the world was created, the vegetation, the animals and all that, we have not exhausted it. Thousands and millions of years, a lot of people have evolved and they have gone. Yet we are still, fetching out of the resources of the earth. But then the question is coming to us, how that we should be able to maintain this environment for the benefit of our generation and the generation to come. And that is why we need to look at the state of our environment. And today we have emerging challenges that are dealing with us: climate change, pollution, and loss of biodiversity, which is posing significant threats to our world. And we are asking ourselves, how do we go about it? It is a call for action for me, for the organizations, and for individuals and government to take action and make sure that we mitigate all of these challenges to be able to produce a sustainable solution for us. Of course, the World Environmental Day, the theme that was carved by the UNEP is actually to reimagine, recreate, and restore. And it's so much in tune with what IIU has set up. That is, we need to nurture the environment. And it is a call. I have this story to tell, which is very, very practical. Someone committed a crime in Europe. He killed a person and he threw him into the ocean. And many, many years later, the body of that person was found in Africa. What do we mean? That is environmental impact. Somebody was killed in Europe and his body was found many, many, many years later in Africa. Environmental impact. So when we're talking about taking care of our environment, we are talking about to reduce crime rates. We should put up policies to reduce crime rates. We should be able to take care of each other. Education is very important, especially for us in Africa, where we have a very low level of education. There are so many people that still do not understand how to take care of the environment. So many people have talked about how they dispose refuse here and there in their environment, which is not so good. So what is our duty? Our duty to take care of our nature is to contribute to achieve several sustainable goals, as it is in the NDGs, that is goal 13 on climate action, goal 14 on life below water, and goal 15, which is the life on land. We all have a part to play. So let's mark this life-saving event through various activities and events, including tree planting, cleanup campaigns, and community engagement activities. Our government, we call on them, our business owners and civil society organizations are advised to do the same. I believe that when we do this, we'll be able to mitigate these challenges. And of course, we will save our world for ourselves and our generation to come. Once again, I want to thank IIU for this opportunity and respected Prof. Dr. Nada for giving me the opportunity, and Dr. Virginia and everyone.
And yes, now he gets frozen, but he finished his presentation. Dr. Joel, amazing. You are great, always great. Even every topic what you choose, you are great. But now how can we share this? Dr. Joel?
My device went off. Let me see.
Yes, please, can you stop the sharing?
Sorry.
No, sorry, it's okay. No, sorry. It's okay. I will call in the meantime till you make that. We have an amazing, respected, clear prof, Augusta Elizabeth Corona from United Kingdom. She is great. Thank you, Joel. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So where is our Augusta? Respected Augusta, sickle cell intervention. You are welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, great.
Right, let me just see if I can share my screen.
I apologize, my beautiful friend, but you see, we
I do
try.
understand
we
that.
We try.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Oh,
Not yet.
Okay, if you can't see it, then open. Okay, I'm gonna, right. Okay, hello everyone. It's wonderful to be here today. Thank you, IIU University, for giving me this platform to speak on such an important day, on this Environmental Day. Thank you, Professor Nada, as always, representing here and giving us this platform to speak. It's such an honor, you know, all the way from United Kingdom. I'm Councillor Professor Augusta Elizabeth Koroma, Parish Councillor for the Parish Councillor for Chatham community, and also I'm a public health consultant, author, entrepreneur, and therapeutic coach, global speaker, author. Nature and environment are as much as part of me and my community, and as the air I breathe, the flowers that I grow. I've been fascinated and interested in nature and environment. And my theme for today is grow what you desire. And I'll share with you my lovely roses that I picked from my garden. To all of you here today, it's a token of my love from the UK, from my beautiful garden in my little community. I have been fascinated and interested in nature and environment. Nature and nurture needs our attention. This World Environmental Day commits in making more room for nature to thrive. The principles of ecological sustainability leads us to concepts of sustainable development, which promotes meeting the developmental needs of today's population without impacting the ability of future generations to achieve their developmental needs. It means that generations in the future will have to have the same access that's what we do to the resources of the earth. Sustainable development focuses on both the short-term and the long-term impact of environmental management decisions. It also considers the impact those decisions will have upon a variety of communities and ecosystems around the world. The situation of our environment is declining day by day due to various pollution types and global warming. To safeguard the environment for a better future, we should promote environmental friendly development in our country. The community needs to be active supporters of sustainable and equitable living to promote awareness and have an understanding that communities play a central role in changing attitudes towards environmental issues. It also exhorts us to develop partnership that will ensure all nations and people enjoy a safer and more fulfilling future. The UK is doing great. You know, I had somebody was saying earlier today about recycling. We do recycle here in the UK. We have special bins. We have special plastic bags that we use in terms of recycling, which is really a great way of keeping the environment safe as well. Environment is at its roots another word for nature, for the planet that sustains us, the life on earth that inspires wonders and relevance. The places dear to us, we wish to protect and preserve. We value those landscapes, coastlines as goods in themselves, places of beauty which nurture and support all forms of wildlife. Like I stated earlier on, desire what you grow. For me, I love flowers and especially roses. I actually grew my roses in my garden from scratch. So every year in June, I have blossoming roses all over my garden, my front garden and my back garden. So this is my way of showing you all today that I grow my own roses because I love roses. Thank you so much for this opportunity. God bless you all.
You are muted, Virginia. But she was amazing. We love your roses. We want your roses. Please send us. They're so beautiful.
For you, virtually,
That's what I was gonna say. Your roses are beautiful, so you have to show us how to do that too. Definitely,
Okay.
that's gorgeous. Thank you for everything. Yes, great.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Let us move little from United Kingdom. We are going from United Kingdom to Brazil. Our great Deborah Bos Silva. Welcome. Deborah Bos Silva, you are here. I see you. Yes, can you open your camera, please? Can you open your camera?
There you go. Beautiful.
Oh, great. You are so beautiful to be with turned camera. So welcome.
Thank you so much.
Okay, go ahead. You can start.
You can share your message with us.
Hello. Hello, my friends. Be welcome. My name is Deborah Bos Silva. I am a lawyer and a Brazilian researcher. I started my doctoral studies in March of this year at the University of Caxias do Sul, here in Brazil. I am a master's in law and I am a specialist in international relations and procedural law. I am very happy to be here with people from so many places. It is a unique opportunity, especially in this hard environment. The celebration a date that seeks to boost actions for urgent environmental problems, global warming, marine pollution, among other questions. Within the purpose of the nurture nature for sustainable future celebration. The topic for reflection is microplastics and food. And it is a theme that I have dedicated myself to studying, and it is a reality in many countries. To introduce a theme, it is important to highlight that the plastification of everyday life marked by the predatory use of plastic with the transformation in consumer relations, and it is a reality in many countries. With the overexploitation of resources, the production of waste has intensified beyond the ability of ecosystems to absorb and recycle them. In addition to polluting the environment, warming ecosystems, and endangering the lives of living beings, microplastic and nanoplastic, a small piece of plastic are penetration food through inhalation, direct ingestion, or tropic transfer. Further ingestion of small particles by marine animals or through products packaging in plastic in one way or another, humans are consuming plastic. Some studies claim that we are consuming 5 grams of plastic per week. Plastic pollution is considered to be one of the main environmental problems, mainly due to toxic substances emitted. The micro and nanoplastics generate a big negative impact in environmental, and they absorb highly toxic such as hydrocarbons. The fragments microscopic effects of micro and nanoplastics has the potential to contaminate water, air, soil, and living organisms. Fish, honey, and salt are among some of the main foods in which nanoplastics are being found. The consumption of highly processed foods having higher levels of microplastic of fat in the body. With this brief reflection, I thank you so much for the amazing opportunity to participate in this celebration. Save nature, save life, save planet. This is perfect opportunity to inspire more and more people to defend the environment.
Thank you so much, Deborah. Thank you, thank you. And talking about food is so important because it's part of what we do every day, right? We need that in order to get ahead, in order to be safe, healthy. So thank you again for bringing this topic.
Thank you so much.
Great, Deborah. Great, Deborah. Amazing educator. Thank you. Let us move from Brazil to Mexico. From Mexico, we have a great personality, great educator, respected Alma de la Herrera Marquez. Dear Alma, you are welcome. We have so beautiful ladies from Brazil, from Peru, from Mexico. Welcome, dear Alma.
Thank you, Nada. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening in the world. It is an honor to address you at this international conference, which addresses a crucial issue for humanity, the right to water from a scientific and human rights perspective in an increasingly interconnected world, it is essential to recognize the importance of equitable and sustainable access to safe drinking water and sanitation for all human beings. From a scientific perspective, the evidence strongly supports the need to protect and guarantee the right to water. Water is vital resource for life on our planet, and its safe and sufficient access is fundamental for human well-being, health, food, and sustainable development. The scientific community has demonstrated the close relationships between access to drinking water and the reduction of diseases, the improvement of nutrition, the strengthening of the resilience of ecosystems, and the promotion of gender equality. In the context of human rights, access to water and sanitation is considered a fundamental and universal right. The human right to water implies that all people, without any discrimination, should have physical and economic access to safe, acceptable, accessible, and affordable drinking water and adequate sanitations. In addition, it implies the responsibility of states and other relevant actors to guarantee this access, as well as to protect and conserve water resources. It is a sustainable way for present and future generations. In conclusion, the right to water from a scientific and human rights perspective constitutes a fundamental pillar for human development and the shape of our planet. We must act together, promoting scientific research, the adoption of inclusive policies, and the implementation of concrete measures to guarantee equitable, and sustainable access to drinking water and sanitation. Only through a comprehensive and collaborative approach will we be able to face current challenges and build a future in which the right to water becomes a reality for everyone. It is important to develop education and awareness programs of the importance of water and the need for its sustainable use, focus on cultural and environmental aspects, and establishment of international and regional cooperation mechanisms to share experience, knowledge, and technical research is in water management. I thank you for your attention, and I hope that this conference will be a fruitful space for the exchange of knowledge and experience for the benefits of humanity. From the right, it is not enough, it is necessary to change cultural habits. Thank you, Nada. Thank you, Virginia.
Gracias a ti. Thank you, Alma.
Yes.
Wonderful message. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, dear Alma. Thank you for being with us and sharing it from great and beautiful Mexico. Thank you. Now from Mexico, we are moving to South Africa. We have Dr. Nitsiki Nikooko. Respected Dr. Nitsiki, you are welcome. Do you hear me?
Thank you so much. Yes, I hear you very well. Can you hear me?
Yes, and you are so beautiful
Wonderful.
in that frame. Great.
Yes, I love it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the honor and the time. I'm going to run through my presentation. Thank you so much to IIU, the founder, Prof. Piyushi Pandit and Prof. Nadia for this wonderful leadership team, and to all the esteemed speakers who spoke before me and yesterday. Well done. On our theme, Nature for Sustainable Future, we tie it up with the UN theme for 2023, Solutions to Plastic Pollution, under the campaign #Beat Plastic Pollution. We all have the power from within to keep our earth clean. For the love of Mother Earth, let us be the greatest implementers of our presentations from yesterday till today that will surpass all those made in the past 50 years of the UN Environmental Program. At the end of this conference, it is time for all of us to start my topic. My topic is madness. M will stand for manage, monitor, and measure practical solutions that were presented in this two-day conference. I'm sure, Prof. Nadia, you are not just doing this just to tick the box. You are doing this so that we can come back and have a follow-up, bring in all the solutions, cluster us the solutions according to our levels of capacity per country, match underdeveloped countries with developed countries, so we can receive transferable skills to grow in our ecosystem from those who have more resources than us. Accountability, I am so grateful that to this year, this program is hosted in Africa, in Cote d'Ivoire. A, on madness, accountability at an individual level for our abilities to sustain clean earth, pass on the awareness and solutions to climate change, to partner locally, internationally, and globally with learning from realistic presentations and different institutions, operations that were showing through results on presentations in these past 2 days, bringing their solutions. D, deliverables must be measurable, feasible, and fruitful. And nurture the younger generation to operate with integrity. We have to pass on this baton to the great legacy of our lifetime. E, empower and equip each other with the through implementation of sustainable solutions. I'm getting to my first S on madness. Sustainable and practical solutions are very important. What we lack is resources. Let's, collaborate. Let's bring each other the information that is going to help all of us to grow together. NGOs, I operate an NGO, Power to Lead with Integrity Foundation. I'm a public speaker and I bring in information. I host shows that are bringing guests to the show to speak to the younger generation or to all industries, inspire, heal the earth, heal us, and heal everybody, heal our resources, heal our practical solutions. The last S is success in implementation. We don't do these things just for the sake of doing them. Let us show the success, the growth. This is our global heritage and legacy, to lead with power and integrity from within. Let's pass on this baton. I'm also going to invite Prof. Nadia to come and be a speaker on Power to Lead show, so that we bring together what is it that we gathered on these 2 days conference, and let's bring solutions, cluster them, and we have a way forward. Let's have the fruits, all of us, after this presentation. Thank you so much. And I am so grateful to present from Africa and from South Africa in the land of the wise. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I think you said something very, very important. Deliverables must be measured. I think that is key. We've done this, we do it again and again, and we have to make sure that that is measured. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, our great Dr. Nitsiki. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Thank you. We're sharing from the South Africa. And yes, I want to say our great Nitsiki, she's a founder and chairperson in Power to Lead with Integrity. So the name of her platform is telling us a lot about this. And yes, you need to join these events to listen, because really they have a big value. And today we know how we live, and great speakers, great leaders who are joining our great Nonti Sikelelo, how she calls her. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was so great. You are always welcome. Let us move from South Africa to Romania. We have a great student. He's like I said today, Professor Oliveira from Croatia. So many awards for the STEM field, for chemistry. Now we have a student from Romania who is all in gold. So welcome, dear Michael Stanescu. Enlighten us with your speech.
Hello everyone, nice to meet you all. Sorry for delay.
Never delayed. Michael, you were at the university, so no delay. You come at the time.
Yeah, now about the topic of today, nurture for sustainable future. Hello everyone, I'm Mihail Stănescu. I'm studying at University Polytechnica of Bucharest, and let's see my perception about this topic. So first of all, what is sustainability? In a large way, sustainability is the quality of an anthropic activity without exhausting the available resources, environmental conservation, and also, in other words, it can be the balance between economic growth and environmental protection and finding alternative resources. As we can see in this figure, it's the common point between the people activity about the resources of the planet, and also because we are living, we try to find some profit in the economical way. Now, it's important to have sustainability notions, but also it's more interesting to have some personal experience about this, because practice is better than theory, I think. And for my personal sharing, I will talk with you some personal workshops, which I was. For example, here I was in the workshop about recycling and upcycling in Erasmus project in Belgium. And there I learned about hotel of insects, about how they can reproduce in the forest. Also, we made some solar house, which can bring the energy. Also, interesting fact, we make from trash, let's say recyclable trash, some toys, which after this, it was amazing because we make some stories about these characters. And not the least, we make some tables, as you can see. Also here we make some chairs and a lot of stuff. An interesting fact, because we are talking about sustainability and also we are talking about people after this project, all of these products, so let's say toys and another products, as I said, tables and chairs, were donated to the community. For example, this one and another stuff like this were donated to a house for grandparents, and it was very interesting moment because we have the community. So some suggestion and recommendation about this topic, it can be, okay, we talk about all of this because the main problem in this work can be about the pollution. And we should try to clean the environment because we live here. And one interesting quote from from the last king of Romania, Mihai I. Okay, I'm Mihail, but he was named Mihai I. It was, the world is not of us. The world is not for our grandchildren. The world is for our grandchildren. So try to have also resources for them. Another fact, okay, from pollution, we can have a lot of dangers for animals, for us, and also for the economy. But from this type of danger, we can make to transform disadvantages in advantages using some beneficial business stuff like how to invest in green energy and how to have your personal business, like, I don't know, how to make solar panels or how to make some energy factory from hydro or let's say from wind, why not? And also another interesting fact, not only about sustainability, but in my opinion, it's general. It's about informing the population, because if they are, they take the good information, I think we can aspire for a better future, because, okay, we are persons and we have a lot of information from this type of conferences, from TV, from radio, from all around the place. And we try to filter and through, let's try to find the best solution for us. And in the ending of this speech, I want to take a quote from Dan Sheckman, a Nobel Prize winner from 2011. And this is like, sustainability requires human ingenuity. People are the most important resources. And in my opinion, it's very important, okay, for us to live, but also it's important to conserve the planet for our living and for our future generations. Thank you for your audience.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Humans, we're the most important thing, but if we don't have a home, we can't be here. So we need to take care of our planet.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you also for this invitation.
Great, Michael. Once again, congratulations. Great, great, and great. Keep doing great work. Many Olympiads. We want to see more gold medals.
I hope.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, thank you. Let us move to India. We have an amazing educator. We have a brilliant lady, our owner of Metamorphosis. And if we talk about art, if we talk about mathematics, if we talk about everything, we can say that she is one of the best. So, welcome our great Sonal Jai. And I'm really honored today that you are with us, because yesterday you were getting some awards and you couldn't join us, but you are here today with us. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nada. It is a real honor to be here on the IIU platform, sharing the views on nature. And it's a kind of all the words spoken by 181 speakers that is going to resonate in the universe today. So the universe is going to give us that kind of a sunshine and that kind of more of blessings and abundance as nature reveals in its own glory now. So the words from all the speakers, the words from all the educational knowledge that each one has put over here, it's a kind of coherence of heart and mind and soul of each human being that is going to connect in the nature. So before I start, my gratitude to Snigdha ma'am and Piyush Panditji for thinking about me to be a part of this amazing 181 part of speakers. I would like to just share my few little bit tips of being a healer first. I'm a universal healer first and then an educator. So when we talk about nature, I would like to say three words that we say about three words, that is nurture, nourish, and navigate. The 3N model of life. So when the nature is going through so much during pandemic, I think we all were at home and nature was enjoying the bliss outside, away from the pollutant of man-made disaster. We were not at home. We were not going out. We were stuck at homes. We were not able to throw the litter out. We were not we were told to segregate the garbage, the dry and the waste garbage. So imagine that nature was its beautiful best. The air was fresh, the birds were chirping, the sky was totally bliss. So coming back to the future now, what are we doing now? We are again back to that normal, we are again back to that littering and creating pollution and all that. So nature is so resilient that it doesn't stop giving us what we want to survive on this earth. The sun comes back every morning, gives us wonderful sunshine. That is nurturing or each and every living being on the planet to survive. That is the survival of the fittest. When we talk about nurture, when we talk about nourish, have you ever sat with the plants and have a conversation with the plants? Have you ever heard that they whisper? Sometimes have a moment with the plants and listen that they really talk to you. They want your care, your love, and everything. So this is what actually nature wants. Nature wants to speak to you. Nature wants your sparkle of touch as we give our own children that love, hug, and caressing. Nature too wants the same thing so that it keeps on giving us everything all the time. We talk about resources, we talk about so many man-made things and all in the nature, but we never talk about what has to be done to protect the nature in practicality. So nourish is the first word. Give nature the love, the care that it needs from us humans. So we human beings have abundance of love in our hearts when we share with the animals and the human beings. Why not with the nature then? So nature also needs that kind of physical caressing. Hug the plants, hug the trees, hug nature when you go out, when you're depressed or when you're feeling low. Just go and revel in the glory of the sun, revel in the glory of the whispering of the waves in the beach. That is what is nature. It's healing to your soul also. Coming back to navigate, the life is navigating each and every tough battle that is it is bombarded with. Thunderstorms come, volcanoes erupt, so many disasters happen, but nature keeps on navigating with each and every struggle of the earth. So in one way, I would like to just sum up all this, what I've spoken and what everyone has spoken. I would like to just end with this, that it's a kind of a collaboration of all the human beings. During pandemic, we thought of breaking the chain. So now it is the time to connect the chains. It is a kind to connect the chains together, hold hands together, protect nature together. And we keep on talking about about plastic movement and all these movements. But if you think in depth, it is more beyond that. So nature really wants some different kind of protection. One day we will stop throwing the plastic bottles, the other day we'll start again. One day we will stop throwing a chips packet on the road, we will start again. So it's not a one day example. We have to start instilling this from early childhood onwards. When the child is 2.5 years, I'm an early childhood educator from the last 24 years. So when you start teaching to a 2.5-year-old child, start teaching them not to litter at home first, because home is also a place where you need solitary bliss and serenity. So nature outside also needs the same solitary bliss and serenity. So to sum up all this, the end module is nurture, nourish, and navigate. Be resilient like the nature. The Mother Earth never stops giving us what we know. We need to survive on this earth. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Nada, for inviting me. And I'm glad
I
I could
didn't
make it
want
at
you
this
to
time.
go to sleep. Our great Sonal was already ready for bed, but I get her up. Thank you. Thank you so much. Professor Ravinder, you are waiting for speech. Am I right?
Yes, of course. I did send my name long time ago. I
Yes,
didn't
but
see the development.
I didn't
But
see your
anyway,
name. But please, very shortly, because we have the limit with the time. We need to show a short video from our Tanzania. Please, little short. Thank you.
well, ladies and gentlemen, good evening from different corners of the world. It's indeed a proud privilege for me as the country director of IIU South Africa to speak on this special day. Today is also marked as my birthday, 5th of June, and also it's the birthday of James Keynes, who is the great economist. And we have been celebrating this environmental day for many years, and we also got Earth Day on 22nd of April. So we have these two important days. But what is happening in the world today is very pathetic. The population is grow up so much, and the carrying capacity of this land, our mother planet, is only about 1.25 billion people that we already crossed 100 years ago. And now the population is more than 8 billion. Now the challenges are coming up and cropping up every single day. And we need to understand the dynamics of having more trees. For instance, country like India, it has got only 28 trees per person. That is very little actually. In the city like Delhi, the capital city of India, it has got for 3 people, only 1 tree is there. If you look at Canada, it has got 94,000 trees. And if you look at America, it has got probably 9,700 trees. And look at Brazil, it has got more than 23,000 trees. So on an average, in the overall planet, for the 8 billion people, we got 400 trees that are available. There's more than 3 trillion trees in this world. Now, what is happening is that we've been celebrating this day, 5th June, but it's not enough. We need to plant the trees. For every birthday of every human being living on this planet, at least 1 tree we need to plant. If we could take 22nd of April and 5th of June on your birthday, at least 3 trees you can plant in a year basis. So we can multiply the trees in that way, and we can try to protect the environment. The plastics are creating problem. And if you look at the plastics, for every 1 minute, we are throwing about 1.2 million bottles actually in the whole world. And country like America, it is providing more than 100 million metric tons of wastage, solid wastage. Country like India is providing more than 65 million metric tons of wastage. So if we keep on doing this, who is going to clear our waste actually? No government, no prime minister, no president will come and rescue our planet. We need to, the citizen of this planet, every citizen, every countryman, they are equally responsible. So ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, let us try to carry the burden. Let us try to protect our environment. There is a Sanskrit saying that Vriksho Rakshati Rakshataha. That means try to save the plant, it will save you. And Datri Rakshati Rakshataha. That means try to save the planet, Earth, our mother, and it will also save you back. So with these few words from my side, I would like to thank the organizers. Thank you very much. Bye for now from South Africa.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, respected Ravinder Rana. He's a great economic from South Africa, and he's doing a great job and keep doing great because we need scientists, educators like you. Let us now try to share one video. I'm not sure can I do it because I'm hosting here, so I will try. Our great Dr. Alibati Kimaro has problems with his network, so I will try to share. But I have so many open things. So let us see. Will I do that? Okay, here it is. Here it is. So we will try. I need to stop sharing. I didn't turn is not stable. I see, but let me try because he really works on this. So I will try to share it.
That's my luck.
Pamoja mimi na wewe tuyatunze mazingira, hata sisi watoto tuyapende mazingira. Mazingira yetu yanaharibika, na dunia yetu inaharibika. Dunia iko mashakani, tutunze mazingira jamani, tukapande miti wote tuinusuru dunia jamani. Homa leo watapata tabu jamii ya kesho. Tutunze tutoe, tuyapende mazingira. Mazingira yetu tuyalinde, yanaharibika, tuyalinde, na dunia yetu tuyalinde, inaharibika, tuyalinde. Mafuriko kimbunga husababishwa na uchafuzi wa mazingira. Hali ya hewa kuwa mbaya husababishwa na uchafuzi wa mazingira. Moshi wa viwanda, plastiki material, utupaji wa taka, ukataji miti, uchomaji misitu, uvuvi haramu, pamoja mimi nawe. Tunze mazingira, hata sisi watoto. Mazingira yetu tunze, tuyalinde, tuyalinde, inaharibika, tuyalinde. A little time save our world.
Let us try. This is this.
That's my dog.
I think it is the same.
Pamoja mimi nawe.
It is the same, so I will stop. He sent me the two same. Okay, I couldn't check them. So let us see. We have one great more speaker from United States of America. She just joined now, so we will call her. She is our great Rosalinda. So, dear Rosalinda Willis from United States of America, you are welcome. Rosalinda, please, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm blinded by my own lights up here. I am so excited about being with you all on this wonderful day. So I want to first say thank you to Sir Piyush Pandit and my dear Nada and Virginia. Y'all are amazing hosts. Y'all been doing an excellent job. I want to say thank y'all so much. And to all of my IIU family, I'm honored to be amongst all you global leaders from all over the world on this World Environment Day. I am Dr. Rosalind Willis, better known as Coach Roz, the Birth and Purpose Coach, that reminds everyone that I meet that as long as you have a pulse, you have a purpose. So I just want to say, I'm not going to stay before you long because I know our time is very short. Ladies and gentlemen, today I stand before you to discuss a matter of utmost importance, the urgent need to save our planet. We find ourselves at a critical junction in human history where the very existence of our beautiful home hangs in the balance. Our planet, with its abundant resources and breathtaking wonders, has nurtured us for centuries. Now it is our turn to step forward and safeguard it for generations to come. The signs of environmental distresses are becoming increasingly evident. Our forests are disappearing at an alarming rate. Wildlife is facing extinction. Oceans are suffocating from pollution, and climate change is wreaking havoc on our weather. We cannot afford to remain passive spectators any longer. The time for action is now. Saving our planet requires a collective effort from every individual, community, and nation. We must adopt sustainable practices that promote the conservation of resources and protect biodiversity. It starts with small steps in our daily lives, reducing, reusing, and recycling, conserving water and energy, and making conscious choices about the products we consume. But it goes beyond our individual actions. We must hold governments and corporations accountable for their environmental impact. We need to advocate for policies that prioritize renewable energy sources, invest in clean technologies, and limit harmful emissions. We must support sustainable agriculture and responsible waste management practices. By demanding change, we can drive a shift towards a greener and more sustainable future. Education also plays a crucial role. We need to raise awareness about the importance of environmental protection and inspire others to join our cause by teaching our children about the wonders of nature and instilling in them a sense of responsibility. We can nurture a generation of ECO conscious individuals, eco-conscious individuals, that is, who will take up the mantle of preserving our planet. Saving our planet is not an option. It is our moral obligation. We owe it to ourselves, to future generations, and to the countless species that call Earth their home. We must protect the delicate balance of nature, for it provides us with the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the resources we rely on. We together can change the world one person at a time. God bless you all. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. That was beautiful. That was perfect. That was inviting. And so I think more than anything, it makes us realize that it's in our hands. We can take action.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rosalind.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Rosalinda. When we hear a voice like you have, a very optimistic voice, so full of energy. You are full of energy. So thank you. Thank you so much. Let us move to Puerto Rico. We have an amazing Claudia A. Freire from Puerto Rico. Welcome, dear Claudia.
Do you see her?
Yes, yes. I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for this beautiful invitation. I am so proud to belong to all these leaders around the world. I just want to tell you a little bit about me and what I'm doing here in Puerto Rico, that I believe that I'm taking action. For the last 27 years, I have been a motivational leadership speaker and trainer around South and Central America, United States, and here in Puerto Rico. But here in our island, if you don't know, Puerto Rico is a small island in the middle of the Caribbean. We are very limited space for waste. So while the pandemic year, the 2020, because I could not travel to do my seminars, my leadership trainings, I rented a property in the top of the mountain so I can come in here with my partner and my dogs to breathe. However, I have a lot of patients and a lot of clients, and participants that are always writing to me that they were very in stress. So I invited them to come here and to test a power camp and a beautiful weekend to empower these ladies and also partners, ¿verdad? Because I'm doing it now for couples, men and women. But I started this program is a camp with tents in the middle of the nature between approximately 200 acres. What I noticed was that before, when I was doing the seminars inside ballrooms and inside rooms, well, people will acknowledge the learning about to be a leader, how to create, how to go out there in the world and to say I'm sorry and to take action and to do things for their community. However, when I started doing it in here with Mother Nature, I understood that people believe that the trees and the leaves, the flowers is something outside of them. So what I've been doing now is teaching everybody that comes in here to the mountain, to this experience that I'm providing, is to understand how nature is inside of us. So now I'm teaching all of them to plant a seed, to come here with their seeds that they want to plant. And I'm teaching about the trees, about the birds, about our natural spring and the importance of the water, because I understood that a lot of people, when they come in here, they were using the plastic bottles for their water, forks and everything, and throwing everything out. And I was like, since I have been teaching that I need to be the first one to take action, I'm just going to switch in here, and I'm just going to create this as a space as an adventure for healing, an adventure for them to take home with some new tools. So now I take some time during the weekend to teach him about the importance of recycling. And for example, I take all the crystal bottles and I teach him how to paint the crystal bottles and put intention in the bottles, like the intention of love. And this is my water of love. And so start doing little things that they can recycle, because here in the island, we don't have a good management about and information on how to recycle, what we need to do with the bottles, where we can take the bottles, because we have very little places that take care of the wasting here in Puerto Rico. And some time ago, I learned that every Puerto Rican and people that comes to visit the island, at least on a daily basis, they create one bag of trash of 20 gallons, and that's a lot. And when people were coming in here to this beautiful experience with Mother Nature, I noticed that it was a lot of things that they were throwing out. So I decided, I'm going to create this experience. I'm going to take the hands in this. I'm not going to wait for the government. I'm not going to wait for the oceans not to be there. I'm not going to wait for the sharks to be like it was a few years ago in Tampa in United States, to be dead because the water is so contaminated. I'm just going to start doing something. I'm just going to create consciousness with the ladies that come in here, with the men, and I'm asking them, what are you doing to save our planet? What are you doing to save our beautiful island? What are you doing in your house? What little things are you doing? What things are you creating that can make the difference? So now, not only I do this beautiful experience with Mother Nature, with water, with fire, with the air, I take him to a beautiful forest bathing trail, and I take him to a beautiful tree that we have in here. It's called the ceiba, and we do a ritual that our Indians, the Tainos, were doing in here before us, and to hug him and to ask and to bless the forest. And my experience is that before, when I was doing the leadership trainings inside the rooms, yes, people will take action. Yes, people will change. But now that I'm doing this with Mother Nature and involving every lady that comes in here, every man that comes in here, every staff volunteers that comes in here, I'm teaching them so they can go home and not only take this experience for them, for their soul. We do yoga, we do mindfulness, we do blessings, we do intentions, we collect rainwater. We're doing everything compost, where we have now tomatoes and a lot of plantains and a lot of beautiful garden for our cooking. So I'm very proud of that, because I never paid it attention until COVID. I usually was like in the airports, in the trash cans, I would put, okay, this is for the plastic, this is for paper. And pretty much that was it for me for recycling, because nobody taught me what to do with all these things that I'm trashing away. So now what I'm doing is creating a conscious to everybody that comes in here, and also be the one that is doing the change in here, because me being an example, using the glass waters, using all the juice waters, and I cut and I painted, I do a beautiful flower pots. I'm doing everything that they can see it, that they can work. We're doing some magic ones with trees and that branch that broken. So we are creating this beautiful consciousness that is our time and it's our responsibility to take action and to teach the children, because the children with good guidance, they will do it. But I understand that adults, mothers, they don't know what to do with paper. They don't know what to do with tuna fish cans. They don't know to do what all the glass and the juice bottles. So it is my responsibility. And I believe that this is the reason why we're all here, to expand our knowledge and to involve everybody else to do something, at least in a daily basis. Do something different. Do something in your house. Do something in the street. You know how many times I go outside, and this is an island that our main income is the tourism. And I see people in here that sometimes see the paper or see the can and they don't do anything. So I'm always like proactive. You know, if they don't pick it up, I would pick it up. If they don't do something with the plastics that are like there around the road, I will get down. I have always gloves and I have always trash cans in my car, and I stop. If I have the time, I stop, because I want the other people to see me that I teach, and I'm being an example of what I'm teaching. So
Beautiful, beautiful.
My message for all of you is, if you have children, grandchildren, and you yourself, I know that we're all aware of how important is the plastic and everything, but we need every day, like our great master Gandhi said, if you want to see the change, you need to be the change first. So my invitation, just start doing things in your house also, and teach your guests, your family, and everybody what are you doing, because I know we can do it. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope that one day all of you can come here to this beautiful island, Puerto Rico. Thank you, and namaste.
Gracias, Claudia. Thank you, Claudia. I have to say that you are putting action, you know, you're actually doing it. All the words that we spoke about today, you're actually doing it. And it's really wonderful to see that it actually works, that it can be done, that it's just not all blah, blah, blah. So I'm very proud that somebody from Puerto Rico brought the action to the information. I am very, very proud that you waited all day yesterday and all day today to tell us what you're doing and how it's working. It's all about changing the narrative. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, great Burkipi, for this wonderful speech. So we are coming here to the end. I want to take opportunity and to call our respected Madame Dr. Anju Sabarwali for give the vote of thanks.
Good evening and good afternoon to everyone around the globe. Before I express my gratitude, I thought I will just take this opportunity to sum up from where we began before the event and what is the impact of our discussions over the 2 days. So in fact, while I was listening, I've just penned down a small poem that I would like to share with you about where we began. As thoughts and ideas converge on what to write, instantaneously I'm reminded of nature's unfathomed plight, how it has been so far ravaged and plundered to the very soul, unmindful and insensitive to the repercussions for our own very soul. Bridled with unthinkable traumas, injuries, and hurt manifold, unimaginable is the devastation unleashed so far unheard and untold. The times when nature used to soothe every aching heart, for all that we have done is to shed the very fabric apart. So much so that our very existence is now in question. Can we stem the looming and impending annihilation? So I think we began at this point in our celebration. And to sum up what everybody has talked about over the 2 years, I would just like to sum it up with these, just a little bit that I've written. I can sum up the entire World Environment Day celebrations in the 4 C's: call, choice, change, and create. An urgent call to make a conscious choice to create opportunities to initiate a change in not just our own mindset, but also of others around us to nurture nature for a sustainable future. With these words, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed trustee ma'am, Dr. Roshni Lal, of course, our esteemed guests who were with us and shared their invaluable inputs, and our esteemed presenters and educators who spent a wonderful 2 days with us to deliberate on what we can do to save Mother Earth. Also, my gratitude to the entire team of IIU in the preparation before, during, and of course, I know there's a lot of work that needs to be done. So a very heartfelt appreciation to all of us. And the biggest appreciation to our founder, sir, Mr. Piyush Pandit, sir, for always encouraging us, motivating us, and showing us the way to take up the challenge to exhibit our talent and polish our, abilities. I think it is because of him that we have this platform of IIU. And I think all of us will agree that had it not been there, we would not have had such a fantabulous exchange, collaboration, and creativity of ideas, exchange of ideas. And I'm sure it has triggered many minds into setting this forward and, getting into action about everything that we've heard. And heartfelt gratitude to our two moderators who have done a fantabulous job of holding the forte since yesterday, 5 p.m. Till today. It's around 11:45 in India. I don't know what time it is in the US, but you guys have made a tremendous effort to have those lovely smiles in spite of all the challenges that we know that we face. So heartfelt gratitude to all of you. My heartfelt gratitude goes to Dr. Snigdha Kadam, Ermina ma'am, Dr. and the rest of the team. I'm too overwhelmed with this for making this show such a fantabulous show. Thank you to everybody who has graced this occasion, and all the very best in your future endeavors to make the world a better place for all of us and for the future generations. Thank you and goodbye, good night, au revoir, bonne nuit, hola, merci beaucoup.
Good night. Thank you.
Respected
Bye-bye.
Dr. Virginia, please let us hear you at the end.
Well, I have to say that this is it's my first time sharing with all of you here as a team member in IIU, and I can see why there's so much passion and so much love for all the events. I see it all the time, and now I understand. I am on this side. I see how the team works, and this is exactly what we need to bring to the world when it comes to really saving our planet. It's putting all that passion, everything that we know. For the past 2 days, we saw solutions. We know they're there. We know what they are. Now it's really us putting action into it. When the pandemic was here, in 1 month, we saw that a lot of parts of nature recovered because we were not hurting it anymore. I think that we know that if we do the things that we have to do, it will change, and it can change immediately. So I am so excited for the future and for what's coming. I was so happy to be here. Especially with you, Professor Neda, that you really inspired me. I've seen like 7 or 8 of your videos because I wanted to know what the style was, and I just, you amaze me. You always have so much energy, and you're so compassionate with everybody that comes in. So thank you for your direction. And you know what? We just have to put action and be brave. When I say be brave, it's do the right thing. You never know who you're inspiring. So thank you again for having me here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Virginia. Yes, we say all, but I also want to say at the end, thanks to our great founders, Piyush Pandit, for giving us this great IIU stage. Our great trustee, Dr. Roshni Lal, for inspiring us. She's a strong woman. She's a great woman. Our core team members, great CEO, Dr. Snikta Kadam. I want to say that this event was preparing nowadays. We are doing day by day, contacting all the speakers, inviting them. It was really a hard work. Thank you, my dear Dr. Snikta, for this great work and big efforts for this event. Our great Virginia for being with me, our Vice Chancellor, who yesterday and always is inspiring us. So, working with this such a great team of IIU, every event is possible. We can do everything. Once again, heartiest gratitude to our great audience. Thank you. Thank you for being with us yesterday, today, giving us a big support, because without you, also this event will not be possible and will not have a value. That is very important for us. So today we finished this great 2 days event. I will repeat. World Environment Day is every day at IIU. So yesterday, today, tomorrow, we are doing this. We are protecting our Mother Earth, our planet, and we are nurturing the nature for sustainable future. So thank you. Thank you so much. Tomorrow, be with us again, because we are continuing with with our great program. We have so many projects. You see, our sir is sharing 100 leaders now by CUP Interactive program. Our great IIU head of the Europe, Dr. Inka Karchilava, is the leader of the project. Please be free, join, visit India, visit the beautiful country, India, meet the culture, meet these great people here, because I can say India really has an amazing educators, an amazing person. So being here, I meet so many great people. And yes, today we were all around the globe. We have so many esteemed speakers. Once again, thank you. Thank you for being with us. That is for us a big meaning. And thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So till our next event, stay safe, stay healthy, and let us see together again at this great IIU platform doing action. So less words, more actions.
That's right. Thank you all.